Singapore. It's really the pressure to it. Also. I was like, really? Yes, you are. I can have a body. And suddenly, are we able to knock that down? I'm afraid we start doing that. No, and I'm sure if you push back, would suggest something. I mean, also you don't know. It is a little bit okay. Yeah, the people who are there don't really have the knowledge base to properly interpret it. So if it were me, I would jump in immediately. Yeah. But I'm not there, so I can't really do it. Yeah. So, but I mean, they say that they will discuss it. They'll try to do it. Is the GM webinar? Later, and then you can just interview them if you want. It could just be 20 minutes. Up to you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's such a great opportunity, but I'm not sure that I will
I'm well prepared for it to lead good young talent to build a better world.
Ganda gitu. Cek bawah ya. Oke, try up. Pusing sikit sini. Lagi. Oke. Ini kurang tinggi sikit pada aku. Oke, ni rendah ke?
I'm well prepared for it. To lead good young talent to build a better world for all of us.
You've known us for 50 years. You've seen our name. You know our brand.
My test.
But do you know
My test one.
what we
Test.
stand for? We stand for progress, for connection, to powering economies, and levity. We value kindness, for comfort, for better living, where research meets recovery, where care begins today. We stand for the planet, to be Asia's model corporation in sustainable development, innovating to enrich lives for a better tomorrow, inspiring change across the world. We champion education for opportunity and for tomorrow. We stand for people. We stand with you. "50 years ago, we began with progress. Tomorrow, we lead with purpose. Sunway, your future, our legacy."
The future begins with a ripple. Ripples that grow into waves. Waves that define our values to move people, ideas, and progress. Progress that powers the cities of tomorrow. Where challenges are transformed into opportunities for shared prosperity. From energy solutions that sustain communities for generations to come, to smart industrial hubs that fuel economies, and digital infrastructure that connects people. The future is not built in a single day. It is shaped by our choices. And the values that started us on this journey still move forward today. Each decision sending ripples that inspire change. An endless wave set in motion, where every action holds the power to become something greater. What we build today shapes more than people or places. It shapes possibilities. It champions urban biodiversity. It stands tall as a testament to innovation and progress. To be a value multiplier for people, businesses, economies, and the planet. We are Sime Darby Property.
I'm well prepared for it. To lead good young talent to build a better world for all of us.
You've known us for 50 years. You've seen our name. You know our brand. But do you know what we stand for? We stand for progress, for connection, to powering economies, and levity. We value kindness, for comfort, for better living, where research meets recovery, where care begins today. We stand for the planet, to be Asia's model corporation in sustainable development, innovating to enrich lives for a better tomorrow, inspiring change across the world. We champion education for opportunity and for tomorrow. We stand for people. We stand with you. 50 years ago, we began with progress. Tomorrow, we lead with purpose. Sunway, your future, our legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me from the outside, we do invite you to take your seats as we will begin with our documentary film screening at 8:30 a.m. So please start making your way into the hall. We do invite you to fill the front rows of the hall. You get a better view. And of course, you are closer to the good vibes that I am emitting. So please do fill the front rows where you can.
Progress that powers the cities of tomorrow, where challenges are transformed into opportunities for shared prosperity. From energy solutions that sustain communities for generations to come, to smart industrial hubs that fuel economies.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the outside, we will begin with the screening of the
Digital
documentary on
that
time at
connects people.
8:30 a.m.
The future
So you may
is
want
not
to
built
make your
in a
way
single
into
day.
the hall and
It is
take your
shaped
seats.
by
You want a
our
really
choices,
good seat,
and
I
the
think.
values that
So
started us on
do
this
come
journey
into the hall.
still move forward today. Each decision sending ripples that inspire change. An endless wave set in motion, where every action holds the power to become something greater. What we build today shapes more than people or places. It shapes possibilities. It champions urban biodiversity. It stands tall as a testament to innovation and progress. To be a value multiplier for people, businesses, economies, and the planet. We are Sime Darby Property.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to take your seats. Do fill the front rows and don't forget to switch your phone to silent mode to avoid any disruptions during the documentary film screening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, last call before we begin our documentary screening. We do invite you to come into the hall and take your seat. Do fill the front row where you can. You'll get a much better view of the documentary, and you are in for a treat. So please do come in. We invite you to take your seats. All right, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, on screen you can see some of the scenes that took place yesterday on day one of the NCGS, and we're looking forward to all that we have in store later today as well. But to start off the morning, we are going to screen for you a documentary film highlighting one of Malaysia's diverse ecological sites that many may have never heard of. It's called the Nakawan Range in Perlis. Now, it's one of Malaysia's oldest geological formations, forming a natural border between Malaysia and Thailand, and it's also the backdrop for the economy and cultural practices of the communities living there. Watching this film is an eye opening experience into the truly wonderful environmental heritage that Malaysia has and the importance of conserving this for generations to come. So, this documentary is part of a project led by Peter Ong, the head of education and outreach at Roots and Shoots Malaysia, a youth led environmental action program.
We do hope that you enjoy this screening of the film Nakawan, the Living Soul of Perlis.
Kalau kita tengok dari udara, kita nampak Perlis ni dia ada satu dataran pamah yang sesuai untuk penanaman padi. Dan di sebelah baratnya kita ada banjaran ni, umpama dinding.
Hutan batu kapur ni merupakan landscape hutan yang jarang ditemui. Jadi kalau di Malaysia ni, boleh saya katakan dia sangat unik.
Kebanyakan orang tak tahu kepentingan dia bagi kita di Perlis lah. Bukan saja dari segi biologi, geologi dan malah budaya juga. Sebab di sinilah pemisah antara dua negara, iaitu Malaysia dan Thailand.
Dia umpama nadi bagi negeri Perlis daripada pemeliharaan orang panah dan juga pada sumber air. Laut ni biasalah, orang kata kadang tu ada, kadang tak ada. Macam tu lah, tapi hari yang ada tu kita kutip lah, kita pulut lah. Mana yang banyak, so kita fokus yang tu lah. Macam contoh, kalau ada yang banyak ketam, kita fokus ketam. Kalau udang banyak, kita fokus udang. Kalau ikan banyak, kita fokus ikan lah. Pasal dolphin ni, dulu saya macam tak percaya lah. But kita dah dengar orang lama beritahu, kata ada je benda tu. Kita tak pernah nampak. Jadi kita keluar tengok, oh ada, memang betul-betul ada. Dulu kita buka udang. Ada, selalu dia datang dia main dekat kita, dia main ambil tak ikan pun semua. Bila dah mari set main pun semua tu, dia orang beritahu, okay, macam ni, dia orang tak kacau kita pun semua. Kita tak ada masalah sekarang ni. Yang kita dapat detect tu spesies, kita ada susah. Indo-Pacific Ambek tu, lepas tu kita ada Irrawaddy. Lepas tu kita ada finless porpoise, lumba tikus. 3 jenis. Dia mau berkawan. Dia nak kalau boleh tu dia nak ikut kita. Saya pernah ikut dalam grup besar juga dalam 70 ke 80 ekor. Main kawasan Ambut. Kalau kita jalan pun dia ikut sampai dia jemur. Lepas tu dia belah. Kalau kita keluar ke laut ni, kita akan balik. Kita akan berpandukan arah Nakawan. Kita suruh penjara Nakawan kita ada di kawasan Kuala Perlis. Jadi kita berpandu arah ke kawasan Kuala Perlis.
Saya punya pekerjaan adalah borong ikan. Ada yang ikan import daripada Thailand masuk ke Malaysia. Dan ikan tu kami akan eksport ke semua kawasan. Macam ni, kita kerja pukul 8 pagi dan saya bawa habis. Tengok pukul 5 habis. Balik rumah tu, balik mana-mana siap. Main terus lah. Memang tak pergi mana-mana. Memang habis kerja. Balik siap. Terus training. Suka-suka semua training memang teruk je lah. Tapi bagi saya tu, perahu ni adalah training yang paling teruk sekali. Dia kena betul-betul power.
Semua kerja kan. Semua masing-masing ada kerja masing-masing macam ni. Tapi dari segi kita start training, kita tengok apa yang kita bagi dia orang ada memang kau punya. Saya pun selama saya train orang ini dia orang punya expert very good.
Kata kami dijangkau ke 13.9 ni lawan. Okay, kami akan start training dalam bulan 7. Kami dah start training 2 bulan. Setiap hari lah.
Pesta ayak tahunan ni, pesta ayak tradisional Kuala Perlis ni, dia memang satu kebanggaan bagi penduduk-penduduk di sekitar Kuala Perlis. Jadi dia adalah sukan tradisi. Kalau kita tengok, contoh dia hari perayaan biasa, ada juga anak-anak cucu dia tak balik kampung. Tapi bila sukan ayak tradisi ni, dia orang akan balik. Dan kemeriahan dia melebihi daripada kemeriahan pada hari raya.
semua orang tua yang ada kat kampung ni semua bekas players yang dulu pernah kayuh. Sekarang anak dia orang pula yang jadi players kan. So boleh tengok nanti semua orang tua-tua akan penuh dekat tepi-tepi sungai ni. Memang dia orang support habis-habis.
Kalau kata tahun ni bagi saya lah banyak kampung yang kuat-kuat lah. Sebab semua kampung adalah perahu yang sama. Sebab tukang tu adalah satu tukang. Dan satu tukang dia buat semua kampung. Dia tak ada orang. Okay, macam Pak Long tu dia buat antara kata 15 kampung. Okay, antara satu kampung ataupun 2 kampung yang tak panggil dia. Yang lain semua kampung panggil dia. Termasuk kami.
Oh, sekali lagi ni kemungkinan tak ada orang nak tahu bidang ni. Jadi apabila tak ada orang akan panggil kita. Nah, kadang ni pun tak ada lah ni. Bot pun Melayu tak ada orang banyak ni. Dulu orang Melayu bot ada tiap-tiap buat rumah ada bot. Sekarang jual habis.
Nervous tu nervous juga. Tapi kalau kata semangat tu memang semangat sebab kita nak ambil balik kemenangan tu. Semangat dekat perahu tu dia lain sikit.
Tak ramai orang tahu bahawa sumber air kita sekarang ni berpunca daripada bandaran Nakawan. Dan setiap kali musim hujan, kita nampak kebanyakannya air terjun akan hidup kembali. Kita panggil hidup lah sebab ada air terjun yang boleh katakan seasonal. Kalau musim hujan lebat, baru ada waterfall. Kalau tidak ni memang air itu mengering lah. Sebabkan batu kapur yang tinggi, kaya dengan kalsium karbonat. Tapi pada masa yang sama juga, kita ada banyak gua-gua batu kapur yang nyerap air hujan. Dan air itu akan mengalir sehingga ke Kuala Perlis. Masuk ke Sungai Perlis, akhirnya terus ke laut. Kurang 215 spesies flora limestone saja dekat sini. Kita ada lebih kurang 130 spesies burung. Dan juga kita ada 86 mammals. Termasuk 182 orchid setakat ini. 7 spesies primat. Dan salah satunya adalah burung kentoi kita lah. IC09 Perlis. So kita betul lah sebab di banjaran kita ni ada satu spesies yang unik. Sebelum ni kita mungkin percaya bahawa burung kentoi itu ada di Wang Kelian saja. Tapi dilaporkan lah, orang kampung bagi tahu ada terdapat burung kentoi di Kuala Perlis. Tapi semua tu adalah laporan lah. Jadi kita kena cari bukti dan banyak kita perlu kaji lah. Kita sekarang ada dekat Kuala Perlis. Ada report sighting burung kentoi kat sini. Untuk confirm the sighting, kita kena pasang camera trap. Ni hari ni kita nak ambil camera trap tu. Kalau dapat, memang akan jadi new record lah for southernmost distribution for stump-tail in Southeast Asia. Kamera masih selamat. So kita pasang sini untuk nak tengok apa yang cross kat area ni lah. Bateri dah nak habis. Harap-harapnya dapat kentoi lah.
Rumah terbakar motor anak tu baru 3 bulan lah. Dekat belakang kilang. Kuala Perlis. Dia makan macam dia menyadar tahun penuh tu. Dia naik ke langit. Kita cucu ambil air jurus pun tak mau. Tu yang makcik dapat sini. Ni selung 4 buah rumah. Mula-mula jual dari rumah ke rumah. Jual dari kampung ke kampung lah. Daun sasin, pucuk ubi, pucuk pegagar, pucuk mengkudu, batu bunga kantan, daun sedong, daun laksa, dan kesum, terung lagi. Terung ulam saja boleh buat sayur juga. Boleh buat sayur lemak, pakpet, masak dengan daging ayam. Dijual dengan kita, mungkin air lah. Lepas tu pergi beli kuih-kuih merku-merku bawa dengan basikal tu lah. Pergi jual sampai tu. Dekat Sajak tu, dekat Situk Bandar. Jauh. Dan badan ni kamar tu, tak ada apa. Dari budak-budak niaga nasi lemak. Dari sekolah mak buat nasi lemak. Saya jual kat sekolah 20 bungkus, 30 bungkus, dulu 30 sen. Nasi sambal itu mak dah ajak bagi jual. Lepas tu ajak bagi jual biji asam rendam garam tu buat macam satu. Jual 1-20 sen. Dari kecil, dari jam 4 tu menyaga. Lepas tu dia besar dari kecil lah.
Saya salah seorang pembuat produk craft kayu ni yang masih aktif lagi lah di Perlis ni. Saya lebih pada senjata-senjata Melayu lah. Macam dulu kita setakat buat pisau lapar macam tu je. Bila kita bercampur dengan orang-orang lama, dia cerita lagu mana senjata Melayu apa. Dia jadi macam senjata Melayu tu ada sesuatu yang unik lah. Dari situ kita mula timbul minat tu. Wali jantan ni salah satu dia senjata Melayu Perlis lah. Kebanyakan kalau untuk wali jantan ni kita gunakan besi-besi lusuk lah. Terutama besi macam paku kereta api apa tu. Dia paku kereta api ni dia saiz dia kecil. Jadi kalau kita pakai paku kereta api tu, kita ketuk dia takkan terlalu teruk. Macam kayu, kebanyakan tu kita masih pakai lagi kayu-kayu yang orang dulu-dulu pakai lah. Yang ni kayu hitam Perlis. Kayu ni selalunya kita dapat dari ni lah, dari bukit ni. Apa banjaran Nakawan ni. Selalunya tu kita ambil kayu yang dah mati lah, pokok-pokok tumbang. Jadi orang kata gubai kayu tu dah tak ada, tinggal terah saja. Kita ambil yang jenis-jenis macam tu lah. Jadi balik tu kita tak payah tunggu kayu nak kering dah. Jadi balik kita kata dalam 2 hari 3 hari kita boleh proses buat terus. Dia negeri-negeri lain pun dia ada juga senjata. Tapi senjata Perlis ni dia unik sikit lah. Yang unik dia tu sebab bilah dia. Dia bilah ni dia beza lah dengan bilah-bilah lain. Kalau kata senjata lain tu kebanyakannya bilah ke bawah macam tu je lah. Tapi yang wali jantan Perlis ni dia bilah dia ke atas. Cermin ni kita buat dari tulang. Tulang lembu muda. Makin berkurangan lah. Dalam bidang ni pun dah tak ramai dah. Zaman ayah-ayah kita ke bawah tu ramai lah. Sebab dulu ni setahun sekali je kita buat bendang. Jadi nak tunggu buat bendang pula tu adalah masa. Yang hok minat nak buat senjata, dia buat senjata. Yang minat lagu nak main, macam main wow, apa gasin, apa. Masa tu lah. Tapi bila setahun 2 kali ni orang bendang ni dia jadi orang kata masa main-main tu tak banyak lah.
Enam, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 12. Ajar! Saya! 2, 3. Kalau seorang bagi arahan, seorang tolong bagi tahu. Okay, cukup dah. Okey, dia tempik. 90% diorang memang dah ready lah. Terserah pada players lah. So, kita dah bagi tahu apa patut buat. So, you jangan terlalu fikir orang. You fokus dekat you punya boat. You buat apa yang kita dah rancang.
Masa yang tunggu adalah esok penentuan. Selama 2 bulan ni esok akan terbukti selama kita training ni. Tapi biasanya memang saya nervous sikit sebab perahu pula terlalu hebat-hebat semua. Semua yang pun yang ada nama atau juara. Antara 2 lorong ni, sebelah sana lepas sini memang terlalu padat dengan semua orang kampung dan orang luar.
Semua! Sekali lagi, semua! Dalam pertandingan ni banyak benda boleh berlaku. So harap players kita boleh fokus tentu dekat semua arahan yang kita bagi. So, memang banyak tenaga yang perlu digunakan. pertandingan yang pertama tu memang kita kalah. Okey, tapi untuk yang kedua tu kita menang. Okey, kita menantikan game yang ketiga ni, penentuan sama ada menang atau kalah. Kalau kita menang, so kita boleh pergi ke separuh akhir lah.
Ni perlawanan yang terakhir lah, kalau kata kalah out. Walaupun saya kena buat memang lebih dari 100%. Orang kalau kata nak out pensan ke apa pun, pensan. Janji, habis.
Daripada saya turun ke laut ni, saya ingat dah berapa generasi dah yang saya nampak lah daripada nelayan kan. Semua kebanyakan tu hasil kalau atas pada usaha. Kalau kita usaha lebih, ada lebih kan macam tu. Sampah tu memang selalu ada di laut. Kadang tu kita kena dekat ukat, nak buang susah. In fact jugalah dekat ikan-ikan di laut. Contoh macam dolphin, dia boleh makan. Tahun 2020, kita jumpa, lepas tu benda tu terdampar. Jadi kita buat laporan dekat Meriset. Meriset tak ada punya staff untuk ambil sampel. Bila buat pembedahan tu memang ada plastik dalam dia punya usus. Jadi itulah dia berpunca daripada kita. Kalau tak ada, kadang kita tak ubah benda tu, berkekalan lah, lama. Kalau boleh tu ada perubahan daripada sampah tu lah. Kita jagalah untuk generasi yang akan datang. Kita boleh bagi anak cucu kita tengok, oh benda ni ada lagi, benda ni daripada dulu memang ada sampai sekarang kan. Berkekalan lah.
Tengok habis kuku makcik menebah, kena kuku habis tebah rumput. Tebah rumput, tak bagi makcik tembak acus, kita nak jual. Lagi orang nak makan lah. Makcik tanam guna bunga cengkeh, bunga lawan ya, tembak pokok, tak guna racun. Sakit pinggang. Jatuh kadang-kadang. Jatuh basikal lah, pergi pelantang lah, pijak tangga jatuh lah. Jenuh makan ubat. Kalau kakak larak ni, minyak angin pergi juga lah. Sapu-sapu minyak angin. Pinggang macam tu sakit lah. Ni tengok yang itu jadi kayak, jadi apa, sakit macam. Jadi ni, gagah pergi jual juga lah, pakai cukup. Kayu basikal juga jual, pakai cukup tu lah. Tak pergi orang tengok muka tu. Jaga juga sakit pun. Kakak boleh pergi ya. Pasal kami tak pandai, nak bagi anak pandai. Satu saya bagi anak saya pandai. Mengaji tingkatan 5. Dia pun nak konti, saya tak bagi. Hak nombor 3, sambung ngaji Oxford University. Lepas tu makcik kata, mak tak cerdik, mak pandai baca saja. Mengaji tapi tak boleh menulis, kena tiru. Mengaji takat tu lah, nak buat macam mana. Macam kita nak mengaji menengah, ada dulu orang tua-tua dulu macam tak kisah, dia tak mau bagi ngaji.
Dulu grinder tu dah jual grinder tu, cuma kita orang kata orang kampung ni tak berapa nak ada pun dia, jadi kehendak tu ada untuk nak buat, tapi nak guna benda yang cepat tu tak ada. Jadi misi rumput ni salah satu benda yang boleh pusingkan mata grinder tu pula. Cuma orang kata kalau kita pakai grinder, kita kata dalam 2 jam siap satu bilah. Misi rumput ni dia jadilah 3-4 jam macam tu lah. Memang tu. Buat benda ni pun kita ambil dari benda sebelum kita. Kalau tak ada orang yang nak ambil selepas kita tu, rasa kecewa lah. Mana kata orang muda tu tak ada minat. Jadi benda apa yang hak sejarah duk cerita tu, jadi tak ada benda yang nak boleh tunjuk lah. memang kecewa lah rasa kan. Anak-anak ada yang dia lagu mungkin lagu kita cerita tadi lah, bila nampak abah duk mula buat tu mungkinlah depa pun baru mula timbul minat kan. Sikit-sikit kalau kita buat aja tak habis tu hang tolong pesudah pun depa boleh lah sikit-sikit gosok-gosok minat tu dah mula timbul dah lah. Pekerjaan kita ni memerlukan bahan mentah. Bahan mentah yang kita guna hari ni dia tak dalam pasaran. Contoh kayu hitam ni lah. Contoh kalau kayu hitam ni dia bukan ada jual dekat kedai. Semua kita nak kena cari. Cari dia tu hasil tu kebanyakan dari situ lah. Bukit Nyatuh apa ni, Banjaran Nakawan tu. Kalau kata dimusnahkan kawasan tu, mana kata kerja kita pun habis dekat tu je lah. Jadi orang kata bahan mentah itu tak dapat dah lah.
Bukan. Wow, pangolin. Ada rekod. First time kita dapat. Sebesar babi. Finally, confirm. Kentoy. Yes, kita dapat bukti Kentoy di penghujung Banjaran Nakawan. Satu-satunya bukti yang ada. Oh my, aku sering. Ni Kentoy yang duduk di penghujung selatan, paling selatan Banjaran Nakawan. So bermaksud paling selatan di Asia Tenggara. Oh my, memang terbukti dah. Akhirnya kita dapat. Betul dah, aku masuk itu memang ada bau. Kalau ada satu benda yang penemuan baru, itu kita rasa gembira lah. Sebab at least kita boleh beritahu semua orang bahawa Banjaran ini wujud bukan secara sia-sia, hanya wujud sekadar menjadi landscape, tetapi ada kepentingannya kepada ekosistem dan kepentingannya kepada kita penduduk tempatan, di mana daripada situ kita boleh jana ekonomi melalui pelancongan yang bukan secara bersifat eksploitasi sumber yang habis, tetapi kita memanfaatkan landscape muka bumi yang cantik ni untuk kita sama-sama bangga dan kita jadikan satu sumber ekonomi yang mampan.
Untuk race hari ini, kita berjumpa dengan Pulau Ketam. So, Pulau Ketam ni adalah champion tahun lepas. So, kita prepare lah. No? So, saya ingat semua orang dah ready kan. Semua cara masing-masing lah kan. So, you tahu macam mana tahun lepas kan, you dah kecewa. So, tahun ni you all kena try the best.
Saya rasa ni, kalau kita nervous tu memang saya nervous. Tapi bagi saya, ni adalah penentuan yang terakhir. Dah ucuk orang kampung lah. Banyak daripada orang lain yang sokong balik, sanggup balik main lah. Kita tak mahu nak hampakan apa. Jadi, nak jadi apa pun, jadi lah. Orang kata apa, lawan tetap lawan sampai habis. Kata buat nervous ha. Terasa lah juga benda tu lah. Tapi orang kata apa, bila tengok penyokong ni kita semangat lah sikit. Sokongan daripada semua masyarakat kampung bahagian ni. Orang kata apa, sokongan mereka masih ada kat kita. Jadi kita terbawa-bawa sokongan tu lah. Untuk naik menuju ke atas tu untuk petani turun bawah.
Suara nak hentak suara nak. Dengar suara panjang tolong hentak ke depan. Dengar suara panjang hentak ke depan bagi sampai.
Nak asal tu orang kata masalah orang kata apa, kita punya sokongan daripada semua. Daripada tak pada harapan kat kita lah, untuk kita bertani untuk menang, tapi kita tak dapat sampai benda tu lah, tak dapat sampai juara. Yang tu saja.
Perasaan kecewa tu pun ada juga sikit, tapi siapa pun saya ingat semua macam tu. Sebab semua orang training, semua orang buat latihan, semua buat kerja kuat, semua nak menang. Ada perlawanan. Mungkin hari ni kita kalah lagi. So, tapi tak kalah nombor yang teruk lah. Tahun lepas kita tak ada. Okey, untuk tahun ni alhamdulillah kita ada juga nombor 3. Sebenarnya perahu ni lebih mengeratkan antara kampung.
Kalau kata orang kata apa, sini dikekalkan satu family lah. Kita satu family, satu hati. Kalau kita makan bersama. Kita semua bersama. Apa-apa orang kata apa. Masalah sahabat adalah masalah kita ya. Kira kami ni berkongsi sama-sama kalau kata nama kampung bahagia ni. Kalau kata untuk anak-anak tu, kalau boleh tu nak bagi dia kekal kat sini lah. Kat kampung bahagia. Untuk anak-anak pun ada tengok bawah ni lah. Dia tengok dia punya ayah dia kayu perahu lah. Jadi takkan seorang anak dia terjadi keinginan untuk berkayuh lah. Nanti ke depan anak-anak boleh jadi orang kata apa, pengganti lah tak seorang ayah.
Ini salah satu sukan tradisi yang masih ada sampai sekarang. Sukan ni dia tak akan pupus. Dari generasi ke generasi diorang masih ada pewaris untuk tradisi ni. So dia punya tarikan pelancong pun memang ramai sangat. So boleh mendatangkan kebaikan untuk negeri kita. Itu saja.
Kalau dari segi sejarah tu, Perlis ni taklah banyak sangat pendekar-pendekar tu. Dia kebanyakan ni daripada orang kata orang-orang petani. Jadi senjata ni pun bukan kata golongan-golongan orang-orang bangsawan. Dia senjata Melayu. Kalau kata golongan-golongan bangsawan ni, dia akan ada ukiran. Kalau tak ada ukiran pun dia ada sulaman perak, tembaga emas kan. Kita jumpa yang lama-lama pun macam ni je lah. Kayu, tulang, yang tu aja. Jadi orang yang kita tanya tu pun kebanyakan dia kata Tok Wan je. Tok Wan dia pun sejarah buat bendang aja. Jadi automatik kita kata orang-orang rakyat ni je lah yang guna ni. Orang kebanyakan je lah. Kerja-kerja kita ni lah memang boleh ingat balik sejarah lah. Pengorbanan dulu untuk masa depan kita lah ni, setakat kita ni hidup senang lenang tu kerana jenis-jenis senjata ni lah mempertahankan negeri kita.
Harapan saya lah untuk orang Perlis, kita anggaplah Banjaran ni sebagai muzium hidup kita. Di sinilah segala benda direkodkan. Di sinilah bermulanya tamadun kita di Perlis ni. Dari segi geologi, di sinilah tempat pertama terbentuk. Dari segi biodiversity, di sinilah tempat segala spesies hidupan liar dan flora berada.
Spesies batu kapur ni masih banyak yang kita belum ketahui. Saya ingat banyak lagi penemuan baru yang sedang dalam proses akan dikeluarkanlah nama-nama baru. Jadi ini merupakan potensi besar bagi negeri Perlis lah.
Banjaran ni ibarat rumah bagi kita. Dari situlah konsep sayang tu membawa kepada pemeliharaan, pemeliharaan, perlindungan dan seterusnya mengekalkan kelestarian Banjaran Nakawan ini sendiri supaya akan sentiasa diwarisi kepada generasi depan.
Hola, ladies and gentlemen. That was Nakawan, the soul of Perlis. I do hope you enjoyed the film. I myself learned so many things about Perlis as a natural reserve. I didn't know we had dolphins there and the stump-tailed macaque. So if you're like me, you'll be planning your next road trip to Perlis to explore all these riches and also maybe catch the water festival, which really did look amazing. So we will be beginning our plenary session at 9:15. So in the meantime, please take your seats, get comfortable, and listen to some messages that I have to you about what's in store for the rest of the day. Now, if you haven't yet, for those who have just joined us on day 2, the Hoover app is the mechanism that we're using to communicate and also inform you about all the activities that we're doing during this NCGS. The organizers are running some contests that you can participate in, a photo caption contest as well as a trivia challenge. There aren't many people taking part in the trivia challenge, so I think you really do have a good chance to win if you take part now. So check that out and throw your hat in the ring. The NCGS will not end after the plenary sessions of day 1 and 2. There are actually workshops and master classes that will be running all throughout the week. You can peruse the schedule and issues being discussed on the Hoover app and also register your attendance. Please do take this opportunity. These workshops and master classes involve so many experts in sustainability and they are absolutely free. So it's a good time to get close and personal with the experts who can help you upskill in the area that you want. Ladies and gentlemen, 9:15 is when we begin the plenary, so we will be seeing you again very shortly.
I'm well prepared for it. To lead good young talent to build a better world for all of us.
You've known us for 50 years. You've seen our name. You know our brand. But do you know what we stand for? We stand for progress, for connection, to powering economies, and levity. We value kindness, for comfort, for better living, where research meets recovery, where care begins today. We stand for the planet, to be Asia's model corporation in sustainable development, innovating to enrich lives for a better tomorrow, inspiring change across the world. We champion education for opportunity and for tomorrow. We stand for people. We stand with you. "50 years ago, we began with progress. Tomorrow, we lead with purpose. Sunway, your future, our legacy."
The future begins with a ripple. Ripple that grow into waves. Waves that define our values to move people. And progress. Progress that powers the cities of tomorrow. Where challenges are transformed into opportunities for shared prosperity. From energy solutions that sustain communities for generations to come, to smart industrial hubs that fuel economies. and digital infrastructure that connects people. The future is not built in a single day. It is shaped by our choices. And the values that started us on this journey still move forward today. Each decision sending ripples that inspire change. An endless wave set in motion, where every action holds the power to become something greater. What we build today shapes more than people or places. It shapes possibilities. It champions urban biodiversity. It stands tall as a testament to innovation and progress. To be a value multiplier for people, businesses, economies, and the planet. We are Time Darby Property.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning. Yang berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Faiz Azmi, Chair of the Securities Commission of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Henry Sackville Barlow, Chair of the Board, Climate Governance Malaysia. Dr. Gary Teixeira, Chair of the Council at Climate Governance Malaysia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we bid you a warm welcome to day 2 of the 4th National Climate Governance Summit 2026, themed Resilience in a Hot House World. Now, as with previous editions, the NCGS is a hybrid event, so we do also give a warm hello to everyone following us on the live stream. Now, we had a fantastic day 1 with insights and perspectives from a range of speakers. We had Dr. Ho Sung Lee, President of the Free Carbon Alliance and former chair of the UN IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, delivering a keynote address that invited us to consider innovative ways to make progress in reducing emissions. We also heard from YB Hannah Yeoh, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department for Federal Territories, giving us an inside look at how political advocacy becomes policy action. And we also heard from legal experts and youth activists discussing how the courts are being used as the next avenue to fight for a just transition. That was just the tip of the iceberg. You can revisit the full array of conversations that we had yesterday on YouTube, and we will also have the recordings of today's discussions on YouTube as well for your viewing pleasure after the NCGS. So we have an equally impressive lineup of keynote speakers and panel discussions. We do look forward to another dynamic discussion. To set the tone for day 2, I am pleased to invite to the stage Dr. Gary Teixeira, Chair of the Council at CGM, to deliver the welcoming remarks.
Yang berbahagia, Datuk Faiz, Datuk Henry Barlow, Tunku Jaafar, Datin Sri Sunita, founder of Climate Governance Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to the second day of our Climate Governance Summit 2026 with the subtitle Resilience in a Hot House World. Now, all of us have probably felt ourselves that our surroundings are changing. What does a hothouse world feel like? Well, every increase of a single degree in temperature raises the atmosphere's capacity to hold water. So the warmer it becomes, the more humid it becomes. And as you know, we ourselves regulate our own body temperatures through perspiration. And the more humid it becomes, the more difficult it is for our perspiration to evaporate off of our skins. Now, if we feel the warmth, the question is, how does our environment feel the warmth? How do all of the forests, all of the urban trees, all of the parks, all of the gardens, feel this warmth. And let me assure you, they do feel it. Because no system, no entity, no species lives in isolation. We are all part of the same system. We feel the same increases in temperature, and we all respond accordingly. So, being Malaysians, we automatically reach for the fan regulator and turn the fan faster, right? Or we reach for the remote control on our air conditioners. Yeah, my family thinks 17 is a magic number because automatically our fingers reach for the down button on the remote control and reduce that air conditioner thermostat down to 17. Why? Because we feel uncomfortable. Well, what does our environment do when it feels uncomfortable? What do our forests do when it feels uncomfortable? Fact of the matter is, they have their way of keeping cool. That system is driven by temperature, and the means through which they keep cool is water. Malaysia receives close to 3 meters of rainfall every year. And that's a significant amount of water. And our environment that has evolved in the presence of this abundance of water has learned how to use water to survive, to keep cool. But there is an interesting downside to the way in which our forests stay cool. Because there's so much water, our forests have learned to use all of this water. When it gets dry, they reach beyond the top half meter of soil and draw water from below 0.5 meters of soil down deep into the soil. Now, we don't understand this and we don't often see it. But studies from Paso Forest Reserve have shown us that 1/3 of the rainfall we receive, 1/3, is actually used by forests. And they get first crack at it. The rain falls there, and if they need it, they use it. Then, after it exits the forest, it can enter our rivers, it can enter our dams, and then we can use it. So if you think about our huge 3 meters of rain a year, we already need to think about it as 2 meters and dropping. Because when the air temperature increases and the air's propensity to hold moisture increases, the air grows more thirsty compared to trees. So they draw more water from the trees, making the trees more thirsty, and the trees draw water from the soil. This year's World Water Day, Kaveh Madani of the UN reminded us that if we see green around us, we need to remember that what we do to our environment affects all those green things as much as it affects us. We have some very, very interesting panels and presentations lined up for you today. And I do hope you can stay for all of them, because I'm very certain that they will be very compelling and will enlighten you in ways perhaps that you did not consider. Every single one of our activities related to our economy, from energy production, cement production, palm oil production, all require water, some copious amounts of water. And it's only places like the Nakawan Range that deliver the quality and the quantity of water that we need. But climate change is changing all of that. Kaveh Madani said that we need to start thinking about the way we use water, because we're not talking about water crises anymore. We're talking about water bankruptcy. When The Edge published an article reminding us about water bankruptcy, immediately, of course, the government responded with an announcement that we have 3 months' worth of water supply in all of our water storage dams. But we have to understand that as the climate changes, the rate of water depletion from both natural and man-made systems also decreases. So I will show you later on today some graphs of drawdown from some of our reservoirs. And this is going to be from the period of January through April of this year. And we need to understand that once drawn down, we can't pump it back into the reservoir. We need to wait for rain. And with the impending El Nino, we have to ask ourselves very serious questions about whether 3 months is enough. And we need to ask ourselves questions, particularly the question, can we make what used to last 3 months last for 5 months or 6 months? Or do we need to fundamentally change the way in which we approach water storage and water management if we are to survive the changes that are to come? So I hope that you will stay. I hope that you will participate, that you will ask questions. We've got, as I said, a very august lineup of speakers, people with a great deal of experience, a great deal of knowledge in these areas. And I hope you will avail yourselves of them. We also want to remind you that the end of today doesn't mark the end of the summit. We do have series of roundtables, masterclasses, and expert groups that are going to meet in the coming 3 days. We hope that you will stay and be part of that. We'd also like to welcome our virtual participants. We thank you for attending, and we hope that you'll have a very productive Climate Governance Summit 2026. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. We will be seeing you back in action shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to prepare for a world impacted by climate change, resilience will need to be built across the board for every layer of the economy, from individuals and households to business and government. And so for this, strength and stability of the capital markets is paramount. And the Securities Commission, together with Bank Negara, has been instrumental in setting the tone for sustainability action in corporate Malaysia to ensure financial resilience. I am pleased to invite to the stage Datuk Muhammad Faiz Azmi, the chairman of the Securities Commission, to deliver his keynote on what future-proofing resilient capital markets look like in policy and practice.
Sorry, I was going to say Dr. Hussein Lee, but he's not here, right? So anyway, yang berbahagia Datuk Henry Balu, who's the chairman of the Climate Governance Malaysia, yang berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, founder of CGM, yang berbahagia Dr. Gary Teixeira, chair of the Council Climate Governance Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Before I go into my speech, and just to reflect on the video you've just seen, I think sometimes when we live in KL, we don't seem to understand what the man in the street, or in this case, the man in the kampong, is going to experience in the next few years. You know, we can, as Gary says, switch on the aircon, turn up the fan. In fact, I was showing Datin Sunita that my son's room is 23 degrees compared to everything else in the house. So obviously he's switching on the aircon, and maybe I should pass him some of the electricity bill. But it's a concern, right? I mean, do we have enough spare capacity in our electricity power supply to be able to cope with data centers as well as increase use? As Gary has said, we're not even sure we've got enough water. And last night I was talking to an agriculturist and I was asking him, so how much do your palm trees drink? And he says a lot, something between 90 liters and 600 liters a day per tree. And just to give you a sense, there's 572 million palm trees. So where are they going to get the water from? Okay. And then this person made an interesting comment. He says, "But Faiz, when you have heat, the trees drink more water, not just for yield, but to protect themselves, right? So where's that water going to come from?" And so that's the preface to what I'm going to be talking about, because the whole premise of what the SC is trying to do is to say this. This is usually the government's responsibility. But as you know, most governments in this part of the world don't have much bandwidth. And therefore, we've got to figure out a way of getting private money in to help fund these projects. Otherwise, it won't just be heat going up, your taxes will be going up too. Okay? So, anyway, it's a pleasure to be here at the National Climate Governance Summit. So last year, I think I participated in a Fireside chat. So I'm encouraged to see that the discourse is still continuing. So my appreciation goes to the Climate Governance Malaysia and SSM for this invitation to speak and for putting together this timely discussions and various workshops that you've planned for this week, covering essential areas such as climate litigation, disaster readiness, and sustainability reporting. These are much needed conversations right now to future-proof businesses and economies. So before I turn to what future-proofing means in the capital market, allow me to reflect on this year's theme, resilience in a hothouse world. In fact, it seems to be the key word right now. Every time I look at a conference, it says resilience. And the other day I was in Sasana and Governor was saying, finance for resilience. I thought, wow. So maybe SC will have to go back and change some words to include the word resilience. But anyway, but it just shows, right? This is the only planet we have. And therefore, whatever scenarios we look at has to be able to mitigate and adapt to. So the dangers of extreme heat and drought conditions are, of course, well known. They increase the risk of water shortages, fires, as well as haze. The suffocating forest fires and transboundary haze that envelop ASEAN member countries from time to time shows we're not immune in ASEAN. The economic, social, and environmental damage from such fires then was in the billions. And you only have to look at what's happening on the TV, cutting across from the Americas into Europe and even as far as Siberia are also experiencing this. Now, coincidentally, the haze actually occurred at the last major El Nino effect. So with this phenomena expecting to peak again later this year, I'm sure this portends hotter and drier conditions and a new reality for companies and investors. How do you price this into your climate projections? It has also significant implications for production, exports, and even for Malaysia's food security. For instance, sustained high temperatures can exert water stress on commercial crops such as oil palms, and this decreases flowering, I'm told, and the amount of fresh fruit bunches, leading to a lower oil extraction yield and output. And of course, it has the effect of affecting next year's crop. Our staple food supplies are also at risk from prolonged dry spells. One such episode was in early 2020, which affected at least 36% of our rice production in the states of Kedah, Kelantan, and Penang. Last year, I was in Japan, probably the most resilient country in the world, and even they admitted they got it wrong because they didn't realize that their rice doesn't survive beyond 27 degrees. So entire rice crops failed in Japan. So if anything, the underlying climate risks are set to grow. What this underscores is that long-term resilience cannot rest on sentiment alone. It requires institutional frameworks and ecosystems robust enough to endure these changing cycles. That, to me, is what future-proofing means, building regulatory and market foundations that remain relevant through periods of exuberance as well as uncertainty. It also ensures that Malaysia's climate transition remains on course, irrespective of global moods in Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, last year I highlighted the value of building the right foundations for sustainability ecosystems to flourish both domestically and regionally. This includes clearer disclosure standards, taxonomy classifications, and suitable finance parameters, sustainable finance parameters. And this is what we are doing with our colleagues in ASEAN through our ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, or ACMF. That work also continues under the Capital Market Master Plan 2026-2030, or CMP as we call it, which the Securities Commission Malaysia launched earlier in March this year. In fact, sustainability forms one of the 4 key pillars of the CMP. The goal is to mobilize capital at scale for sustainability-related sectors and projects, which includes meeting Malaysia's net zero commitments. Central to a well-functioning domestic sustainable ecosystem is the readiness of corporates as well as the market intermediaries. This is the primary intention that I believe underpins the Malaysia's National Sustainability Reporting Framework, or NSRF, implementation. This year marks the second phase wherein all main market public listed companies, PLCs, are required to disclose information on their climate-related risks and opportunities. The rigor of our approach has also been recognized by the IFRS Foundation, as Malaysia is one of the only ASEAN countries that has become an adopter of ISSB. Of course, more to come. To us, NSRF is more than a compliance exercise. It is also a way to embed climate resilience into how our companies operate. Disclosure, after all, is only the starting point. Once a company has visibility over its exposure, be it a vegetable exporter or a manufacturer facing water shortages, all these companies will be in a better position to plan ahead rather than just react. So in many ways, a more resilient corporate base will also enhance the resilience of our economy as a whole. Ultimately, there should be a wealth of credible climate-related data and information available once all the phases of NSRF are fully implemented. However, we also need to start now to ensure the comparability and reliability of the data produced. That's why the ACSR, which is the committee that looks at SRF, which the SC chairs, has actually developed an AI tool to review the first cohort of ISSB reporting. You'll be pleased to know you all pass. Just. In fact, I asked my team yesterday, so what was the average passing? And they said about 70%. 70% is okay, but not good. You're going to be at least 90. But okay, it's a credible first step. And in fact, between ISMET's minority, shareholders watch group and CGM, they'll be issuing a report on the first cohort of 91 companies that reported, highlighting what was good and what was not so good. Right? Now, this report also serves as a guidance for the other companies following on. The SC will also be able to work with other parties. So we're working with the MIA to conduct Kembara Malaysia. We're going to go to every capital in Malaysia and have a chat with people about NSRF and try to understand what their concerns are. And no, we're not deferring the date. So that's not on the FAQ. So the work does not end there. We are also looking at better articulating Malaysia's country resilience, as Malaysia is in a climate vulnerable part of the world. We believe that this is a foreign direct investment issue, right? And we hope to explain to foreigners why, as a country, we're better prepared than most to meet the climate events. Heat management is not just a challenge confined to corporates that we regulate. So, for example, the SC, we've looked at ourselves and we have taken our own steps to try and be more resilient and looking at our energy efficiency and what we can do. But bear in mind, it's an old building, 35 years old. But even then, we realized the cost of adaptation to a building is really not cheap. So we're looking at changing our glass in SC, and it runs in the millions, right? But we hope to lead by example. Beyond this, we need capable professionals to analyze, interpret, and turn sustainability-related data and information into a more effective corporate strategy and policy. So this requires strengthening the talent pool. And so what we've done is, SC is facilitating the setting up of something called ASP. Actually, I wanted to call it ASO, but Association of Sustainability Operators. They voted against it. So instead, we want to call it ASP, Association of Sustainability Practitioners. So what does ASP do, right? So basically, this is the preparers, the auditors and the consultants in that space, and we're encouraging them to come together as an association to kind of set, kind of standards in terms of code of conduct, what they should be trained on, what they should be knowing at certain stages, because we believe that since they will advise the boards on what they should be doing, it's important they all have a baseline of knowledge and skills. So that's ASP. For those in the audience who are accountants, we're coming after you too. There will be an association of CFOs because we feel that even the CFOs of listed companies actually have to do a lot more than just accounting. They seem to end up doing procurement, talent, strategy, talk to regulators, and they all said, we're not trained for this. So we're coming up with an association for CFOs too. But all this goes to the point, right? I mean, all this information that we're now asking companies to produce, we need now to be able to analyze. And you can't do that if the talent pool is not trained. We're also looking at the next generation. So it also calls for planting the seeds of action in young minds to embed the value of sustainability in the Malaysian youth, who are, after all, our future pipeline of talent and also, frankly, the source of creativity. It will also help manage their client anxiety. The number of times I've heard 20-year-olds tell me that they're not going to have a family because they're not sure they want to bring kids into the next world, right? Well, actually, as my daughter put it, your generation is screwing up for mine. What are you personally doing about it? So last week, I had the opportunity of interacting with various university students as part of the SC's RIFA, or River Flooding Adaptation and Resilience Program. So what does RIFA do? So we set them a challenge. We set them a challenge to design a practical, real-world flood mitigation solution with financing to protect vulnerable populations. So we gave them a site. We got the Selangor government and Landasan Lumayan to bring them to Taman Sri Muda, the place where it floods every 3 years, and had the kids wander around and try to find me a solution, right? But the condition to this RIFA challenge was your team needed to have at least one accountant and one engineer. Why? Because engineers come up with great ideas, but it's just not fundable. And of course, accountants can't design things. So you got to have them both in the room now. So we had, I think we had about 37 submissions. The top 5, I believe, is on YouTube somewhere. So you can see what the kids came up with. And I have to say, I was really impressed. I mean, okay, a bit unrealistic because the funding seems to be, and we'll call government for money. Not so sure. But they came up with things like sponge pavements, retention ponds where solar panels float on it, all kinds of interesting ideas. One team even came up with a mathematical proof of how fast rivers were flowing. So I have to say, none of the judges, including me, could figure it out. But it looked impressive. There were lots of sigmas and deltas and what have you. But, that's kids for you, right? But what I really was impressed was the fact that they all worked as a team. I mean, I'm sure you've all experienced people presenting, which they seem to go on and on, like my speech. But they managed to do it all in 10 minutes. Every one of them. I was really impressed. They actually kept the time. So anyway, so why are we doing this? As I mentioned, it's all about trying to get the youth involved in this conversation. So last year was coastal flooding. This year was river. And I think, Gary, listening to you, maybe next year should be on heat. So I should put on record my thanks to ICW, Landasan Lumayan, the Jeffries SAC Center, as well as Lembaga Urus Ais Selangor for helping us put this on. So that shows you, right? It's not just corporates. It's not just, trying to convince investors. It's not even just trying to convince states. We're trying to look at the whole range of things, right? So that's that part of it. The only thing else I would say is that I would encourage you to go look for the RIFA videos and see how Gen Z can actually play a part. In fact, when I talked to Landasan Lumayan and last year's SD Guthrie's, SD Guthrie has actually brought the winners in to replay their ideas to see if it could work. And so I think that's what we should be encouraging, right? We should be looking at all ideas. Now, we also recognize that Malaysia's climate risks are not confined to flooding alone. We are looking at future iterations of other things to look at. For example, as I mentioned, heat and the impact. We are having conversations with the plantation sector about, how are they going to provide water for their plantations. But then, as well as that, and aside from the legal institutional frameworks, we also need to figure out how to make sure companies are future ready, right? So that's why these things I mentioned about the sustainable practitioners, as well as looking at CFOs, are all about creating this self-reinforcing ecosystem to be able to advise boards on how to do these things. So now let me bring this down to earth a little bit more. We've talked about what the SC will be doing. And so one of the things we want to figure out is how do you get capital to basically mobilize the financing. So from a fundraising perspective, Malaysia's bond and sukuk markets has originated a good number of green and social bonds. This is under the banner Sustainable SRI, right? Sadly, it's not really much. I mean, although there's been about 57 issuances, it only accounts for about 52 billion of our 1 trillion sukuks. So that's an area of focus now. We're thinking about rebranding the whole SRI sukuk thing. I can't reveal what we're going to call it yet because we're still debating it with the banks. But the idea is that we need to widen the scope of sustainable sukuks to cover not just transition needs like solar farms, but also what we think will happen to the population, the adaptation needs, the mitigation needs, and also resilience needs. So let me see if I can convince my minister to sign off on it. And we hope to make the announcement by the year end. However, these issuances, as I mentioned, are principally transition. We need to figure out also where are the projects that actually deal with mitigation and transition. And that's something that we will need your help on. Because when we talk to people who have concessional capital, they always complain there are no projects to put the money to. So please think about what you need. So that, I think, is really what I wanted to say on that particular point. In terms of what else is SE looking at, the transition side, this 1.3 trillion, is also something which we think will have to accelerate, meaning to say that we've noticed that the demand for solar farms are growing, but also at the same time, we need to figure out, and to Gary's point, how companies are using their power. Is there a more efficient way of running with less power? Because we do need to look, the cost of setting up these farms and all that are actually quite expensive. So that brings it to the point, which is adaptation funding. So we think that by 2059, major Malaysian cities will experience more than 100 days of extreme heat every year. And that's why this investment in long-term power, but also at the same time, GMAT has to go hand in hand. Power is going to become more expensive, so is water. And if you're designing things now, you have to design it with what's going to happen next. A week ago, I was listening to this banker, and he was trying to explain the difference between transition financing and mitigation. And he put it very nicely. He said, if you're doing transition financing, it's about saving the world, right? Reducing emissions. But if you look at adaptation financing, it's about saving our world, meaning the people around you. And I think that's the thing that we need to start thinking about. Companies have a very large role to play because they're usually the people with the capital doing things. But the question is, in the way that they use their resources, are they using it very efficiently? So clearly the scale of the task is actually very wide. And therefore we need to understand how companies are going to use their resources properly, and then figure out how do we fund those needs. So I think I've prattled on long enough, so you get the idea of where we're going with the securities market. It is ambitious. I need to increase the market from 4.3 trillion to 6.3 trillion. And as of the end of July, it's gone up by 215 billion. So I think we're on the right track. In case you can't do the maths, 215 billion is about 10% of my target, 2 trillion. But we still have another 4.5 years to go, so we'll see. With that, I would just like to end by thanking CGM for inviting me to speak. And to all of those of you, particularly those who are in corporates, please realize that your stakeholders are not just your shareholders. Yes, I know, I tell you my value up is to tell a better story. But at the same time, you exist in a very blessed part of the world, Malaysia. And as some of you saw in the video, it is a very blessed land. And that's why I do hope going forward, as companies start planning what they're doing in the future, when you start doing your reinvestment plans, it's good to see how you can actually be part of this. So with that, thank you very much, and I hope you have a good conference.
Dato Faiz, thank you very much. May I please invite you to take a seat on stage?
Oh, okay.
We'll have you on stage for the next event. But thank you so much for the remarks and for really laying out the concrete actions being taken to ensure the resilience of capital markets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Capital Market Development Fund, or CMDF, overseen by the Securities Commission, is a statutory trust fund set up in 2004 to provide support for projects that would strengthen the capital market ecosystem in Malaysia. Now, Climate Governance Malaysia is delighted to announce it's receiving funding from the CMDF to conduct initiatives that will further mainstream climate governance in the capital market system. And so I would like to invite Dr. Gary Tissera, Chair of the Council at Climate Governance Malaysia, for his remarks on CGM's upcoming plans. Dr. Gary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shazana. And thank you, Dr. Faiz, for a wonderful keynote address. Good morning, everyone. It's a real honor to be up here again to share a little bit more about these programs that Dr. Faiz has been talking about. On behalf of Climate Governance Malaysia, I would first like to express our sincere appreciation to the Capital Markets Development Fund, Securities Commission Malaysia, for believing in and supporting these initiatives. Today marks an important milestone for Climate Governance Malaysia. Since our establishment in 2019, we have worked to raise awareness of climate governance across Malaysian boardrooms. With CMDF's support, we're now taking the next step from raising awareness to actually delivering measurable impact. Over the next 3 years, we'll be launching 4 initiatives designed to strengthen climate governance across Malaysia's capital markets. First, our freemium climate and sustainability newsletter, which will provide directors with practical, high-quality insights from local and international experts, helping boards to stay informed as expectations continue to evolve. Second, together with the Minority Shareholders Watch Group that was mentioned by Dr. Faiz, we will support the review of sustainability reporting under Malaysia's National Sustainability Reporting Framework, or the NSRF, helping identify good practices, highlighting opportunities for improvement, and strengthening constructive shareholder engagement. Third, valuing governance. Our research programs gathering evidence-based insights and feedback from directors and company secretaries to support the continued implementation of the Malaysian Code of Corporate Governance. Just one answer of survey would help. And the more of you who do respond to the survey, the stronger our recommendations can be. Fourth and finally, the climate literacy modules, which are a structured online training program, which will help make climate governance learning more accessible to directors and professionals across Malaysia. Now, these initiatives share one common purpose: to equip our boards with the knowledge, and tools and confidence needed to govern through one of our most defining challenges of our time. This is, however, something that CGM cannot achieve alone. It's going to require collective participation of directors, company secretaries, regulators, investors, and the wider business community. So today, I'd like to extend a special invitation to all of you to be part of this journey. Please visit the CGM booth during the summit. There you will be able to do three things. First, register for our climate governance newsletter. Second, participate in our upcoming governance research. And third, pre-register your interest for our climate literacy program. Your participation will help shape these initiatives and strengthen climate governance across Malaysia. Finally, I would like to once again express our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the Securities Commission, Malaysia, and Capital Markets Development Fund for their trust and partnership. Together, let us continue building resilient boards, stronger governance, and a more sustainable future for Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gary. May I now invite the members of the Council and Board of Directors at CGM, as well as key partners, to come on stage for a photo op with Dato' Faiz. So there is a lot to look forward to in terms of activities and initiatives that the CGM will be conducting with this CMDF funding. So I do hope you all take the opportunity to explore this and how we can all be part of, I think, creating that resilient capital market and economy for Malaysia. A round of applause, please, for the Securities Commission, CGM, and also partners. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to proceed to our next agenda item now. Yesterday, we did hear a keynote address from Dr. Ho Sung Lee, the president of the Free Carbon Alliance and the former chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where he highlighted the sobering consequences of missing the climate targets set under the Paris Agreement, which has already happened. More importantly, he spoke about what international stakeholders need to do to accelerate emissions reduction to avoid worst-case scenarios and also ramp up adaptation efforts to ensure communities survive the effects of climate change. So we have the opportunity to explore in more depth some of the ideas he raised, including how to create a climate market through carbon pricing. I'm delighted now to hand over the floor to Dr. Ho Sung Lee, as well as Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, founder of Climate Governance Malaysia, for a fireside chat.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Shazana. Great to see everyone here. And for the hundreds of people who are online, thank you so much for joining us again for day 2. So we're now speaking to Dr. Lee. Some of you might have heard him yesterday. And I have always benefited from his years of experience and wisdom and insight. So we're so grateful that he's able to join us from Korea. Thank you so much. He's very much in demand by his government. So it was very difficult. Every year we invite him, and usually he gets called off by his government to contribute. So thank you for being here this year. Dr. Lee, let's get started with this difficult concept of pricing the negative externality. As we know, this is something that is inevitable. if we are going to help ensure that corporates are not overstating their profits, because a big part of the costs are being borne by society at large. And we know in Korea, the ETS has entered its fourth phase this year. 772 companies covered. The power sector auctioning is set to climb from 15% to 50% by 2030, but it took Korea more than 10 years to get to this stage. The first three phases saw over allocation, thin liquidity, price collapse. What lessons can Malaysia learn from this?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And you indicated that I missed many opportunities to visit the conferences you organized. And the reason is that that's my pure inability to manage my time expertly. So sorry about that. And this carbon price it's been around for a number of years, especially since the EU adopted its a flagship ETS system. And I may say this: Korea first imagined the thought about introducing this system in something like 2008, and it took 7 years to get it launched. And the Korea benchmarked the EU ETS system. So I would say they benchmarked and also more or less adopted the process and mechanism of the ETS in the running in the EU system. So whatever the lessons the Korea learned is also whatever the EU system learned from their own their own operations, and it's well known. And the difficulty is the how which you allocate the emission rights across the various sources of the emissions. And the countries have different, obviously, different mechanisms to allocate allocate the limited amount of emissions rights. And there, I believe that I can find some similarities when we compare various the emission trading systems, depending upon what priority the country wished to pursue. In the case of Korea, though, it turned out to be that Korea is heavily dependent upon the export and heavily dependent on also the good performance of the manufacturing sector, and therefore the policy has been to achieve the emissions reduction as much as possible, but at the same time not hurting those competitive industries. That's the baseline. So in the end, we found that this is the trading system, and we found that the sectors that buy these emissions rights from the market are mostly from the sectors, the transformation, that is the electricity production sectors buy these emissions rights from the market, and then who supplies the emissions right is this industrial sector. And the wider industrial sector are in the position of selling the emissions rights. Well, basically two. They were given they were given relatively generously compared to the other sectors for the emissions rights, because they are very strategic sectors of the economy. And secondly, the industry sector is very much fluctuates according to in accordance with the general health of the economy. So for instance, at the 21, 22, there's when the COVID hit the world economy, as well as in Korea. Their capacity utilization rate just tanked, and there's tremendous oversupply of the emissions rights there. So that reflects more or less the system.
So if we have an accurate baseline of greenhouse gas emissions that we are emitting, and we understand which industries are accountable the large emitters, then the government is in a stronger position to identify how they want to bend the curve for each industry. Right. I mean, of course, in this country, we also have open landfills, we have palm oil mill effluent ponds, we have large hydro, which also has rotting biomass. So I think there are a number of emitters which might not be captured by the traditional industries, as it were.
I think so. And the proportion of the sectors covered by the emissions trading system different across the country. When I look at the EU, the last one I saw was something close to about a third of the EU's emissions covered by EU ETS system. And the Korea is much higher, about close to 75% of the emissions is covered by this system. And generally, when I compare these, the proportions across the country, it's something close to a third. That's about the range that mostly we found. And you know that the emissions reduction, that really means emissions reduction in every sectors, right? So when the system covers just some proportion of emissions and then say, we apply this carbon pricing system in our system, well, at the beginning of the system, that will be fine. But gradually, one wish to see a very rapid increase in the proportion of the emissions covered by the emissions trading system or a carbon pricing system, something like carbon tax.
So ETS is an important way for governments to not just signal the direction of travel. When do you peak? When do you bend the curve? When do you halve it, etc. But also it gives them flexibility every year to be able to pull back if it proves to be anti-competitive, to double down if it proves that there's profiteering and so on and so forth. This is the mandatory emissions trading scheme. But counterpart to this also is the retail, which, for example, if fuel at the pump is hugely subsidized, then we're also sending out mixed signals. We want to price the externality, but we want to subsidize a certain. And in this country, World Bank has estimated we have over 150 direct cash payments to individuals and households. Somehow, Korea has been able to push this through despite changes in political cycles. What are your thoughts on this?
That's a marvelous question. And too much flexibility is not good to have an emissions reduction. But at the same time, as you mentioned, too rigid may risk the lowering the competitiveness of the economy. And so the question is how you can find the right balance. And I think that's the question that every country really wants to wish to solve. But I do not have really advice or opinion to offer on this point, because every country has different situations. You mentioned the many nature, unconventional sectors. And by saying unconventional means the sectors that are not quite amenable to the exact recording of emissions and removals. And those sectors are somewhat very areas that quite not easy any systems to cover. And that let me mention about the removals. And you need to have removals to arrive at the carbon neutrality. But the statistics on the removals are very, very shaky. At the same time, the estimate or the measure the removals are also very shaky. So when you don't have proper method to record the data of emissions and removals, then you have big problems there. And that is the reason I believe. Let me just somewhat divert this away. There are two systems to push the decarbonization. One is the emissions trading, and the other is a carbon tax. And both systems in theory produces the same result. The only difference is if you put the carbon tax system, the uncertainty is on how much emissions reduction will occur because there's a so-called elasticity of response. And now, second system is ETS, and ETS you put a quantity limit of the emissions, and then you let the price to respond to that quantity limit. And so in the case of ETS, you have a certainty on the emissions reduction, but you have very much high uncertainty of the prices attending to that emissions reduction. So that's the reason why we have a very high fluctuations of emissions, the price of emissions right, almost like a stock prices. The difficulty is that the investors cannot make their investment decisions, which would require, which will need to take into consideration several decades into the future, especially for the infrastructure investment. They cannot rely their decisions on the basis of or in incorporating this fluctuating carbon prices. And that's the main weakness of the ETS system. And on the other hand, the carbon tax is a good way of reducing carbon emissions. At least also it sends very strong signal to the entire sectors that this is a tax and a fee that every carbon emitting activities are subject to this payment. Good. However, politically, it's a really loser. And I saw that many governments pushing the carbon tax somehow are not able to remain in their office for a very long time. But when we look at the statistics around the world, there are about currently something close to 80 countries out of 195 countries have some measure of carbon pricing system. Half of those are carbon tax system, and half is emissions trading system. So it's interesting to see.
I think what we're also noticing is not just a raft of policies that are needed to price a negative externality, but also the ecosystem. So the frameworks, the policies, the taxonomies, MRV, all of that is needed as well to be able to support the integrity of the pricing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And I agree with you. And all those administrative declarations, I say, or administrative requirements are necessary to support that particular system or similar systems we can imagine. Those administrative details are required, in my opinion, because the lack of classic sense of carbon tax. If you are able to impose, if we are able to put a, let's say, $50 per ton of carbon emitted, and then somehow the countries are able to push all around the world, not just one country, but 195 countries. Let's just imagine that. Then you don't need to have taxonomy. You don't need to have corporate carbon disclosure. There's no arbitrage there. However, we all know that putting that sort of a carbon price system politically not really feasible. But just at this point, I say that the $50 for carbon per ton of carbon emissions is something like the the world oil prices increased about $50 per barrel, right? I mean, compared to the years before the Ukraine, things. That additional $50 per barrel of oil is somehow equivalent to, if you calculate, somehow equivalent to about $25 per ton of carbon emission in terms of CO2 equivalent, $25.
For what?
That's right. And you know one thing, all consumers all around the world, countries around the world, expressed great concern when oil prices jumped to, additional jump to have additional $50 per barrel from $60 per barrel to $110 per barrel. Sometimes it went up to $100 per barrel recently, right? And all of us expressed the concern, but they were able to absorb those increases in the oil prices. But whenever politicians or analysts mention about imposing $25 of carbon tax, they all say that no, that's not workable, and that people will revolt against that, increase, revolt against the being put on the carbon tax. So I see the dissimilarity of persons, our perception or attitude toward this.
Do you think the idea of shadow pricing might help?
Corporations put internally carbon pricing system. So that's one example of a shadow price. And also, second, if you put a standards or regulations to limit the emissions of limit the emissions of carbon dioxide, then it creates a shadow price for carbon emissions. And economists love to calculate those carbon emissions. And all, to my understanding, many findings of the academic research indicate that the shadow price of the carbon under these circumstances, it's much higher than the what EU ETS price currently. So something close to less than $100 per barrel, 100 euro, I believe 90 euro, something like that recently. But anyway, so the shadow price, as I understand it, from the economic studies point of view, there is something like that. But probably I thought you have different perception of shadow price. Let me
Right.
let me know
Okay.
that. Yeah.
We'll touch on that because yesterday you also mentioned what if, because we are in overshoot scenario now,
Right.
and you had mentioned we can still keep to 100 limiting warming, but if there was large scale removal of emissions from the atmosphere, so this touches on your suggestion yesterday. What if each country were allocated their share of the carbon budget? Because then one way to get to your budget is by pricing this, right? Can you elaborate a little?
Exactly, and that's that's the way the world should go, and also at the same time, that's not the way the governments will be able to agree on that allocation of carbon budgets across the countries. And the difficult the again the difficulty is that is a political requires a political arrangements, and one can never analyze how those political arrangements could be made. The Let me tell you this: 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees are a politically chosen target. See, the IPCC always produces a menu of uh, menu of temperatures increase along with the possible the consequences. And if it is a 1.5 warming, then the world will face this sort of a physical consequences, physical, not economic. And then if the world is 2-degree warming, then there will be a geophysical consequences following this 2-degree warming, and 3 and so as temperature as the temperature global warming increases, we see a very gradual, sometimes non-linear expansion of the adverse consequences throughout the world, geophysical. And we presented those to a government. And then the message is that these are the menus of the relation between temperature and geophysical consequences. And governments, you policymakers, choose which combination you want to have. And because the science is not in the job of judging or analyzing what sort of a risk means is geophysical as well as yes appetite for risk, and that's a political societal decisions to take. So that's a clear line between science and rest of the decisions. And for a very long time the governments deferred to the level of temperature, the increase they want to limit, since they adopted the UNFCCC some 35 years ago. And it is EU that came first with the proposal of limiting warming 2 degrees very early in the process, if I remember correctly, 1995, when the Kyoto Protocol was first proposed. It was EU Environment Council proposed a 2-degree limit, and when that proposal was made, the response from the rest of the world was not quite favorable, and the reason is at that time the science behind 2 degrees was science behind other levels, consequences from the other levels of warming, not that much convincing, or not that much the level of knowledge compared to these days were very low. So, but anyway, therefore the response to the 2-degree was not that great. But it took about 23 years after that the world finally agreed to have 2-degree limit, and then subsequently a 1.5-degree limit. So it's a whole political process. And so, we need to understand the very clear line between science and policy. And so when people worry about whether 1.5 is feasible or tenable, I told them that do not worry, ask those questions to politicians, not scientists. See, because they are the one
Who
to
decided?
decide. Yes,
Right.
right.
And of course, the scenarios that we're relying on, the shared socioeconomic pathways, and the scenarios that, I mean, we need overshoot scenarios now as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
right.
on the verge of multiple tipping points, climate modeling is becoming increasingly harder.
Harder to
Harder to estimate what levels of CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere would limit our warming to 2 degrees and keep pathways open to 1.5.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
In that part,
sorry, just
yeah. In that part, science is much improved, and the carbon budget means that there is some amount of stock of CO2s in the atmosphere that can be on almost on one-to-one basis to the increase in global warming. And so 2-degree limit related to a certain amount of carbon stock in the atmosphere, and 1.5, that amount also exists. And the carbon budget for 1.5 means that stock available for use by the economies around the world is much less than the stock available for 2 degrees. And yesterday I mentioned that the IPCC, the AR6 assessment indicated that the carbon budget for 1.5 is something about 500 gigaton stock. And right now it may probably be reduced something like I believe 100 or 150 gigaton, because we have used a great deal of the remaining stock. So that means 150 remaining. If 150 gigaton remains, then it means that the remaining carbons that will be gone within something like 2 or 3 years. Okay.
Excluding military emissions.
That's true, and so that means that the overshoot will happen. But the modelers already assumed the overshoot when it produced 1.5 by the end of the century. So the question is, how much overshoot we will have, and secondly, if the politicians resolute that we keep this 1.5 no matter what, and then I'm quite happy to tell you that the world needs technologies, methods for direct air capture, which means you suck the carbon out of the atmosphere and then put someplace else or use those extra carbon in that. So in that way, can have the offsetting of overshoot down to the.
Dr. Lee, even when I had 2 hours with you in Korea last year, it still wasn't enough. And now we're at the end of our session. I have just one more question for you.
Sure.
And this is more of a philosophical question about the design of the framework and the sovereignty of this design. So the EU led the way with emission trading schemes, mandatory trading schemes, and even China learned from this, and China's now the world's largest ETS. But you have made statements before about how you think that we should be wary about templates which are exported from the global north, and that we need to be technologically agnostic as well, and that it requires building up our own capacity and so on and so forth. What are the models that countries in this part of the world, what are the narratives that we should be in minus 2 minutes?
All right, I think that's a very crucial question, and models. I hope the Malaysia, along with the ASEAN member countries, and also this Climate Governance Malaysia conference like this, be able to come up with a new model from what EU leader in this system has made a great contribution, in pushing the world into the realizing the difficulties and also realizing the importance of the emissions reduction. One thing, I hope that EU, if they had thought through the situation that much of the emissions will have occurred in the areas outside of the EU, outside of the North American and EU, and countries in the Asia, countries in the South America, and now I think countries in the Africa. Already they emitted much greater proportion than the carbon emissions in the EU. And if EU utilizing their leadership position to think about how regions outside of the EU and North America be able to reduce carbon emissions at the same time grow their economies, then probably we already have entered into the trajectory, trajectory toward the 1.5 degrees. So at this point, with all due respect, the EU initiation, EU leadership, I hope that the solution will have to come from not EU, from here, this region. So that's my answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the former chairman of the IPCC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, and also Datin Sri Sunita, for that layered conversation on the options that we have to try and achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius, but it will require a lot of political will. So please press the politicians to make the right decisions in order to address climate change. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now in welcoming remarks from Dr. Gary Teixeira earlier, he emphasized how crucial water management will be as we face a warming environment. In this regard, the Netherlands is one of the pioneers in water management technology and policies, engineering infrastructure that has its population and economy able to thrive in land that's below sea level. For a Dutch perspective on water resilience and climate change, we have a video message from Maaike van Gineken, the water envoy of the Netherlands. Please turn your attention to the screen.
As the water envoy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I'm very happy to join you at this Summit on Resilience in a Hothouse World. In Europe, where I'm presently at, it is really a hothouse world. I feel the urgency of climate adaptation immediately. In the south of Europe, there's a lot of wildfires that you've seen on the news, but also here in the Netherlands, a traditionally quite cold and wet country, we're actually dealing with droughts. Earlier this week, the government announced a phase 2 emergency for water scarcity, which means that our farmers can no longer water their fields, and also citizens need to conserve water. And just 2 weeks ago, we had the first code red day for heat here in the Netherlands. So it's truly a hothouse world we live in. Ordinary people around the globe feel the impact of climate change, mainly through water, because their house floods, or because their harvest fails because the rain is not coming, because your kids go hungry. So water is the way that climate change manifests itself. But what we need to do is to make water part of the solution, to make water the engine of climate resilience. In the Netherlands, we have centuries of experience in water management, and we think that 3 things need to happen to make water the engine of climate resilience. First of all around the world, we need to invest technology and engineering. And as the Netherlands, we're very happy to share our technology, to share our engineering, to share our practical experience with water and with climate resilience in cities and in rural areas. But we also know that technology and engineering by themselves are not enough. And the second thing we're investing in is in the natural water buffers. 99% of water storage in the world is in natural systems. Not so much in man-made reservoirs, but in aquifers, in lakes, in wetlands. And we know that in the past 4 decades, actually 30% of the wetlands around the world have been restored. These natural water buffers can save water during wet times for dry spells. And they can also store water to avoid our cities and our economies flooding. So restoring and maintaining natural water systems and working with nature, not against nature, is at the heart of resilience in a hothouse world. And the third thing that's important is to really look at spatial planning. With a changing climate, with less rainfalls in some area, more rainfall in others, with higher risks of droughts and floods, with heat waves, with forest fires, we need to realize that not everything is possible anywhere anymore. It probably never was a good idea to grow fruits and vegetables in very dry areas. But this will be even more difficult and impossible without over-exploiting our aquifers in the future. It probably never was a good idea to build industry and to build houses in floodplains. But with increasing flood risk, we really need to stop doing this. So water and soil considerations need to be determining factors in spatial planning decisions. Climate resilience need to be determining the decisions we make about what we do where. So with good engineering and technology, with our natural water buffers and with good spatial planning, we have the know-how and we have the financing and we have the capacity to build resilience in a hothouse world. What this will require is sharing our know-how, is international cooperation. As the Netherlands, we're happy to share our know-how, and we have many examples of doing this in Southeast Asia. After the 2021 floods in Sabak Bernam in Malaysia, we sent a team, our disaster risk reduction search team, to think with the government of Malaysia and the local authorities and other stakeholders about how not only to react to those floods, but how to reduce the risk and the frequency and the impact of future floods. Another example of working together is the workshops we're doing with ASEAN on nature-based solutions. As I said, we need to work with nature instead of fighting nature. We need to work with water instead of fighting water. It's these kind of know-how exchanges that we think are crucial in a hothouse world. I'm very happy to note that during this conference you will hear from Climate Commissioner Hoekstra from the European Union. Because like Malaysia's ASEAN, we have the European Union, and it's really important in thinking how we work together in the future to work in these kind of regional structures. Last year, the European Union launched its water resilience strategies, and this year, European Commission is working on the EU Climate Adaptation Plan. It's those kind of policies that will have a profound impact on the countries within Europe, the countries within ASEAN, but where we can really join forces. So let's work together. Let's share our know-how. We want to share our know-how. We want to learn from you, and we want to learn together about topics that we haven't encountered yet, which are new topics in a hothouse world. So let's work on water as an engine of climate resilience, and let's make know-how flow like water. If we work on this together, we can really make this earth resilient. I wish you all the best in the conference, and I look forward to hearing the results. Resilience in the hothouse world is a topic that touches all of us. Let's share our know-how and really build that resilience in Malaysia, in the Netherlands, and in other countries around the world.
That was Maaike van Ginneken, Water Envoy of the Netherlands. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Water Envoy began her remarks with the impact of severe weather that they're witnessing in Europe at present, heat waves and drought that's having unprecedented effects on people. This is a teaser to what we could experience here in Malaysia under the Super El Nino forecast, and what we could be experiencing permanently in a decade due to climate change. So how are we preparing ourselves for the expected increased natural disasters caused by the changing climate? That is what our next panel will be tackling. And on the stage with us is Dr. Muhammad Fazli Sardi, Deputy Commissioner, Director of Force Management Division at the Malaysia Civil Defence Force, Dr. Salwa Ramli, Deputy Director in the National Flood and Warning Centre, as well as Dr. Gary Tissera, Chair of the Council at Climate Governance Malaysia. This panel is being moderated by Wong Seng Kee, Council Member of Climate Governance Malaysia. SK, over to you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Welcome, everyone, to this first panel discussion this morning entitled Preparedness to Resilience, Strengthening Malaysian National Disaster Readiness in a Changing Climate. Yeah, let me set a bit of context before we start. Climate change is making extreme weather events such as flood, landslide, heat waves, and storm more frequent and severe, posing growing risk to livelihoods, and infrastructure across Malaysia. And we also see a lot of examples yesterday morning on the first videos from UK. Yeah, and this is not happening outside Malaysia; it's happening here in our homeland. As we approach National Disaster Preparedness Month in October, it is timely to reflect on how prepared Malaysia is to respond to this evolving climate risks. Today's discussion will explore how we can strengthen disaster resilience through better emergency response, more effective early warning system, stronger collaboration between agencies, and greater community preparations. We are joined by three distinguished experts who bring perspective from emergency management, flood forecasting, and climate governance, helping us understand how these pieces come together to build a more resilient Malaysia. So this is the context I like to set. So the first question actually goes to Dr. Fazli. I have three doctors here with me this morning. I'm very proud on my panel. So the first question I have for you, Dr. Fazli, how has the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events changed the Civil Defense Force operation tempo over the last 2-3 years?
Okay, thank you, SK, for the introductions. And first of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. I think, first of all, I would like to introduce what about is Malaysia Civil Defense first, and then you will know about what our roles and functions during, before, during, and after disasters. Not only during the disaster, we are acting as a Secretariat of Disaster Management at the state and also the district level. But before, we do have training, ongoing training, everyday training, 365 days of trainings to not only for the government servants, but also we are focusing on the community level. What I say is community level because they are the first responder, they first facing the disasters, or not only the big disaster, the incidents from the small kind of incidents, not go for the flood only, but for the small incident in their house until for the community level. So what we prepared for the civil defense during the events of the disasters, we need to cope with our personnel and also equipments. The first, the past 2-3 years before, actually I try to share on 2024, which is the last northeast monsoons. During that time, we are facing about evacuates around 100,000 people during that time, which is impact of more than 300,000 for the flood during that time to end of 2024 and early 2025, which is a big number actually. So with the equipment from the various agencies, especially from the government agency, from the responder, such as Malaysia Civil Defense Force, we not cope that numbers at one time, for example. So we need the corporations and also the involvement from the stakeholder. When I call it a stakeholder, this is not only linked to the government agency, but we need to support from the NGOs, from the public sectors, and also from the community itself. This we call the public-private partnership. And also we call out all the academia to join us. That's why I said the first one, we need to bear in mind to collaborate with all the actor for the disaster before the disaster itself came. Because during the disaster, we just go for the response phase only. But the main critical point is before the disaster itself strike, which is the involvement from the PPACP, public, private, and also academia and civil society partnership is very crucial to do the during the response phase and also after the disaster strike. So the involvement from the public sector, from the community itself, we need to cope and we can leverage, reduce the risk, not to avoid the risk, but we can reduce the risk and so also the impact of disaster itself. I think so.
How about after this disaster?
For after disaster, actually, we do have also the programs. We call it relocations and so rebuild, reconstruction. This is focusing on the impact individuals or impact family members we strike the for example from the disaster. Sometimes in Malaysia when we call the disaster we are only facing we are only look for the flood only, but actually the other disasters such as a landslide and also high water level from the seesaw and everything also make us ready every time for upcoming event of disasters.
Yeah, thank you very much for setting the context. Yeah. Now go to you, Dr. Sawa. Questions. What is true? How flood forecasting and early warning has evolved? What's different about the system today compared to 5 years ago? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the question. Okay.
I understand you have a slide also, right? You want to share that or
Yeah.
up to you? Yeah.
If you can put out the slide, I'm happy with that one. Yeah. Okay. For the preparation, the evolution of the early warning system for Department of Irrigation, we are one of the agencies have to do the flood management for the flood management. And then actually for the flood management, we have two types of the method strategies to do handle that one. The first one is by the structural measures, and then the second one is non-structural measures. So the structural measure is something that you can see by your eyes, like you have built a dam, you build river widening, and also for the river diversion. For example, river diversion is a smart tunnel. So there is a one of the method to we channel the water, access water from the upstream in the Hulu Kelang to the downstream, pass by Kuala Lumpur, and then we have the Budaban and also the barrage. But to answer your question, actually it's more for the non-structured measures. So non-structured measures, one of the system that we develop is an early warning system. Since the flood is the biggest hazard, I mean the disaster in Malaysia. So for the ID, we built this early warning system for the flood forecasting not recently. Actually, we established the flood forecasting since 1970. 70s that start with the a very simple mathematic calculation. There is a stage correlation between the upstream water level to the downstream water level, and then we have an evaluation for the one using the model numerical model. We have the tank model. There is a tank model actually from the technologies uh, from Japan actually. There is in the 80s and 90s. And then since 90s, we start have our telemetry system. So this telemetry system, we get the data for the water level from the upstream of the river and also for the rainfall. And this data is used into our modeling system. So first, and then we share this data to the public actually to for people to alert what they can do for the preparation. For the record, for our Info Banjir website, it's been established since year 2001. We also open to the public. But during that time, the numbers of the station is too little, around 200, 300 station. Year by year, we increase the number of the station. Since we have a lot of the no, since we have the big event flooding in year 2014, 2015, what we call in Bah Kuning in Malaysia. During that time, we have the flood victim. We relocate people. I think 500,000 people, 500,000 people affected, and then numbers of the people been dealt during that event. So, and then the government of Malaysia asked our department what to do because so massive or lots of the water we cannot handle by the structural. So early warning is a one way to let the community respond by themselves what to do the next. So we proposed the new project, flood forecasting warning system for the national. And then since then, 2016, we start a new program. And then we change also our modeling system. Now we use the current technology method, 2D modeling, and then we have the very comprehensive ICC system, and then that we share to the people. For example, of the people can get the information is from the portal Public Info Banjir. Yeah. So in that Public Info Banjir, we actually have a data of the water level and rainfall along all the Malaysia is actually around 2,000 stations. Yeah. So actually, and then for that one, we also have a one program. We call it SIPA, Communication, Education, and Public Awareness. And then we reach out the people in the low-lying area, the kampung people who always got flooded in Kelantan, Terengganu, and Pahang. And then we teach them how to use this public info banjir so they can get the notification from there. And also we have the flood warning bulletin, which is to be published in the proper, and then they can get the information. but the behavior of our people in Malaysia, we like social media. So we post also in the Facebook in our department, and also then they share. But the most important is to get the right information, not from the unauthority personnel or everything, because sometimes it can make the panic to the people. That's the evolution of the early warning system for DID.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sawa. You talk about the info banjir. I just want to gauge a bit from the audience. How many have you actually seen the website? Can I have a show of hand actually how many have you seen the website? Because there's a lot of effort put in by the government to actually educate the public, right? To actually look at especially like, let's say, for example, in KL, there's a lot of flash flood in a lot of places. I mean, let's say personally, it's good for us to actually know, let's say if there's a heavy rainfall in the afternoon, maybe instead of we drive, we can take public transport. So we don't have to get our car into the flood, right? I mean, this is just an example. So all this information is already available, but I really urge all of us to use more of that as well. Yeah. So now I'd like to turn the floor to Gary. Yeah, from the governance and private sector lens, where do you see the biggest opportunity to strengthen Malaysia disaster resilience?
Thanks for the question, Senki. Where are the greatest opportunities? Well, there are a number of areas where we could try to benefit from the current level of technology. As we know, technology is always changing, and I'm a big proponent of actually using data directly. So I do visit not only the Info Banjir website, but I also visit the Info Kemarau website.
Dam, the dam,
Because
the level,
because
the
once
water
again,
level.
it's only a matter of 3 months before we swing from one side of the pendulum to the other side, and we are in this situation. So I'm really hopeful that the all of this information that is digitalized, that is industriously collected, archived and presented, curated by our agencies. And they don't always get credit for it. Everyone always, blames the agencies when they get caught in floods or, the disasters. But they do actually compile a very, very large amount of information. And this is very valuable information, not just historically, not just about what the conditions are going to be now, but also in terms of planning for the future. And this is where the greatest benefits, I think, can be reaped. And once again, it's depending on what you do in your sphere of influence in this life. You can actually leverage on all of this extra data that is out there to actually be very impactful in whatever it is that you're doing. Whether it is from a corporate standpoint, if you are thinking about your own operations and how they may be impacted, not just by excesses in water, but by shortages in water as well. Just talk to any of our food and beverage industry companies, any of our food packaging companies. All of them need water as part of their product or to create a product. Dr. Faiz mentioned this morning that to produce 1 liter of refined crude palm oil, you actually need up to 1 liter of water as well, and that's just the milk. That's not even to actually grow, in the plantations to grow and irrigate the plants. So it's something that is going to permeate every aspect of everything we do. In my welcoming speech this morning, I indicated that we are not the only ones responding to the hothouse world. All of nature is responding. And for the natural environment, how they keep cool is water. And they will use that water. And that water will therefore not be available to us. If they end up using more water, it's less for us. So the idea really is how do we leverage on all of this information that's out there? There are lots of ways, I think, we can use the information. The water levels are tracked from the moment the rain falls. Met Malaysia already begins tracking rainfall on all of these gauges. This morning's video was about Perlis, and incidentally, Tropical Storm Senya hit Perlis in November of last year. So the rainfall information from all the data stations there has been of great interest to me. I've gone and looked at them. Then the river gauge information. All right, how did the rivers respond when faced with this rainfall? So all of the hydrologic data is captured from all the rivers, upstream of Timataso Dam, downstream of Timataso Dam, in the Perlis River as it flows through Kangar. All this information is captured. And then the interesting part, between the months of November and March, the rate of drawdown on the dams is in Info Kamarau. And a series of 16 dams that were under watch at that time, all that information is published. And from January to April, we saw exactly how much water we use from the dams. So this is water, net removal from the environment, goes into rivers, is stored in our dams. And that's our only source. So as I mentioned in the opening speech, that was how fast we drew down in 3 months.
Thanks,
Now,
thanks,
yeah.
Harry.
So we need to really leverage on
Yeah,
this
the information.
collected information to get it moving. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Gary. Yeah. So key takeaways: use the information available. Okay, now I'd like to actually get back to Dr. Fazli. What are the biggest gaps you see still in Malaysia on the ground disaster response? Right, this is for manpower, equipment, or coordination.
All right. For your information, in our Secretariat of Disaster Management at federal level, we do have 62 members, which is from the various agency. This is a huge number, right? From involving the agencies, not only the government agency actually, it's also involved from the technical agencies and also from the local authorities. So refer to your questions before, the gaps is the how we manage the resources. I think from the resources from the government sides, I think we do have a lot of on the structural part, and also we need the support from all the stakeholders, from the community, from the mid-level community, and also from the stakeholder at the high level, which is the involvement of the capacity building itself. The capacity building, which is the awareness. Sometimes we need to learn or relearn, but somehow some people in some area they refuse to learn. Yeah, refuse to, because sometimes they got the information by the hand, by phone, right? So I got the info banjir, for example. Oh no, tomorrow might be they have intensity, the high intensity of rain will come in my area. But somehow how we leverage our knowledge, yeah? How we react with that information, how we can give that information to our community, uh, our beside our neighboring community itself. So I try to manage from the info from the early warning system that have produced, for example, from the JPS itself, and also from the Met Malaysia and other various technical agency. In our part from Malaysia Civil Defence overview, which is we need to support them from the information. There's also the gap actually, which is the information how the early warning system will reach to the dedicated community that might be exposed to the disaster itself. So we do have a program which we call it public warning system. That one is an early warning system, but the public warning system we use the public facility. For example, religious masjid or church and everything, they have speaker, right? So we need to collaborate with them. How the from the early warning system informations we can circulate, disseminates to the public from the various somehow from the agency. Maybe we can buy the petrol car to give the information already. The water level is increasing and everything. So from that kind of informations, might be can reduce the risk of the people down there. So I think the gaps, the first gap is the how we manage the resources. Second one, how we share the informations. Somehow, like Dr. Salwa said, the information, the data must be from the authorities. So right now, we do have a challenge also from the media social. Sometimes will make a panic to the public. Somehow the water level increase, maybe not underneath.
Yeah.
But the information said that it's very dangerous. You need to move out. Some it will impact to the government also.
The panic, right?
Yeah, the panic, and then the issues will came back to the government, which is how we can manage the pusat pemindahan sementara or shelter, or evacuation shelter. Somehow, some evacuation shelter which have dedicated by Jabatan JKM, Jabatan Kemajuan Kebajikan Masyarakat. JKM will dedicate the PPS or the evacuation center. Somehow the numbers of the evacuees may increase during one's time. For example, the capacity of the evacuation center might be 500 people in one time. Somehow, when the big events, so we cannot cope with the more than 500, for example. And also from the humanitarian aid from the various agency, we need to arrive within a minutes, not hours. This is the most important. We need to bear in mind, give the awareness to public, not only from the government agency, but we need to leverage all this dissemination of the information until the community itself. Because the first responder is yours, not from us. Because we are, I try to manage, I try to share with you, which is they have three concept of helps. The first one is self-help from ourselves, how we manage to get our safe during the disaster. Second one is public help. And the third one is mutual help. So these three help concept, I think we need to emphasize to all the publics down there until the kampung area, not only for the kampung area actually for the residential area, especially in urban area, which is the urban area is more frequent to facing the flash flood, for example.
Right. Yep.
I think like JPS have mentioned that might be during the October until the March, the water level will increase because this is monsoon season, right? So, but at the urban area, the main threat is flood flash. So this one is need to cooperate from the all resident area with these three helps, which is we need to make sure we are safe before we save others or we save our neighbor and we save our family, and also from the help from the agency like a responder from Malaysia Civil Defence Force, from police and everything. I think the first gaps is, like I said, the first one is resources. Second one, the sharing informations. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Dr. Vasily. Now, let me get to, okay. Yeah, for the rest of our, sorry, I'm not getting back my, okay. So it's okay. I think from perspective of like JPS, right? You look at like actually flash flood in KL and all this. Is there any message you want to actually share with the audience? How to prepare ourselves, using on the early warning system?
Okay. Before we go detail on the flash flood, maybe I would like to share the type of flood. Actually, because we experienced a lot of flood in our country, from our record, like last year we have a 1,000 flood incident happen throughout Malaysia from Perlis to Sabah and Sarawak. 1,000, more than 1,000, and then the numbers is increased. If you notice that from my slide. So because we lot of having a frequent flood, so we categorize the flood. So for our department, we categorize 4 type of floods. The first flood is we can predict that one very well. There is a monsoon flood. Monsoon flood is during between November to March. That is during northeast monsoon season. But normally in November and December is happen in Peninsular Malaysia, and then January to March most likely in Sabah and Sarawak. That's the pattern that we can see. But if I'm from my observation last 2 years, that Sarawak experienced early flood is happened in December. And also for the Kelantan, also in the Golok River, they experience early November, they have a surge, storm surge from the according to the Met Malaysia, because Met Malaysia is the agencies announced when our country we get the monsoon monsoon season, and also it's monsoon. So normally we can see how many surge that can happen, and then the numbers of the surge is increased. In year 2020, the surge is around 4 to 6 numbers. But the last year, they increased the number of the surge between 7 to 9 numbers. Yeah, it's happened until 9 surge, storm surge itself. So we can see the trend of increase of the surge. So that's the first monsoon. The type of the flood is a monsoon flood. Lots of the rain during that time, and then the flood is takes longer time to recede back, and then there is a widespread area. The second type of flood is our favorite flood in urban area, flash flood. Not favorite, but this is the numbers of the flash flood happen very frequent in the urban area. There is normally it can be happen during the monsoon season, not is monsoon season, and also could be happen in the dry season. Like currently, now we are in the dry season, Barat Daya. Southwest monsoon. Southwest monsoon supposed to be dry, less rainfall. But once we had the thunderstorm happen in Klang Valley, we can have the flash flood because number of rain is very intense. For example, in Kuala Lumpur, if we had the rate based on our rain gauge, if the rain gauge measured the numbers of the rain around 40 millimeter per hour, it means that some area could have the flash flood in the roadside drain already full of the water. But what will happen in PJ like last time? I think the rain is close to 100 mm. You can see the double of the volume of the rainfall during that time, where the water is supposed to be. They will be supposed in the drainage system and into the our river system. But in urban area, the water is we just like we throw a water. Let's say we have the 2 liter of the water, and then we just throw the water in our land, and then the water cannot be absorbed. It just flow through into the drainage and then go to the river system. But if we have some area like is pervious area 50%, so 1 liter will be absorbed in the soil, and then only 1 liter will go into our river system. So we can have more water if we in the previous area, impervious area. So that is a flash flood. And then the third type of the flood is coastal flood. Coastal flood is like there is high water in the during high tide, coincident with the heavy rainfall. So the water cannot go anywhere. So then we can experience the coastal flood. The coastal flood, the way that our government, our department try to settle that one, we build the coastal bond. Well, we built the coastal band to protect for the agriculture or the villages along the coastal area. And then the fourth flood is a stagnant flood. This stagnant flood can cause by the monsoon flood, flash flood, and also for the coastal flood. But the different with the others, because normally the stagnant flood caused by the area is a low-lying area. So we have to put the machines like a pump to pump the water to make the area to be dry. So back to your question for the urban area. So what to do if we have received lot of the water, but before we receive the rainfall coming, actually Met Malaysia already issued the warning. There is a thunderstorm warning. You can actually, I can promote that one for the Met Malaysia. They have the application, My Cuaca. You can install that one, and then you get the information, the thunderstorm. the warning is a blue color. That is for the thunderstorm. Like myself, because I'm working for the dealing with the flood, so my first information where supposed to be the thunderstorm will happen. So I regularly check the my cuaca, actually not for work, even for my daily activities. Either I want to dry my clothes outside or inside, so I will refer my cuaca actually. That's my practice. And then to plan my activities. So I advise you to do that. And then if the Met Malaysia issued the warning, and then if they keep issued extent of the map, maybe first area in one district, Petaling Jaya, and then can increase to Klang, increase to Hulu Langat. That means the storm is so heavy. That's the rule. If you can see the numbers of the area is increased, normally there is a heavy rainfall. The second one is just look at the cloud. Like myself, I stay in Ampang from my house. If I cannot see KLCC, there is a very heavy rain, and then I'm be in charge for the operation of the smart tunnel during my time. So that's my based on my experience. I think just that's how I use my knowledge for myself, and then I educate my neighbors and also my children to do that. For example, myself, last time I used to stay, work at the Library Negara, Public Library, National Library. Nearby in the Library Negara is a hotspot area actually. Sungai Bonus is a hotspot area for the flood. And then if I saw there is the very cloudy, very dark, and then I will just move out them from that area. And then I advise maybe you can utilize public transport to avoid yourself to trap in the flood area. Get to know your hotspot area. I think for Kuala Lumpur, DPKL has the numbers of the hotspot area. Alright.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Professor.
you.
Again, I'd like to check a bit from the room. How many of you actually check weather every day morning? Do you check weather every day? Because I live in London before, I do that every day, right? But here, sometimes we take for granted, right? Say morning normally won't rain, afternoon rain. But do we actually do that? I think probably some of those practices are encouraged us to do now going forward. I mean, with more severe weather patterns, right? Yeah. Okay. Gary, question to you, if I may. Yeah. Yeah. Can you share your views on potential? I'd like to actually now touch on community-based, early warning system. What problems could they solve that the current system may not be able to handle?
Thanks, Enki. Once again, I think the idea is, although we can do a lot of remote sensing, we're going to be limited in terms of the resolution of that data. Also, even though we think of a network of sensors on every single river, every dam, even sensors on low-lying areas that might frequently flood, there's only so much that can be installed.
Yeah.
Because every bit that's installed also has to be maintained. It has to be collect all data have to be automatically collected and all. But the idea nowadays is that every single mobile device can actually become a source of data, as long as there's some minimum criteria for the quality of the data and the veracity of that data. Then every single mobile phone can actually become a source of early warning, right? So there are many examples out there of private companies that have actually developed the kinds of apps that can turn anyone with a smartphone into basically a sensor, a source of reliable and dependable data that can be sent as needed. So it's quite it can be quite timely. So if, for example, there are picnickers on a stretch of river where there are some waterfalls and things, now oftentimes if you're like me, you will actually like to hike further upstream. where there are fewer people maybe, and where the water is a bit cleaner, it's more pristine, there's less litter around. All right. But those people who do hike in, as long as they have their phones, as long as they have a phone line, all right, are the first people to note a water search on these areas. And it will take minutes for that water to actually reach the recreation areas where young children are probably likely to be playing.
Yep.
So oftentimes what can happen is that we can get early warning from these people with their phones, and they can contribute through the apps that they have
Yep.
to a system that can actually result in a more reliable warning. Now, uh, we have systems that require this kind of replication, duplication, multiplicity to make sure that if one part fails, we have another part that succeeds. And I think having this network of very inexpensive, already paid for sensors that people are already carrying, and people are naturally concerned about the well-being of their fellow human beings, and they may even have family, uh, playing downstream where the children perhaps can't climb up as high. Then immediately they become a source of early warning for others. Now, uh, it can be as simple as taking a photograph of a landmark that already shows where the water is at what time. So immediately you are geologically stamped, you are date stamped, you are time stamped, and we already know can add that to a system that can give us more information. Now, the role of AI in this is actually quite invaluable, because to join the dots together from multiple sources of information in a reliable way is actually going to require much more than a human or even a team of humans sitting in front of computer terminals getting all of this feedback in. Right. So the idea really is that for very narrow tasks, we can actually assign AI to do it quite reliably, and the AI can then put together the kind of risk maps and the kind of early warning maps and the kind of information that needs to go out to ensure that people are safe. That's the first thing. We need to keep people safe. B, then property. Is your car parked in a place that is exposed, that is vulnerable? You need to move your car. Even information that our disaster relief people use. Are the services, the stockpiles of equipment, food, etc., out of reach of any impending floods? Right, and then I think the biggest contributor is actually the future, the long term.
Yep.
As we collect more and more information, we build a body of knowledge that can actually be fed into all of our planning systems. Doesn't matter if we are planning for next year, next 5 years, or next decade. The idea really is there are going to be parts of our country that are going to be more impacted by the 4 types of floods that we have seen.
Yep.
And we will need to know what types of infrastructure can we put in these areas. If it's the 4th type of flood, where it's actually just going to be a very level piece of land or a low-lying piece of land that is going to remain inundated for long periods of time, then perhaps we need to think about maybe that's the place to put some off-river storage.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Thanks, Gary. I'm
sorry,
sorry.
so
I'm
we can
running a
plan
bit
for
on
the
out
future
of
as
time.
well.
I still have one more question to ask for all the panels. I mean, if this is actually looking for like the planning perspective, and for the if let's say you want to move the needles, right, from resourcing or planning or perspective, what would they be, right, from your own department that actually will help them to better manage the next disaster better, right? Just a very quick one. I'm really run out of time, so it's just a quick, maybe 1 minute from each one of you. So like from actually resourcing, planning, coordination purposes, if the next disaster come, what can we do better to plan ahead?
Okay, for Malaysia Civil Defence, we like to suggest that early action is very important, very crucial. Early actions, which is the early actions is not from the government side only, but also from the publics, from the people itself. The first thing is save life and save properties, and second one is we need to do preparation from our side ourselves. For example, ready to go bags. I try to promote one bag. This is not in the markets, but you need to bring your ready to go bags, which is the emergency bags. This emergency bags is very crucial actually. You can put your vital documents inside and basic needs. For example, ready to eat foods. For example, when we move to the evacuation center or the safer places, which is the first 48 hours. The first 48 hours we can survive before the humanitarian aid will come to us. This is the more important. And also, I think the DRR or disaster risk reduction investment, we need to make our culture resilience. I think that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's all.
Okay, for me, the one thing that we can improve for this one is for the communication. I think like government do lots of the initiative to prepare for the early warning system and everything, but to for the people. For the public to get the information is by the communication. How we disseminate the information and then to communicate that one, and then communication between the government agencies is one thing. We have the procedure that one, and then communication between the government agency to the public is another one, and then public to public. That is about how to disseminate the information, the communication about the warning itself. But one thing about the communication in our department, the most important, what we would like to have the good one is the infrastructure for the communication. Let's say we have the warning for the urban area, sorry, for the rural area, but the area didn't have the communication tower. They didn't get the information. That's the importance of the communication, not only for the way we communication, but infrastructure of the communication. And then I think like the agencies to handle the communication like MCMC look into it. If we can get the all communication infrastructure available throughout the our country. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the last step is actually the response. If you receive the communication, but you don't know what to do, then that's an issue. So every headmaster, every CEO, every needs to know exactly what needs to be done on the spot, and drill it if you have to. We have fire drills. We need to have flash flood drills in some parts of in villages for schools, for orphanages, for retirement homes. People who are immobile really need to understand how to respond. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot to all the panel speakers. Maybe a round of applause to my panel speakers. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Sarjan, I'm running a bit late. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senki, Dr. Fazli, Dr. Salwa, and Dr. Gary for the insights on the data infrastructure and policies that we have to respond to natural disasters and also the areas that need to be strengthened in the face of climate change. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed swiftly along to our next agenda item. As public awareness of climate change grows, consumers are becoming increasingly more discerning about opting for goods and services that are deemed sustainable. But the clamor to prove one's brand is sustainable has also resulted in distrust over greenwashing, which in turn can make other businesses downplay green initiatives. So we're exploring these tensions in our next panel and the best practices that businesses can adopt to make sure their sustainability claims are also credible to the public. So I'd like to invite to the stage Dato' Ruben Emir Ganalingam, Executive Chairman of Westports Holdings, Robin Hicks, Sustainability Journalist, Nitya Tamilwanan, Consultant and Report Lead at Rimbo Watch, as well as Sia Kian Ho, Founder and Managing Director of Heng Hiap Industries. Now, this panel is going to be moderated by Kishore Ravuri, CEO and Board Member of the ESG Business Institute. He's also the Singapore Asia Director of Impacto Ethics Advisory. Kishore, I'm handing the floor over to you.
Thank you so much. I know we are running short of time and I just want to dip straight into it. We have about 30 to 35 minutes for this particular panel, and it's one of the biggest challenges facing the industry. So I want to give a quick context. So the topic is about sustainability claims, but we are not here to celebrate any sustainability claims. We are here to ask if those claims can survive scrutiny. Yeah. And the issue these days is not so much about whether companies are talking about sustainability or talking enough about their sustainability performance, but the issue is what companies are actually speaking about and whether they can be uh, challenged, they can be defended, they can be evidenced. Yeah. And if you truly believe, or if businesses truly believe that sustainability claims can influence investor trust, stakeholder trust, investor confidence, legitimacy, public perception, and even reputation, then I think sustainability claims need to be governed with much more greater discipline than what companies are doing currently. And the uncomfortable truth is that weak sustainability claims, are not accidents. And the worst part is it's not even the worst part, that a lot of weak claims are intentional, they're deliberate, with no sense of absolute accountability. And the worst part is that they are the outcomes of a system and governance which rewards ambition, which rewards aspiration and even optimism, instead of rewarding accuracy, evidence, and performance that is really meaningful to the stakeholders, and that has real impact. So currently, the real divide in sustainability is not so much about leaders and laggards anymore. It is the divide is between companies and organizations who are willing to be scrutinized, and organizations who expect their stakeholders to believe everything that they are saying in print or otherwise in whatever form. And this is a tension we'll try to address today, or try to understand it a little bit with a very diverse panel that we have today. And I won't reintroduce all of you, but I want to just get straight into the discussion because of the time. So my first question is definitely to Dr. Ruben. And why Dr. Ruben? Because I've known him as a very silent but powerful warrior. A lot of things he pioneers are always under the radar, and he was the one who mandated a anti-greenwashing policy even before greenwashing was a term which was discussed widely in mainstream media. So my first question is, what prompted you to actually introduce that policy? And at West Sports in specific, do you see sustainability claims as a communications asset, or do you see it as a governance liability? So if you can help address that.
Hi, thank you, Kishore. Thank you everyone for having me here as well. So at Westport, our sustainability reporting is, I think, number one in the industry for ports globally. And I think for logistics companies also probably top 5 or top 10 at the moment. So what we report basically is about what we do or what we've done, right? So what we don't try to do is try to say that we're going to do something going forward until we've done it. So the reason why we have an anti-greenwashing policy, one is internally to make sure that we don't promote things we've not done or we're not doing. And number two is also to help us when we deal with vendors who claim that their solution is very, very green, when in the truth of the matter is it's not very green at all. So we set the target to them to say, can you fulfill my anti-greenwashing policy? And if you cannot, then we will not adopt your solution at all. So for example, I was just explaining to Robin earlier that we are now going to embark on 60 EV trucks, right? But for these EV trucks, we're not claiming that it's green. We're doing it because the returns are good. It's actually cheaper to run EV trucks now than to run diesel trucks. And this was before the Straits of Hormuz was even closed. So that's why we're doing it. However, once we know how much electricity we're going to be using with these trucks, and if we then find that the emissions from the electricity via coal is less than the emissions from diesel, then we will announce that this actually helps the environment. And for us, we cannot say now that it's actually helping the environment because we don't know. Because we've tested a few, and yes, the science show that it could be, but it's 50-50. So it's on the borderline. And if it does, then we actually promote that this is actually for the environment. So what we don't try to do is trying to say we've done something, and I think that's overall our policy as well. We tend to be a lot more quiet about things we're trying to do, and we only talk about the things we've actually done. So
Excellent. So it is, I think, but we do see a lot of companies exaggerating their claims. So probably my next question is to Kian. You are from a very future relevant sector, recycling, but also it's very complex. And I think the sector itself struggles a lot to strike a balance between ambition and actual delivery, given its premature stage. Yeah. So what is the most common exaggeration you must have come across within your organization or outside of your organization, where you feel claims like waste recovery and all of those things, you felt that it's unreasonable and need to be called out?
I think if I were to look at some of the cases that we have seen some of our partners who would like to communicate about the intent. Yeah, the intention is good, the excitement is real, but we need to measure the impact or the mathematics behind it. So when it comes to this, the important thing is actually about the facts. Yeah, so it's definitely more science than art. So there are many cases that we will stop a lot of the claim by our partners before it actually goes out. So as an integrated plastic recycler, we do the post-consumer scrap and then convert to specialized material, including the ocean-bound plastic. Especially when the ocean-bound plastic, we are especially careful with them. We have a simple 5C. First, you collect, then you convert to a material that's industrial grade, and then after that you co-create not just the product functionality but the entire life cycle, and then after that you find a champion to go to a consumer. But the last part is actually communicate. So that goes back to the claim. So we actually will spend the most time on the claim part, so that everything it's based on a number.
Yeah, interesting. You said that communicate is the last part, but it has become the first part, even at the outset, because, like you said, right? So the intent is rewarded more than the actual action and actual impact that happens on the ground. So I think my next question, because Robin has been covering, he's been kind of, at the risk of sounding cheesy, you've been a flag bearer of truth and nothing but the truth, right? You've been calling out companies, not to shame them, but I think to drive home the need for companies to be better at this. So what do you think? What is worse? Is it a claim that is is false by fact, or it's just backed by intent, which can't be measured, or is it something that is technically defensible but still has weak evidence? What is worst?
Yeah, no, I think it's, well, both are dangerous, but I think the second is increasingly more dangerous. That it's quite easy or obvious to call out a blatant falsehood, and I think that was happening 10 years ago. Well, it's still happening to a certain extent now. We're talking early on about green data centers. YTL, for example, calls its data center in Johor green, but on what basis? It's like clean coal, right? It's obviously not true. But I think what's more dangerous is the area around selective disclosure, where what a company is telling us may be factually true. For example, this product line of a fast fashion brand, we've got an eco label that this part of our business is green. But what about the rest of your business? It's like also an energy company, right? Promoting heavily its investments in renewable energy without talking about the huge part of its business still invests in oil and gas. So I think they call it, I think that the term is green lighting, which is a play on gaslighting, which is trying to fool customers into believing that you're green based on a very, very small part of your business that is. So yeah, a long-winded way of saying that it's the latter.
Is the latter. So without lacking evidence. So I think evidence is also, I think what companies struggle for, if I'm not wrong, and having worked with companies in Malaysia for nearly 22 years, I think it is also, why do I need to wait for evidence? Can I just talk about what is work in progress? Do you see something is wrong with that? And at what point do you actually make it a claim? And at what point do you start communicating about it? Is there a specific stage? Can work in progress be considered as success?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think well, in marketing terms, if you're a brand and you want to get out messaging quickly, it's difficult to, in a short space of time, to back up with evidence. But increasingly in jurisdictions like Europe with the Green Claims Directive, you cannot make a claim like, "Oh, we're carbon neutral," without some sort of evidence to back it up. It's just illegal. And I think that sort of legislation will eventually come to jurisdictions like Malaysia, that if you cannot make certain claims without certain evidence, and that's one way of looking for greenwashing, right? Is it backed up by concrete numbers? I mean, without picking too much on Nestle, right? We're just outside and we saw part of Nestle's display out there. Do go and have a look. It's talking about they've planted 3 million. They aim to plant 3 million trees by 2030. I mean, that's great. That's a noble claim, but without saying how much their deforestation footprint is through palm oil, through cocoa, through their other supply chain, right? So again, it's making a claim without substantiating or backing it up with the full story of your impact as a company.
Yeah, excellent. That's an excellent point. So, Netra, I think you've been at the center of a lot of advocacy efforts representing Rimba Watch in Malaysia. So, from a watchdog perspective, what is the biggest gap that you see between what companies are claiming and what is actually happening on the ground?
So I'm gonna approach this from more of a policy regulatory
Yeah.
perspective. And I think the main gap that we've noticed is, well, I mean, it's a very basic thing and it's the government's definition of what counts as forest cover, right? So according to government definitions, that would include vast swaths of land in forest reserves, regardless of the sort of physical standards of that land. And that would mean that industrial timber plantations are counted as forest cover, which is extremely problematic for just a number of reasons. And the biggest being industrial timber plantations are the number one threat to rainforests in Malaysia, to naturally generating rainforests. So to count them as forest cover is in itself extremely problematic. Um, and the other biggest glaring gap that we've constantly been talking about for years is the whole MTCS PEFC conundrum. So the Malaysian Timber Certification Scheme, which is endorsed by the Program for the Endorsement of Forest Certifications. And it's around the auditors of this scheme, right? SIRIM, which actually sit within the same government in which forest managers sit in. So you think that auditors mean that they are completely independent of who they are auditing, but we've noticed the dotted lines between sort of the people who are running forest management schemes and the people who are supposed to be independently auditing them. And that has resulted in several issues, and a big one being a lack of consultation with indigenous groups within forest areas, and how government agencies are more relied upon than actual stories from the ground from our Orang Asli across Peninsular Malaysia. But very quickly, the buck also doesn't just stop at forests. It also, a big thing is climate. It's why we're all, I guess, convened here today as well. The we published a recent report on the remaining carbon budget in Malaysia, and almost under all our accounting methodologies, Malaysia has overshot this carbon budget. So we are essentially appropriating more than what is our equitable share of the atmospheric budget. So we think that companies, regulators, and just the government in general needs to be setting emissions reduction targets according to that scientific standard. But that's not necessarily the case. And we're seeing it with a lot of the advertisements that are coming out. So we have a greenwashing tracker, and we've put out a number of case files, dozens and dozens of case files of problematic advertisements and buzzwords like carbon offsets and carbon neutral schemes. And I mean, a big one that we saw was Grab's previous carbon neutral claims. So you could offset your delivery or your ride. But what do offsets mean, right? Like, is it really a ton for ton? So are we equating biogenic carbon with fossil carbon? And that is extremely problematic because when you look into the science of it, it doesn't add up. So offsets in itself have been scorned by scientific communities the world over. So that is another big issue that we think needs to be rectified.
Great. I think I want to build on what Robin also brought it out. What is the right point when companies want to go out in the market and start building on claims? And that Ruben, you've been very transparent about what you do and what you can do and what you can't do, and it's a very rare to get that kind of balanced narratives from businesses. So how should management respond when they are being called out for claims which are impartial, incomplete, and not necessarily, or do we in Malaysia or in Asia in general, do we have a culture where management or boards see as retracting statements of claims as a sign of integrity rather than weakness? And so do you think we have that culture, or do we need to bring that culture? Does Westports has that culture?
I mean, if we claim something which is not true, we just apologize and say that it's not true. But that's us. I don't know the rest of the culture of Malaysia, to be honest. And I think generally human beings try to hide, as opposed to come out honest and just being, repenting for what they did. But for us, see, if you go back to greenwashing, my issue with greenwashing actually is the single largest group of greenwashers are consumers, and including half the people in this room, right? Because we all claim we want to be green, including myself, by the way. I'm not taking myself out of this equation. But do we do enough about how much we want to go green, right? Do we, check the label? Do we choose the greener option? There are many, as I said earlier, there are many Tesla users in this country who are claiming that they want to go green, but actually they might actually be causing more pollution than other cars. So, so whilst they claim they want to go green, greenwashers are actually all around us, right? And I think, but the problem we have with it is going green is very, very, very expensive. And I think that's what people need to realize. And one of my customers told me once that he doesn't know why he's spending all his money trying to find alternative fuels, because his customer, which means the people who ship cargo inside the box, don't want to pay extra, right? And then he told me that the issue is because his customer, and you can imagine what those consumer brands are, don't want to pay extra because their customer doesn't want to pay extra, right? But he said for every one of those customers who doesn't want to pay extra, the real problem is there's 1,000 times more customers who can't afford to pay extra. And that's why this is a massive, massive problem. And that's why, all of us greenwashers in this room also can't do it because it's actually very, very expensive. So we need to find ways to change human behavior, if you ask me. If you really, really want to solve this problem, you need to find ways to change human behavior, or government needs to find ways to change our behavior. Right. So, and until that happens, I think we're never really going to try and solve this problem. That's my
And until then, within an organization, where do you think the power should sit to stop a very attractive sustainability claim from going out into the market? Should it be with CFO, the boards? Who should
I
take
mean,
that?
see, that's actually a generic question. Do companies lie about their profits? There are many who've lied about their profits as well. So the question now is what you lie about, right? So if companies are going to lie, they're going to lie about everything. So actually, that goes back to the question of ethics as opposed to greenwashing, right? So, and as a result, I think that's more an ethical topic as opposed to a climate topic, because if companies are going to lie, they're going to lie about all kinds of things. They're going to lie to the fact that they treat their people well. And you've seen many companies in this country who claim that, and actually, fact, that's why we have now a 10% charge from the U.S. government, because our labor laws are not good enough, and some companies are not treating the people here well enough, right? So I think when it comes to lying, I think companies lie about all kinds of things. And where does the buck stop? I think the buck stops with the entire company and the culture of that company, right? So if the culture of the company is used to lying for things, then they will continue lying about everything and they won't change. Right. So I think, of course, from the leadership perspective, if the leadership does not condone this kind of behavior, I think that will stop it from the get go. As opposed to just anti greenwashing, I think you have a very good culture and an ethics policy. I think that's what will help companies from lying about these things.
Yeah, yeah. But I also think that it's not just companies lying, right? I mean, it's also about uh, stop treating it as a communications exercise or a communications asset and start looking at the risks that it poses to the business itself and also the leadership, right? So every time a sustainability team pushes for these tall claims which are not substantiated, it also leaves a public perception that, oh, the board and management are performative. They are not sincere, or they're not understanding the risks to their business, or they're not sharing enough.
But you're putting it all on the company. The individual reading that line has to be responsible for what he's reading too. I mean, half the things we see online today are all AI. If we cannot discern the truth anymore ourselves, I think that's the bigger problem that we have.
Yeah.
Right. So, the reason why these companies do these things is because consumers are stupid enough to believe it. Right. And I think that's where we need to help consumers become and understand themselves, as opposed to putting the blame entirely on the company to say you have to now stop doing this. Actually, they're doing it because the consumer wants it.
Yeah, yeah. Robin,
Can I just say, yeah, to the point I think you're getting at as well is where sustainability sits in the corporate structure can inform whether or not a company will greenwash. So in Asia Pacific, there was a study a few years ago that most sustainability teams sit in the communications function, which is an issue because then that implies that sustainability for that business is about messaging, not about doing. I mean, in Westport's case, you're the chief sustainability officer and run the business, right? So I guess you're sort of fortunate in that sense, but a lot of companies, sustainability is more about messaging than doing, and that's the issue, right?
So if we were to believe that companies will continue to lie if they can about profits and everything else, so do you think it's fair for the media or for any stakeholders to actually call out companies, not to shame them, but also to for public correction, what we call, right? So is it essential to move them to the next stage where they exercise a bit of integrity in communicating?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'd say that not picking on the media too much. Just where I'm based in Singapore, I don't think the media, the mainstream media, has done a particularly good job of calling out, especially big businesses, especially big government-linked businesses for greenwashing, because of obviously censorship issues. Temasek is obviously a sacred cow in it's got if you dig deep into its net zero targets, Temasek announced it was net zero, carbon neutral in 2019, but that's because it just bought a bunch of carbon offsets. The media did not do a good job of interrogating those claims and just took them at face value. So I think, yeah, the media should do a lot better job of calling out big business. Also, Petronas, right, in its net zero target, it wasn't for it announced it would be net zero by 2050 and 2020. I think there wasn't a good job of interrogating what that net zero target meant. I think it took Rimba Watch and others to say, hang on, your scope 3 emissions aren't included in that net zero target. So yeah, I think there's scope for the media to do a lot better at interrogating what sustainability claims actually mean.
Yeah. So Kian, would you like to share some examples from your own industry?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we talk about, communication quite a fair bit, and then, we talk about intent. But I think, the other thing that we have to talk about is the process. How we convert a sustainability intent into a sustainability impact, and then how we want to communicate that. So for us, in the interest of time, I'll just use, our case, to share our experience. So when we first started the ocean-bound plastic, is that we hated that Malaysia is one of the top 10 ocean polluting country, whether we rank number 8, number 5, number 3, depending which report you go to. We want to challenge a lot of numbers, but that's not the most important thing. So as an integrated recycling company, what could we do? So whatever we're good with, with our land-based integrated recycling, we then activated to create, try to do more intercept all this plastic from going into the ocean. We know how to convert it into very good material. The intent is great, but how about the process? How do we showcase the traceability? And then we study all the different standard that's available, and then we pick one. So in our case, we pick Zero Plastic Ocean, based in Paris. We think they have the most comprehensive, and it goes, it actually worked well with us. And today, that's the most important standard that we're using. And in fact, Malaysia, our company is the first to actually get certified, for that. Now, then after that, we still don't talk about it. And by the way, when we did it, we audited by, control union. We actually even invited, we actually invited, some watchdog to actually go through the entire process with us. So I think we didn't talk about all of that, but we only talk about the result that we could get, and then we talk about the provenance and the standard that we're using. So that's the process. But is that 100%? No. Still, I mean, even with that, it's still no. So for us, in our case, is that for us and our and the partners that we are working together with, we literally, never talk about intent. We only talk about, we reversed it. We talk about the result, the impact. We talk about the process. We talk about what standard we're using, what is good, and what is not. And that's it. And we stop it as that.
So is this process a defined, I mean, is there some kind of definite governance which you have put in place, which ensures that whatever happens, you determine at what point you're going to go out and talk, and before that, there's this whole process or due diligence you need to go through. So is there a defined governance within the organization, or
I think
it's arbitrary?
It's almost like, many companies have a product innovation roadmap. That's our sustainability innovation roadmap.
Okay, excellent. So Netra, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, you've seen a lot of these failures in the market. So are you able to share some of the governance failures where organizations have not necessarily put in place a certain process or certain due diligence to substantiate what could potentially become a weak claim?
So, I just also like to briefly go back to just to bounce off what we've been talking about, the definition of greenwashing, which is a very sort of intentional misleading of a certain claim that a company is putting forth about their sustainability standards. And
I want to interrupt here. It's not always intentional, yeah, because I think it's also a issue of awareness, and it's organizations wanting to share and the pressure coming from stakeholders. So organizations want to go out to the market and say, yes, we have started this, everything is in process, but it's too soon to actually go out and say that. And that's why they get into that space of greenwashing. So it's not necessarily always intentional.
I think we would kind of approach it with, there has to be intention, because it's also intention by not accounting for the fact that you don't yet have the evidences to back it up, to substantiate it. So by not necessarily having all of those points, we'd like to assert that that is also an intention. But in that sense, governance failures are structural. So greenwashing is structural. So us as watchdogs, we come in to the point of consumers having to not necessarily being aware of very complex issues such as offsetting and carbon neutral, and even, as Robin pointed out, like Petronas's claims, also their claims about fossil gas being a transitional fuel. Like a lot of these concepts kind of tend to fly over our heads because we're not necessarily taught these concepts. So us as watchdogs, we try our best to come in to educate the public, and it's not necessarily a consumer failing, in our opinion. In that sense, it's just an issue of education and the fact that governance mechanisms that exist around these issues are failing consumers. For instance, Malaysia, let's take a look at our advertising standards. We've tried to file complaints with MCMC, we've tried to raise complaints with the ASA, but we've either never received a response, or we've been told that, for instance, the ASA requires print media when ads are all digital now. So there are all of these roadblocks that exist that kind of curb or prevent consumers from firstly knowing what their rights are. And if they do know what their rights are, how are they going to put forth a complaint or even figure out, navigate this whole system? But just going back to deforestation also very quickly, like we mentioned, like very serious governance failures are still in place right now. For instance, this whole issue around the MTCS and PEFC and how that directly ties into FMUs in Kedah and Pahang exceeding their conversion limits but still being classified as sustainable. So where do people firstly find out about these sorts of issues, and then where do they go to complain? And this is something that we've struggled with as well. But also like greenwashing generally, when you look at the sort of, I think some of you might be familiar, we filed a judicial review recently against two ministries. And the reason we had to do that was because when we did file a complaint about greenwashing pertaining to a certain fossil fuel company, we received a response from both ministries on the same day that they as investigating this was out of their jurisdiction. So again, where do consumers go? Where does the public go?
So sorry,
And
sorry to interrupt. So I want to ask you, so what is that one big shift that you want to see within governments or within businesses when somebody like you takes a proactive step and goes to them, says, please look at your claims and produce the evidence, even if it's not there. So what is that shift you'd like to see?
enforcement. So we do
That's a very powerful, strong word, right?
yeah.
Enforcement, but what within enforcement? Is it some kind of a review of the existing policies within the government or legislations within the government that needs to change? Because bringing a new legislation is going to be a huge kind of an impossible task in countries like Malaysia. So is it looking at existing legislations and make amendments, which is an easier job to do, but for that you need consensus, you need support. So can you give me your specific shifts that you would like to see as opposed to just enforcement in general?
So I think that's a two-step phase for now. The first step is we do have existing legislation, the Consumer Protection Act, the Environmental Qualities Act, that do provide for jurisdiction to certain agencies and ministries that can investigate misleading claims without a consumer even needing to enter into a contract with a producer. So we have the frameworks in place, but there's I think there's a lack of enforcement around the existing regulatory frameworks. And eventually, we would like to see a codified sort of regulation or framework around greenwashing. And this also could be based on indicators that the public, like our watchdog, has created. And with all of this already in place, it's a matter of political will to put it in place.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we have only 6 minutes. I want to ask one question to everyone. If you had 90 days to help businesses improve their integrity on sustainability claims, what would you improve first? Is it measurement? Is it uh, evidence? Is it verification? What is that you would do to quickly turn around? So maybe Ruben can go first.
Um, what I would like to encourage companies to do more, I mean, even for our journey, it all started when we started doing sustainability reporting, right? So there are obviously, if you're a Bursa listed company, you have to do some. I don't think a lot of them are doing it fully either yet. So I'm hoping that those companies would start doing it, to a better standard. And I think for non-listed companies as well, if you're large enough and you can, you should start that journey. I think that's where you start to, once you start that journey, is when you start to figure out how you can become more sustainable and more climate friendly as well. So I think that's the first part of the journey. So for example, ourselves, we put a target for ourselves to try to be net zero by 2050. But after many years of reporting, we now know that we can, to be fair, if we really wanted to, but it's very expensive to do so, as I mentioned before. And therefore now we're still going to try to hit 2050, but if we have to push it, then we'll push it. And we mentioned this many times to the investing public, to the public in general as well, that, the question now is also about affordability because, you want to go green, but you don't want to go green at any cost, right? So, and for us, why it's also doubly important to have that measure is because, as I mentioned earlier, if we really wanted to go green, we can do it in 10 years. I can tell you that. We can be net zero in 10 years, no problem. But it's very, 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 very expensive. And how we will solve that is by a tariff increase. And what would that mean? It means all imports and exports into Klang Valley will become a lot more expensive. Now, who's going to pay for all of that? So the key question is, if you want to go green, it's very, very possible. It's just very, very, very expensive. So we're trying to do it now in a more affordable manner, right? So that we don't pass on these costs too quickly to the public in general, to the consumers in general. And I think so. So that's how. But we would not have been able to fulfill or understand this journey if we didn't start reporting and didn't start following the rules of reporting very, very closely. And I think so. So one my encouragement to all companies is that if you can, bring it to a high level of sustainable reporting, I think it will help you in your journey to achieving that. In any case,
Thank you, Ruben. Ken.
Okay. Again, I'll try to share experience that's actually more industrial specific, yeah, for the plastic recycling. So, I'll probably borrow, Datin Sri Sunita's earlier work about, in a linear plastic consumption, how do we bend that and to become circular economy? So, in the context of Malaysia, so we have KBKT, we have the big brands, we have, Maria, which is the responsibility, a producer responsibility organization. So basically, big brands, converters, recyclers are coming together through this EPR scheme, yeah, extended producer responsibility, and how do we ensure the circularity behind it? So the short answer to you, Kish, is that then we will then need an administrator to administrate the entire process, from the entire measurement, the entire flow, the entire verification, to actually check all of that. We are talking to organization like Sirim to actually enable that, and that goes, we started from the math. We always, or at least, for me, that's what that shout out to me the most. It's always the science. It's always more science than art, and at least then we got the evidence behind it, and then communication or claim is actually part of the process. So if we have an administration or administrator for that kind of EPR scheme, I think it will greatly enhance the integrity of the claim.
Excellent. Good point.
Yeah, I'd say regulation to improve sustainability reporting. At the moment, in too many jurisdictions, they're just marketing brochures, right? Some of the sustainability reports that companies put out are little more than that. So to encourage companies to talk about the missteps and mistakes they've made in sustainability rather than just the glossy wins, right? If there's some sort of regulation that could improve how companies disclose, I think that would go a long way. And also something to, I guess it's a suggestion to companies as to where to structure the sustainability team. If it's just part of comms or marketing, I don't think it's particularly useful. As I said, it's a greenwashing red flag where if sustainability team sits closer to the CEO, that would ensure that the sustainability function has real clout, real funding, and presumably says it does what it says what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Netra.
So I think overarchingly, it would sort of be very important at this juncture with the escalations in regulations coming in place that companies are just more aware and more accountable for the claims that they're putting forward, like what we were talking about, intentionality, and how we would love to work with companies in trying to figure out how they can best put forth green claims that are substantiated, science backed, and have sort of international consensus. And it's not just sort of like a mouthpiece sort of thing. And I think that is a very important bridge now that we are trying to navigate. And so if companies are more sort of forward thinking and more willing to sort of face this new arena that we're in, working with groups like us and trying to figure this out sort of together as opposed to calling each other out and trying to police each other, I think that would be a lot more effective in dealing with this whole arena.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think I want to close this session with 30 seconds. In summary, I think, yes, I think my key takeaway points from all the insights that you've provided is, yes, indeed, it is weak sustainability claims are a structural issue. Where does sustainability sit in? Where does the accountability related to sustainability sit in? How much does the board and the management have a uh, uh, are able to scrutinize internally before it goes out public. I think that is very important on the structural side. And I also think that there needs to be somewhere a shift in terms of how you're treating your sustainability reporting exercise. Is it just a checklist that, okay, we need to report because there are Bursa requirements and we're reporting them? Or do you look at it as a gap in risk governance? And when I say that, that means that sustainability claims can actually will give you a different perspective, or you'll have a different approach to it if you start looking at it as a regulatory, as a investor, as a reputational risk, as opposed to a purely communication exercise on the performance. Uh, so yes, I think a lot of policy action is required. And when you talked about regulation, it could be self-regulation by organizations themselves. We don't have to wait for the government all the time to come up with something and impose it on the organizations on this is how you need to report, or these are the checks and balances you need to build within the organization. So I think a balance in self-regulation by the businesses would definitely help to make weaker claims into something that is substantiated and much more stronger and credible. Thank you, speakers. Thank you so much for this short but nice session.
Thank you, Kishore, Dato' Ruben, Robin, Nitya, and Kian. A round of applause for our panel. And can we have you on stage for a very quick photo op, please? That was a lively discussion on separating the wheat from the chaff in terms of credible sustainability assertions and the best practices for businesses to avoid greenwashing and greenlighting, which is a new term for me. So we can add that to our nomenclature in terms of looking at sustainability claims and scrutinizing them more closely. Wonderful. Kishore, may I have you back on stage, please? If you could please take a seat. And I'd like to invite Dato' Henry Barlow, Chair of the Board at Climate Governance Malaysia, to also take a seat on stage. So the panel discussion highlighted the challenges that businesses face in communicating sustainability claims. We're pleased now to introduce a guide that could help for that. And I'm now going to hand over the floor to Dato' Henry.
Today, we're launching Malaysia's first sustainability claims policy guidance. This is a timely and practical tool to help businesses communicate sustainability with honesty, clarity, and evidence. This is an important step for our market because sustainability is no longer judged by intention alone. It's judged by evidence, consistency, and trust. This guidance matters because sustainability claims are now closely watched by regulators, investors, customers, and the public. And vague or unsupported claims create legal, reputational, and market risks. It mandates that listed companies, in particular, should use this guidance to draft and institutionalize their own sustainability claims policy tailored to their business and performance risks, ensuring claims are governance-backed and defensible. The message is simple. Measure first, verify second, communicate third. It promotes specific evidence-based claims, transparent disclosure of trade-offs, and appropriate third-party verification, all of which build trust and improve access to capital and markets. In short, the guidance helps companies protect credibility and manage risk so their sustainability actions are real, verifiable, and lasting. But in continuation of this, and I fully agree that this is a very radical suggestion, I would like to suggest that in future, we divert our attention to profits, to earnings after carbon emissions. This is something which I've mentioned once or twice before. And essentially, what we would do would be to measure carbon emissions, scopes 1, 2, and 3, cost them, deduct them from the cost of from the audited profits figure, and increasingly only allow dividends and senior executives' pay and bonuses to be based on the earnings after carbon emissions. It would take several years to get there, but for those companies that have committed to net zero by, say, 2050, one would also hope that they would agree to put pretty well all their KPIs based on earnings after carbon emissions by 2050. It's radical. It would cause considerable interest if it was introduced. But I think it's one of the only ways in which we're going to get to where we wish to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. I think you've said it all. I just want to add something. I strongly believe that it's not fair for businesses who are genuinely investing in improving their sustainability performance to be either compared or to compete with organizations who choose a stronger, more glossier sustainability language but weaker evidence. And that's where I think Malaysia's first sustainability claims governance policy framework, it serves as a guidance. It will help companies to manage regulatory investor reputational risks by embedding substantiation, documentation, and as well as review and accountability for every material sustainability claim. Uh, so it gives a framework. So every organization, depending on what is relevant to their business and stakeholders, they can use it as a guide and form and define their own internal sustainability claims governance, which will definitely help businesses to be a bit more credible and avoid all the risks of greenwashing and social washing. So I appeal to all the businesses, represented businesses here to have a dip into it and see how you can at least adopt it in principle and in essence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dato' Henry and Kishore. We do hope that businesses will find this policy framework useful. Kishore, you are invited to stay on stage for the next panel. Dato' Henry, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the National Sustainability Framework Reporting Framework, or NSRF, set out by Malaysian regulators, is making sustainability reporting mandatory for all listed companies on the main market of Bursa Malaysia and eventually the ACE market companies as well. This is being rolled out in stages. So how can businesses turn sustainability disclosures from a compliance issue to a competitive advantage? We have a stellar panel that's going to be exploring these themes. I'm pleased to invite to the stage Dato' Shahril Azwa Jimin, Group Chief Sustainability Officer at Maybank, Dr. Ismet Yusof, Chief Executive Officer of the Minority Shareholder Watch Group, Kishore Ravuri, Chief Executive Officer and Board Member of the ESG Business Institute, whom we heard from earlier, as well as Shahida Muhammad Jafar, Sadiq Marikar, Head of Corporate Sustainability Department at the Employees Provident Fund. This panel is being moderated by Chong Kok Wai, Council Member of Climate Governance Malaysia. Kok Wai, the floor is yours.
Testing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Susanna. Well, welcome everybody, and welcome to all the speakers. I think some of them needs no introduction. Nonetheless, let me just introduce on the far right, Dato' Shahril, who's the Group Chief Sustainability Officer, Malay Banking, Berhad, Maybank. Dr. Ismet, our Chief Executive Officer, MSWG. Kish, who knows no introduction, just launched. Congratulations, Kish, who is also the CEO of my CEO and board member of ESG Business Institute, Singapore Asia Director, Impacto. in Ethics Advisory as well. Shahida Jaffa, next to me, Head of Corporate Sustainability Department, EPF. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. So I think our topic needs no introduction as well. Resilience has been the key point of sustainability reporting, and NSRF has been launched 2 years ago now. I guess the first cohort has come out, and let's get started to the first questions that I would like to ask. To each and every speaker, can you tell us in the context of your background, industry, what does resilience means to you or your organization when it comes to looking through the sustainability report from the listed companies? Perhaps Shahida?
Afternoon, everyone. And firstly, thank you to CGM for having me here this morning. For EPF, when we look at resilience, really, it's multi-pronged. We're both a pension house and an investment fund. So if we look on the investment side, we want to see investee companies be able to weather shocks, aftershocks, disruptions that are either acute, chronic, or acute and chronic. And in doing that and assessing as one of the or two of the panel members from the last panel spoke about intent and impact, we want to see internal alignment as well. I like to simplify things by saying that it's alignment of your heart, your mind, and your hands. Your heart is where you will commit to things, and that's all well and good, but each company has to have its governance process. So that's when the mind kicks in. What kind of frameworks, policies, processes are you introducing? And then the last bit, the hands, what are you putting to action? Because all of the commitments, the targets are not going to amount to anything if you don't put everything to action and be impactful in that regard. So we're looking at all of that to gauge for your specific businesses, be it sectoral nuances, be it your geography that you are operating in or the geographies that you're dependent on. Supply chain is something that we've been talking about quite a bit for the last 4 years because of the war in Ukraine, as well as recently the Strait of Hormuz chokehold. And so how do we look at all of that comes into play and the resiliency of your operations, your results, and if you're a listed company, your share price. And if you see us buying more or buying less, that's typically a signal of what we think of your stock.
Thank you, Shahida. Thank you. Kish?
To me, I think very broadly, when you talk about resilience, I think about two things. One is the risk consciousness of businesses and whether they are aware whether there is sufficient level of risk literacy that sits within the organization at different levels, especially at board and management level. And second is the consequences of inaction, whether they're financial or non-financial, should the risks be ignored or should the action not be sufficient. So if any business is unable to clearly define and show and communicate what risks exist, what are the consequences, what happens if they are ignored, and what is the governance that is put in place, then I think it is not a resilient or resilience narrative, but it is purely marketing.
Thank you, Kish. Dr. Ismail?
Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you for the organizer for inviting me. I wanted to be very honest in this conversation when we talk about climate and in the perspective of a minority shareholders. You see, at the end of the day, if you talk to my uncles and aunties of our minority shareholders, what is fundamental at the end of the day is not how thick your annual report is or how beautiful you design your sustainability report and put all kind of data, which at the end of the day, I myself also am not sure what data does it mean or tells a story. At the end of the day, it's all about how much money are you going to bring back to me, how much dividends are you going to pay to me, how much value you're going to create for me. But then, of course, the question is whether does it mean that climate issues or sustainability is not important? The answer is yes. It's still important, but you have to put your lens as a shareholder. Our view is that yes, it is important in the sense that if it disrupts the value that you are going to bring to me, of course, we'll make a foul cry of it lah. So the question is then, how do you then measure those risks? how do you then convert those risks to the impact that it will bring about to me as a shareholders in terms of the value that I'm going to be receiving from you, in terms of the in terms of the future earnings that I'm going to be getting moving forward. I think that what matters. And I think that's where fundamentally the differences in terms of mindset between what the regulators think and what the company thinks and trying to describe and what we shareholders actually want needs to be aligned at the end of the day between the three of us.
Thank you. What about Dato' Sharon?
Thank you, Kak. Good afternoon. Thank you to CGM, especially Datin Sri Sunita, forcing me to come here again. It's my pleasure. Yeah. Well, Maybank has been producing sustainability reports since 2010, one of the earliest listed companies to do so. And the first generation of sustainability reporting was all about transparency, right? What a company emitted, what policies it had, what commitments it made. So now the next generation of reporting needs to be about resilience, whether the board understands the risks, whether management is changing its business model, whether capital allocation matches its stated transition plans, and whether the company can continue to serve its customers, protect its employees, and to do good despite all the challenges it's facing. So sustainability reporting is valuable, at least for us, not because it tells where a company has been, or what like Dr. Ismail said, all the glossy parts of it, but because it gives us confidence to know where the company is going, right? So from Maybank's perspective, I feel that the resilience is the ability to absorb a shock, adapt to structural change, and continue to generate value without transferring unacceptable costs to society and to the environment. So when I read a sustainability report, or when we prepare a sustainability report, there's 5 things that I will be looking at. Right? Firstly, whether there's board ownership. Secondly, whether there's a clear understanding of material risks. Thirdly, whether there's credible targets and transition plans. Fourthly, whether there's sufficient capital and management resources assigned to those plans. And finally, whether there's honest reporting of trade-offs and underperformance.
Thank you. So I guess, as you can see, all the panel speakers are from different diverse background. But resilience means I can say that risk management is one of the most important key and what is being reported in transparency, as what Dr. Sharyl has just pointed out. And from MSWG perspective, is definitely not the thickness of the report, but rather what is contents that is counts and how much, of course, that it balances out towards the shareholders in terms of profits. Now, let me turn to Datuk Sharyl specifically on this particular question. How does your institution embed sustainability criteria into assessment, loan pricing, and can you tell us, perhaps share with us if you can, just one deal that your bank has turned down or restructured purely based on an ESG grounds, and why?
We embed sustainability at 3 levels. So firstly, as a risk selection. And we do this, we assess both the client and the transaction through sector-specific risk acceptance criteria. This is something very, very bank centric. Yeah. So we have 20 over industrial sectors, and we have so many categories of businesses, and we come up with reviews every year, and we come up with risk acceptance criteria that incorporates ESG metrics. And we also have ESG screenings. So this helps us to identify the climate, environmental, human rights, and so on, before it crystallizes into credit. So we take comfort in knowing, and our clients take comfort in knowing, that when a proposal comes into the bank for financing and it goes to the group credit committee, it would already have incorporated ESG risk into credit. Yeah. Secondly, governance and escalation. So material or complex cases are not left to individuals to decide. We have developed a very comprehensive governance structure from the management going up to the EXCO Sustainability Committee, and then there's a board sustainability committee I'm under a bit of pressure because the chairman of my board sustainability committee is actually here in the audience as well. And of course, it goes to the overall group board. So the very comprehensive governance escalation and process. Thirdly, the pricing and transition support. So where clients have credible and material sustainability targets, sustainability linked structures can connect financing outcomes with performance. We have structured 86 corporate sustainability linked loans and bonds from 2021 to 2025. And since October 2021, we have supported 13 client sustainable finance frameworks as the sustainability structuring advisor. So the preference is engagement before exclusion, right? So at the three levels, whereby we have embedded sustainability into our risk and leading to pricing considerations as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon. So if I get it right, that before you reject any loans, you do engage with the client first, just in case.
We do, and privy to that is Shahida here, who was with me in the early days of Sustainability Maybank. She was my first head of sustainable business before becoming the head of sustainability in EPF. I'm very proud of her achievement. So what she had done, one of the things was come up with a client engagement guidebook. Yeah, one of the things that we often take for granted is that when you go speak to clients, bank relationship managers speak to clients, talk about sustainability, talk about transition financing. Often the language is everywhere, right? So we felt it was very important that we come up with a uniform language. We capacity build our people and we come up with uniform language. So one of the things that we did was come up with that client engagement guidebook so that people know how to approach clients, supported by other tools that we have developed, including things like carbon calculator. So now, whenever there's a proposal for financing, we're able to immediately tell you how much carbon this will generate, how that would impact our own books from the PEI pathways for net zero, and so on. So, and it's all very open, it's all very transparent.
Thank you, Dr. So, as Dr. Sharon has just mentioned your name, my next question to Shahida, of course, from bank, one of our biggest bank in Malaysia, to our one of the biggest institutional investor here. Can I ask you, Shahida, when you evaluate a company's sustainability report, for specifically their report towards a company that you probably have an intention to invest, what actually tells you its substance versus greenwashing kind, and how much weight does that carry into your actual capital allocation decision?
So at EPF, every new investment requires a sustainability review. Every new investment and every new relationship on the investment side. So even if you're in our universe, if we're stepping up, unless it's a traded share, then it's an annual review. We do that. And so we don't just pour through the annual report and sustainability report. We actually look through all sorts of communications as well and news reports. Invariably, and to Datuk Shahril's point, when I was in Maybank, it's a continuation of some of the things I'd done in Maybank. It was just from a different lens, going from banking to an investment fund. And one of the things that we often pick up, and I am sure Ismet will add more pepper later, is what I call the Jekylls and Hydes. On their website, you see them doing everything they need to, policies and frameworks, everything looks glossy, looks pristine. But as you then look into news coverage, issues, controversies, there's no shortage as well. Sometimes there's also a diversity in the controversy, not the kind of diversity we want, but they have that. So it's looking at all of these things in balance, because then you understand, as Kishore mentioned before, who are the good communicators, who don't communicate that well, to understand the greenwashing, the green hushing. And what we typically do is, if we need to, we will engage them specifically. If we can, if we feel that it is important, because from our perspective, we'd rather not, for want of a more eloquent word, bug our investee companies or our external fund managers too much, because we need you to actually continue with what you're doing, which is managing part of our investments, managing the companies that we've invested in. It is tricky to find the actual greenwashing of things because when regulations come out that push for volume of disclosure, to Ismail's point earlier, the reports can be quite voluminous. You can hide quite a lot of things there. And so discerning the facts from the hushing, discerning what is factual, what is overstated, understated, is quite tricky. And so we are constantly looking into how can we do better, including how do we enhance our understanding of sectors, geography, every kind of nuance, so that there is a muscle and then it's muscle memory. You can eyeball and know certain things that doesn't quite look right. If we need to, we call friends like Dr. Ismet, which I haven't done yet, but we can, and ask, hey, does that look right to you? And that's what it is, because it's an ecosystem. Just as it takes a village to raise a person, it takes an ecosystem to raise a company too.
Thank you. So I guess it's a tough job, right? So I wonder whether you use AI in doing all this.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. It's apt that from EPF, I would turn my question now to MSWG, right, Dr. Ismet. Can you just share with us where and in which areas do you see sustainability reporting frameworks still failing to capture the interests of the minority shareholders? And what would meaningful accountability looks like to you?
I think before we go to the issue about framework, let's take a very simple example of taking any annual report. I think you can open Bursa's website and choose any annual report there is. The structure of the annual report reporting now does not actually complement what is needed in the discussion of climate. Because let's face it, climate discussion talks more about future impact and how does it bring about to the company performance strategy and etc. If you open any annual report, it's always about activities and activities of the past. It's always talking about what happened last year, and only a quarter, maybe less than a quarter of the annual report will talk about future, and that normally will be embedded in the management discussion analysis. Maybe they sprinkle a bit here and there in the sustainability report. So as a minority shareholders, like I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, I want to know how much it will impact my investment in your company. I think Shida also have the same view as well. But I guess at the end of the day, I've invested, say, 400,000 of my life saving into your company. I wanted to know in the next 10 years, will I still have that 400,000? Or would I continue to have my dividends throughout the year, or we will increase or grow in the future? Not many companies are able to actually explain that impact properly to us, to us as a shareholders, be it minority, be it institutional, regardless of the readers of the annual report. You have companies who are able to go at the extent of actually really looking into the impact of climate on their land bank and quantify, hey, in the next 10 years, 10, 20 years, this is how much value that it will disrupt from the land bank. It will shrink, and hence this is the financial impact that will be put forward to you in the years to come. So they manage to identify that. They look forward to ways to improve in terms of mitigation, flooding, etc. And they are started to invest now, like what Datuk says, put up capital allocation to mitigate all those things. That's one good example of a company. The second good, as the other side of a company that actually I have to say poorly done was, of course, if you take an annual report again last year, I would surely bet you 60% of that report will talk about one thing and one thing only, which is installing solar panels. And that's about it. And that's climate for them, which is so sad because, we are talking about a crisis. We are talking about issues that not just impacting the country, is impacting us in terms of how much we have put money into the company. And we trust you with that money that we have put in. And you're supposed to protect the interests of minority shareholders, investors as a whole. And this is how actually you look into things, and that's just purely sad. Now, going to that structure and this NSRF point of view that we had, I mean, we at MSWG together with Latin Sunita's team, we are looking into the first cohort of disclosures, the 91 companies with financial year end 31 December 2025. One of the biggest issue is about quantification of financial impact. That is something that is very much lacking in a lot of the disclosures. Of course, financial institution, they are very much way ahead in terms of disclosures. They are able to do so. But for other sectors, I mean, that is always definitely a challenge. And that's something that I think we really need to look at. Number two is about KPIs. At the end of the day, what I always like to do when I go to AGM and raise question, I always like to identify who's responsible for this. Was it, do you have a sustainability committee chair? Then I will first definitely have a question that will direct to them. If not, the chairman will have to ask we'll put the chairman on the spot. And the best part is, I think, I believe EPF together with MSWG, we now have a voting stance that if they do not, of the company do not have any climate target, we will definitely vote against the re-election of the chairman. I think that's where we put our foot down and we're trying to say that if you are not taking this seriously, then definitely you are not supposed to be leading the company anymore.
Excellent. I mean, taking the board to the task on accountability is something that everybody is looking forward to, in fact, to protect the minority shareholders. The next question, Kish. So Kish come from a consultancy background, I believe. I mean, for the longest time I know him. So in your consultancy or in your experience dealing with numerous boards in companies, what is the biggest gap that you see between the company's report and what they actually do operationally? And do you actually push the clients past the compliance mode towards a real resilience?
Okay, tough. I want to pre-qualify whatever I'm going to say first by saying that this year alone, I've read about 100 sustainability reports of the top 100 listed companies this year alone. And I want to be candid and say that most reports are written to impress, not to inform stakeholders. And that's a fact, or investors for that matter. Because I think every report sounded like a fairy tale, the businesses are picture perfect, no friction, no failures, no consequences, or no accountability. Yeah, so this is a common feature in most of the sustainability reports, and I'm talking about the top 100 large companies who have the wherewithal and who have the resources to make it right. And the huge gap that you're talking about, I think it is the gap is about a disclosure truth as opposed to the quality of disclosures. Uh, the qualitative information, which is all about why a particular issue matters to the stakeholders and what needs to be done or what is in progress, I think that part is largely missing in reports. And I think the qualitative aspect is what brings greater meaning to numbers and data. And I always lay emphasis on context. We heard some example in the morning that somebody is claiming 3 million uh, planted trees, but the context to that is what is my deforestation footprint and how does that measure against it? If somebody like Westports has a huge ocean footprint and they go into mitigating deforestation, doesn't make sense because it's not the primary thing where my impact is. Yeah. So these are some of the things which are missing in the report. So I feel the emphasis on the governance side of reporting should be to move away. Companies need to move away from focusing too much effort on what to say to impress, as opposed to what is that I can say which is defensible and which is supported with evidence for the sake of stakeholders and investors.
Thanks, Kish. So I guess at the end of the day, you got to strip them down and look through what is actually the real. And of course, with the AI coming into the picture, is you probably see the same old story again and again. Probably, Kish, you would not want to just read the top 100. You see, look at the bottom 100, and then you compare. That's what I think.
So why the top 100? Because I remember that when I go to boardrooms or I have my meetings with the management, they always benchmark their reports with somebody, and those somebody are always in the top 100. They say, I want my this year's report to be like HCIMB. I want this report to be like a Maybank, who always win the top 5 awards, right? Reporting awards. So, and that's why the focus is there, because people are repeating mistakes the other companies have made, because you're benchmarking with the best or the top 10 or the top 100.
So hold on horses. I'll come back to you, Kish. Let's go back to so you can see that this is I'm not following the orders. I'm going to Shahida now. So EPF, right? So based on your observation and your opinion, perhaps, are companies really seriously taking into account the sustainability risk into their business conduct?
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Well, let's hear it out.
Some are dead serious about what they're doing, and you can see it in their own internal alignment, which is why I earlier talked about the alignment of your head, your heart, and your hands. And that goes in an organization as well. That who is the heart of sustainability would be the CSOs, and the head would be the leadership team, the board, senior management. But put to action is basically the entire staff strength in a small way, in a big way, but that's what integration and entrenchment looks like. So for some organizations, they have been able to do that. Some haven't. And for us at EPF, we understand that there are nuances to every sector as well as every segment. If you're a large organization like Maybank, you have 45,000 people thereabouts. That's a lot of people to mobilize. You also have far more resources in every which way. If you're an SME, you probably don't have as much resource to mobilize in that regard. So our advice would be you should know yourself. You don't need to hire a consultant, sorry guys, to do your materiality assessment. You can sit down with your own risk officer, your business team, and do one yourself first. Start simple, but start somewhere. You know yourself what is the things that are causing the most impact. There is a FMCG in Thailand that was doing really well with climate mitigation and adaptation for themselves. There was a flood, they were well protected, they were sealed off, they were not their factory was not impacted by the flood at all. This isn't our investment, it's something that I looked into. The problem is this, their contracts are just in time. They couldn't get anything out, they couldn't get anything in. So the effectiveness of that plan didn't work despite the fact that they did what they could do. And the reason for that is it goes beyond just the company. It's your ecosystem as well. What city, what town are you in, and how are you collaborating with those stakeholders to make sure that if you need to get products out and you don't have a helicopter or a private jet, you need land transportation. How do you continue to have access? So those are the kind of things that I think we need to think about, as well as, and here I have to speak on the welfare of people, because as a pension fund, we're very concerned about the welfare of people, and the resiliency doesn't just mean dollars and cents. It talks about people as well. How are they impacted by floods, by landslides, by heat wave? We're kind of going through one right now, and we're going to go through a super El Nino at the end of the year. What does that mean to our staff? So it's looking into all of those to also understand, are they walking the talk, or are they just talking and talking and talking?
Right. Sounds like the example that you've given, they didn't really take into the risk into account when doing business. So
I just want to add one thing. There's been it seems that we're knocking on planting trees. And as a tree lover, I think that it's a great thing whenever we plant any tree, because there is a city in Colombia that has planted vegetation and trees all over the city, including the pillars of their, what would be equivalent to our LRT and MRT. The temperature dropped by 4 to 5 degrees Celsius because you create canopies everywhere. So when we look at greenwashing, perhaps we need to take a step back and also think about communal impact. If you're planting 3 million trees, it's a big deal. Are you really doing it? And who is going to be the beneficiary is something that you should talk about, so that that's also documented.
thanks, Shahina. Dr. Shah, you want to add on to these particular questions, whether, some of those borrowers that in Maybank and all that you have assessed, Are they really seriously taking into sustainability risk into their reporting?
In one sentence, I would say increasingly, but imperfectly and inconsistently, right? And in some cases, it's not because they're being dishonest, but I think because the reporting structure is as such. I give you an example. Yeah, when you calculate the physical emissions intensity of certain industries, take for example hotels, yeah, the hotel industry. It's based on scope 1 and scope 2, basically, what they report, right? And that's when, as financiers, we look at that. I was privileged to be moderating a panel in Singapore a couple of years ago, Invest ASEAN, a big panel. And I had on stage with me the CSO of a huge Thailand hotel chain. Yeah, I won't say who, but you would know many of the brands, big brands, are actually within that hotel chain. They operate 80,000 rooms across 550 properties. Big, yeah. And they seem very green, yeah, because the reports go on scope 2. So my first question to that person was 80,000 rooms. There's a lot of towels and linen you wash every day. But that's not in the books because that's outsourced, right? Third party, right? But they're not cheating. I don't think they are trying to be dishonest, but that's how the reporting structure system is, right? So what may be needed is some realignment again, because ultimately, to me, a perfect system, reporting is just the instrument, right? Not the outcome, right? So there needs to be better linkages in terms of what is being reported to what is your capital allocation and what you really do. Yeah, but maybe that needs to be relooked at, lah.
Thank you, Dr. Well, in the in the essence of time, let me just go straight to Ismet. So, Ismet, how do you see yourself or your institution in terms of being more relevant in pushing the companies to do more, to not just you know f- follow the IFRS and all that, but perhaps report more on climate resilience?
You see, just to share some updates about MSWG, we are now a shareholder of all listed companies in Malaysia. We are not rich. I have to caveat that. We just hold one shares of all of your companies, so that I can continue to go to your AGM and make noise at your AGM. And of course, our focus this year will continue to be climate, one of it, and issues surrounding that. But I just wanted to share one very interesting initiative that we're going to do. And when you ask about relevance, this just now, Rimba Watch Rep mentioned about issues with regards to enforcement. I think enforcement, yes, we can't wait for enforcement. But the other aspect of things that can be done is technically demand. There need to be more demand of companies to do better in terms of managing their climate issues. And having so what I thought and what we wanted to do now is to start uh, basically creating a community within our minority shareholders where we will have this program called Kelas Revolusi, where we will start to, this is like a tuition class on weekend where I'm going to teach my uncles and aunties of minority shareholders about issues relating to climate, about issues relating to sustainability, so that they can come together with us at AGM and start asking questions. So I thought maybe at AGM, maybe the auntie will ask you about climate scenario analysis. You don't be shocked lah next year, because we are starting to teach these uncles and aunties about this issues. So yes, we're going to do that, because again, at the end of the day, demand is important. If you have real great demand, more voices voicing this out, because let's face it, as multi shareholders, we can't do much in terms of voting. I can't be changing the board if the board is not doing anything with regards to climate. I mean, we just hold how many vote shares at the end of the day. But what we can do is, going to AGM, ask, the board, ask Dato questions on climate in terms of, scenario analysis, how you're going to manage, what's the impact going to be. And then I think that can be a great push. And we'll make sure that that happen, and you'll see a different set of questions coming up next year. So hopefully less question on dog give, more question on climate next year.
Thank you, Dr. Ismail. And I can testify that I've been seeing a lot of updates from the LinkedIn, and wherever he goes to one AGM, he will post it and what kind of questions and answers that he got. Okay, so Now, back to Kish. Kish, this is the question that I'm dying to ask. Always. When I get this panel, I was like very excited. So, Kish, have you ever faced with instances where you're caught on how you actually help clients to navigate the reporting, rather than telling them the hard truths on their sustainability performance?
Can go on and on about this, but I'll try to be
You got 2
bit
minutes,
brief
1 minute.
about brief on this. Uh, yeah, I struggle a lot. I mean, and but that tension is the job, right? But the truth is, nobody wants to hear the truth. In all sustainability reports, if you read them, there's always this one statement which says, if you have any feedback or if you require any clarifications, we welcome our stakeholders to come and submit, and they give an email ID. And even in AGMs when we get questions. So in the background, what happens instead of reflecting on the content and providing defensible evidence to respond to stakeholders, internally discussion is they don't understand our business. I've already explained to them, and this is all I can give. Basically, they go on a defensive foot, standing. So this is what happens in reality. Yeah, so we can ask all the questions we want, but that's ain't going to change much in terms of the approach. I think uh, it has also to do with something in the morning Robin was sharing. It's to do with the culture, the Asian culture of uh, always saving face and always looking good when it comes to reporting or what is in the public eye. But in my experience, what I try to push is I always request companies when they're drafting their reports, make your risks visible to the investors, to the stakeholders. Make your consequences explicit as possible in the report, because there's nothing to hide there. And of course, the evidence has to be there to support both consequences and the risks, and maintain that as much as possible. So I call for integrity as much as possible. Yeah.
Thanks, Kish. Thanks. So, one final question to everybody. Okay. I wish I could have more time, but anyway, just starting from Dr. Sharil, make it short. If you have to name one reform, regulatory, market-driven, or cultural, that would accelerate genuine resilience through sustainable reporting, what would it be?
I think connects back to what I said earlier. So I don't think the reform that I would like to see is just simply more reporting, right? It is connected reporting, right? Supported by credible data, proportionate assurance, and clear board accountability. So better linkage of the dots.
Dr. Ismail?
Better discussion on financial impact of companies towards companies, and that's how we can measure the impact to our investment as minority shareholders.
Kish?
I think boards need to play a more active role in mandating something like a sustainability claims governance, and acknowledge the risks associated with weak claims that go in the public eye. It could be related to regulatory risk, it could be investor related risk, it could be reputational. But as long as they're being acknowledged by the board and you mandate some sort of claims around sustainability claims, some kind of governance around sustainability claims, I think that should do the trick initially.
Shaina?
Mine is similar to Dato Shahril's, but in a specific way. It would be the interplay of climate and nature at all three levels: regulation, market driven, as well as on the consumer side, because there is a nexus between climate and nature. And nature is often a blind spot for us, but the impact to people is quite significant. And from that perspective, it's not just about the dollars and cents. When the impact to people is our members, we're very concerned because majority of our members do not have sufficient coverage for retirement. It's something we're still continuously pushing for. The adequacy of their retirement fund isn't there, especially after the pandemic. So when the decisions are not being made looking at things holistically, particularly in this regard in terms of impact to those who are often not in the room, we are concerned in that sense. So I think it would be useful if all of these conversations, you throw everything on the table, then form a decision and a path forward, looking at it from a communal perspective and not just dollars and cents.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I guess, thank you so much for the panel. I guess what is more important here is we see a coherent of comments here is that how do we integrate sustainable reporting to financials? How do we translate that to profits to protect the shareholders' interests? That's where MSWG comes into effect. And how we see from the consultant point of view how much they want to help the clients, but at some point of time, everybody wants to look good. But we must understand that culture is something that we can't change overnight. But I guess we have all this kind of discussion over many years ago. I mean, this is not the first panel that we are discussing here. So I guess one key point takeaway is that unfortunately culture eats strategy for breakfast, and that's something that I do hope that based on what we can gather here today, we can take it back, and among all of us here who are board members, please do take it to the board, because we do not want to just speak to the CSOs. We want to speak to the board members, not just the independent director, but the executive directors, which are more important in making the changes. And we heard what Dato Ruben has said is one of the rare board and owner, of course. So that's how it is, and resilience is built not overnight, but definitely not on just reporting. So we hope that changes can be made from the boardroom. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwok, Dr. Shahril, Dr. Ismet, Shahida, and Kishore. That was a great discussion on the challenges of ensuring credible and effective sustainable reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, do stand so we can take that photo of you, yes? I think it was really heartening to hear how closely the institutional investor EPF and also the MSWG really scrutinize sustainable claims in making investment decisions. And it's also really great to hear from Maybank about how they are also taking sustainability very seriously in their business. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the midday point, and I know we're more than ready for lunch. But before we adjourn, we would appreciate it if you could fill in a survey and provide feedback on the NCGS 2026. There will be a QR code on the screen, which you can scan and also fill in your thoughts, provide some feedback, what's good, what could be improved. This is really helpful for the organizers so that they know what they can do for the next iteration. So, same as yesterday, there is a vegetarian buffet available for purchase at the Sasana Kijang Cafe. There are also other options in the cafeteria. During the lunch break, do take some time to visit the exhibition booths outside the hall. There's a range of sustainability organizations as well as sponsor booths and also Hornbill Award finalist booths there, so do check them out. The afternoon session will commence at 1:30 p.m., where we have the CGM Hornbill Awards coming up, celebrating the best in biodiversity conservation. So we'll see you then. Have a good lunch, everyone. We are aiming to start at 1:45 p.m., so please do take your seats. Please fill in the front rows. Thank you very much.
Let's put that down.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us for the afternoon session of the National Climate Governance Summit 2026 Day 2. I hope you've been able to grab lunch and make connections during the break. And I would like to take this opportunity to just acknowledge the sponsors of the NCGS this year, including the silver sponsors, Nestle Malaysia and Sime Darby Property, as well as the strategic lead sponsor of the Hornbill Awards, Gamuda. Thank you so much for your support in making the event a success. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Climate Governance Malaysia, the organizers of the NCGS, it is the sum of efforts by many hardworking, dedicated individuals that have devoted their time and energy to further the standards of governance in the country. There have been many faces in CGM that have been with the organization from the very beginning. And thus, I invite Dr. Gary Tessera, Chair of the Council of Climate Governance Malaysia, on stage for a tribute presentation.
Thank you, Shazana, once again. And a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from your lunch. I trust that you've had a pleasant lunch, good time to catch up with all of your colleagues here and friends, people you may not have seen in a while, but all who share a common passion for the environment. And I think what it boils down to is for people, because for us humans, our primary reason for taking care of the environment, although it might be a somewhat selfish one, is actually the impact that it has on people, because people depend on the environment. We've been very fortunate at Climate Governance Malaysia to have a lot of wonderful, talented, and hardworking and very giving people on our board and on our council, all of whom volunteer their time and their talents to bring you this, at the very least, this summit once a year, but also the full program of activities that we continue to run and that we have run in the past at least 4 years, going back all the way to 2019. But in a very special way, CGM would like to recognize the efforts of someone who has actually contributed a lot, not uh, since joining CGM, but in a lifetime of service to Malaysia, in which he has spent considerable time away from his native country. CGM would like to very graciously appreciate Dato Henry Barlow for a lifetime, for a lifetime of service. He has done ever so much research from the days when he was in Sabah, actually beginning his collections, documenting the wildlife in specific areas, and then continuing his work at the estate in just outside of KL. Uh, Henry, we really, really appreciate you giving your time and your talents to us here at Climate Governance Malaysia, and we'd like to recognize you for this. Do you mind joining me on stage, Henry? Ladies and gentlemen, a lifetime of dedicated service to Malaysia and to the environment, not only about.
I'm not accustomed to being caught in this way. So may I say thank you very much indeed for your very kind tribute. The 56 years that I've spent in this country, basically permanently, have been enormously enjoyable, sometimes a bit stressful during the Malaysianization of some of the companies which we were initially associated with family business in the 1970s. But certainly after that, it's been a very, very enjoyable experience. And it's been a great pleasure working in this country. One of the reasons I stayed out here was because the natural history was so very much richer than anything which I could ever hope to be involved in the UK. And of course, Ginting Tea Estate, which some of you know, is a perfect place to do as much natural history as you want. And so that's been a great joy over the years. So once again, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dato Henry Barlow, and also thank you, Dr. Gary, for that tribute. It is on the foundations that are built by people like Dato Harry that we have the environment and sustainability that we do today. So I think we need to, it's our responsibility, the ones here, to continue to build on that to make sure that other people in the future will also give us that tribute. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the next agenda item. If you joined us from the start of the program today, you would have seen the screening of Nakawan, the Soul of Perlis. It is a beautiful and poignant documentary film showcasing the ecological, economic, and culturally rich heritage of the Nakawan Range in the tiniest Malaysian state. So the documentary is part of a project led by Peter Ong, the head of education and outreach at Roots and Shoots Malaysia, a youth-led environmental action program. So I'm delighted to invite to the stage Peter Ong, who is also a wildlife photographer, author, and biodiversity advocate, on stage to shed light on what goes into documenting nature for the public and why conservation is critical. So Peter, over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Sunita. Hi, good to see you. I think my slide deck should be ready. Firstly, thank you guys for coming back after lunch. I know it's that time of the day, but I hope you enjoy what I'm about to show. Did anyone catch the documentary this morning? Thank you, thank you. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's out on Astro as well later this month. Yeah, just checking on the slides. Perfect. Okay, so this is the view, sunrise at the northernmost point of Peninsular Malaysia, just on the border with South Thailand, at Wang Kalian, little village in the north. This is what sunrise looks like. It's magical. And I wanted to stand here today. I'm not really a policy person. I'm a wildlife photographer, actually. I do documentaries as well. And I'm here speaking to you to share my experience as someone on the front line. Next slide, please. So I'm here today doing the work that I do with much thanks to this one individual, Dr. Jane Goodall. Before this, I was actually a musical theater performer for a good nearly 2 decades. Before that, I graduated in law. Not a very good example from a university, I'm afraid. But after meeting Jane, she completely changed my mind, changed my perspective. And the most important thing, challenged me as to what I could contribute. What could I give back to the environment? Mind you, like I said before, I was a law graduate. I do not profess to be able to do any graphs or any further stats. I stopped at SPM Mathematics. So that's the extent of my abilities to be able to contribute back to the scientific world. All I had was my camera. I was a passionate photographer. And so I thought, okay, I've got this camera. I know how to use it. Let's see what I can do. Next slide, please. So the quote that she made that really impacted me is something that I always share with people. What you do makes a difference, but you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Now, notice that she doesn't say that everyone will make a difference, but she says that you can decide to make a difference, which is why I'm standing here today. And I'm here to speak to you about making a decision too. Next slide, please. So that's me typically in the field. That's me hiding behind the whole nest of leaves with a camera. You can hardly see it, but that's the whole purpose and intention. So I knew I had to do something. And with the camera, I decided that that would be my instrument to contribute back to science. And also, funnily enough, the camera is an instrument of persuasion. And that's what I really wanted to do, to try to persuade not just general members of the public, but also fellow Malaysians to be as curious about our country and our region. Really, there's so many things that remain undiscovered, unknown, data deficient, much to my surprise when I first started out, data deficient. So everyone asks me why it is that I photograph wildlife and especially primates. It's because a lot of our primates are data deficient. We have 25 species of primates in Malaysia. 25. We are the second highest count after Indonesia. Many of them remain unstudied, including a population of white-thighed surili in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, which nobody knows about. I just came back from, thank you. I just came back from Johor yesterday. There is a population of gibbons, white-handed gibbons, which nobody is studying about. Today I rushed back to the north. Also, there is a population of gibbons up there, which nobody is studying. So we have a lot of things, and that's just the wildlife. Can you imagine the flora? So I hope that by shifting the lens onto our biodiversity, it encourages more Malaysians to become curious. Next slide, please. So meeting Jane really changed my life. In 2019, she encouraged me actually to hold my first exhibition. In 2018, I was like, Jane, I've got so many photos already, and I can't wait to show it to you. And she's like, why do you want to show it to me? Show it to Malaysians. They need to see, they need to know what's out there. So I was like, okay, I hope it goes well. So in 2019, I did my first exhibition, and she was kind and gracious enough to launch it. And I was also very fortunate to get the guidance and support of a lot of Malaysia's primatologists, one of whom is here, Dr. Jolene. She's doing amazing work with the Penang langurs, so the dusky leaf monkeys, if you check out her booth in the front after this. And then after COVID, you know, I was talking to Jane and she was like, we need to really, really be consistent with the messaging. And that was something that not many people know about Jane. Not only was she a wonderful primatologist and a wonderful communicator, but she was also a very, very brilliant communication strategist. So she was like, this has to be consistent. So that was when the Datai in Langkawi got in touch with me, and we produced a book on the primates of peninsular Malaysia, because a lot of people are aware of what's in Sabah and in Sarawak, orangutans, yes, but not many peninsular Malaysians know that we also have apes here in our forests. The largest of our apes is the siamang. The siamang is indeed very, very important for the orang asli here in Semenanjung, Malaysia. But unfortunately, many Malaysians, peninsular Malaysians, are not even aware of their existence. We have 3 species of gibbon here in the peninsula. All 3 are now critically endangered. We are facing an onslaught of reports nearly every week of busts happening out of KLIA, baby gibbons being trafficked. And it's not just in KLIA. We are a hub, yes. This involves Sumatra, it involves Satun. Funnily and coincidentally enough, it affects all my 3 work sites. So it is an important issue that we still need to engage, not just with each other here in the room, but also with the wider public. The next slide, please. So I'm just going to share with you some images that I've taken over the years. So this is a species of hornbill. Contrary to popular belief, Malaysia does not have toucans. And although we still see toucans on various signboards, postings, hoardings, tourism communications, we do not have toucans. We have hornbills, and we have beautiful hornbills. Another misconception is that Sabah and Sarawak, yes, the land of the hornbills, they have 8 species, Semenanjung has 10. So we have a lot of biodiversity here in Semenanjung. It's just something that is not talked about enough. Next slide, please. So this is a shot that I took last year. What you see is a beautiful Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin, pink-bellied, leaping for joy just off the coast of Perlis. So if you watched the documentary, the Nakawan, earlier this morning, we did feature the marine mammal life, the rich marine mammal life that can be found just off the coast of Kuala Perlis. That's the Nakawan range in the background and the dolphin leaping in the air. People always ask me, you know, really? There are dolphins? Yes, there are dolphins. Incredible dolphins. We used to go out while filming the documentary onto fishermen's boats, and they would be there. Occasionally, when we're lucky enough, the whale is there too, and so is the whale shark. People ask, why are there whales and dolphins off the coast of Perlis? If you go up to the region, you will see that across the border from Perlis is an area called Satun, South Thailand. And Satun has done a remarkable job at preserving their mangrove forest, which stretches not just for kilometers in length, but kilometers in depth. So they've moved beyond just keeping the token 10-meter mangrove shoreline that we do here. They actually have a substantial mangrove system, which makes their their marine shore very, very rich. In fact, Kuala Perlis is the 2nd most important fishing port in our country. So in terms of food security, we also need to be able to look at areas like this. Next slide, please. So earlier I was talking about gibbons. So here we are. We have on your left-hand side, the white-handed gibbon. Yes, imaginative name. White-handed gibbon. It's got white hands like Michael Jackson. And on the other side is our largest gibbon in Semenanjung. It is the siamang. The other one that's missing from this because it was not wide enough, the slide, is the agile gibbon, All three are found here in Semenanjung. All three are critically endangered. Critically endangered. We are struggling. The primatologists are literally struggling to keep their population at a steady constant. People always assume that deforestation is the main culprit. Unfortunately, for the case of our apes, it's not just deforestation. We are looking at fragmentation, forest fragmentation. As a lot of you are aware, we've lost tigers due to roadkill, elephants victims of roadkill. So we really need to look at not just preserving our green spaces, but we really need to take a very, very close look at how we urbanize, how we plan our development. People are always like, oh, palm oil is the culprit. Well, actually, no. It's our highways, it's our roads, it's our housing estates. So it's all of these things that we really need to, it's a messy business, it's sticky, but I believe in this room we have enough brains in here to at least take a good stab at it. Next slide, please. This is another one of the images that I've managed to catch, which I always find very fascinating. I love these guys. They're flying lemurs, although we don't have lemurs here. They're known as colugo. Colugos. So colugos are really, really important. Over here, this colugo is perched right next to a cluster of durian flowers. They are important pollinators, not just bees. All manner of fauna, arboreal fauna, play a role in pollinating, including this little colugo who I was watching one night as she was like licking the nectar off these durian flowers. But as she was licking and going across the entire bough, her body was picking up all the pollen from all these flowers, and she would fly to the next tree and do the same thing. So God knows how many trees this one individual has pollinated in just like 2 hours that night. So every individual does count. Next slide, please. Are new discoveries being made? Yes. So this is a species of viper that was just discovered 2024. The beautiful eyelash pit viper in Perlis, limestone, found only in the limestones of Perlis and Satun. If you look closer, you can probably see she's got a little ridge on her eye. She's quite small, but it gives the illusion that she uses ample amounts of mascara. Next slide, please. So we are here today, right? And I'm here addressing you, a room full of leaders. And I'm here to ask you today to make conscious decisions in your leadership roles. We don't arrive at important events or meaningful outcomes by drifting from one spot to the next. We make conscious calls, conscious decisions every day of our lives. I'm just asking if we in this room, especially those involved in corporations, can we be capable of a more conscious effort towards the protection of our biodiversity? I believe we can. Being conscious doesn't mean just I make a decision. Being conscious means that I know what the cost entails, and yet I'm still going to do it because that is the right and necessary thing to do. Sometimes we have to think out of the box. Those in the field very well know what that feels like. Sometimes, given your limited resources, you are expected to come up with wonderful heavenly outcomes by the end of 12 months. But sometimes we have to say yes. We have to say yes, because saying no means it will lead to an outcome which is just not just unimaginable, but unacceptable. So we struggle. all my friends here in the NGO world know what that struggle is like. We struggle, but we make a conscious decision to go ahead with the struggle, not just, yes, it will be a nice story to tell afterwards, but yes, because it is exactly what is needed. So when you go outside to the booths afterwards, please do stop by my friends who are doing wonderful work. Rimao is out there. The Langer project is out there. Wonderful things are being done. Incredible things are being accomplished given the limited amount of resources. But that's what I'm asking you for today. Whether we can all come together, not just the NGOs, but also corporate and policy leadership. Can we come together to really make an effective, long-lasting change? And I believe we can. Next slide, please. So we're all here in the room familiar with this. This is the cost of doing business nowadays, right? As we saw in our news cycle, wildfires racing across Europe. Will the Europeans clamp down on our task force for nature disasters? Yes, probably. Would there be tougher audits? Probably. So it's something that we need to prepare ourselves for. And that's just on another continent. On our landscape, we're dealing with crises ourselves. Natural resource allocation, water. For more data centers that come up, how much water will that take away from our agriculture? And agriculture is important, right? Agriculture is an important sector. Food security. And we have all come to find out that, we need to be quite self-reliant because anything could happen. Anything could happen to basically cut off our food sources. As we're finding out from this current war, our fertilizers are affected. So does that mean we have to look at our own local industries? Can we come up with local fertilizer solutions that involve the local NGOs and green industries? Yes, we should. We should. The more secure we can be with our natural resources, with our agriculture, that is, I think, the way we need to move forward. Next slide, please. So the license to operate locally here, it lies with the local communities. So I'm here also to ask members of the Klang Valley to once in a while journey to the rest of the country as well. It is incredible what we have. And not just in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. One thing that I've come to learn from doing so much work between Malaysia and Thailand is how little we actually know about the Thais. We don't speak Thai. And yet they are the only land neighbor we have. Everyone's like, yeah, there's Singapore. We speak the same language. Yes, Singapore is still across water. But Thailand, we share a border, we share land. And that's something that we really need to be quite serious about as well, our regional integration. So next slide, please. So I'm here again for one last ask. Whether you have a board agenda item, a supplier standard, a restored catchment, or even the desire to fund a young person in a field session, please make that decision. Push that bar just a little bit outside the comfort zone, just a little bit. We don't have to go to Mars. Ours is the only planet we can live on. So let's just start there and supporting each other through this. The next slide, please. And so I leave you with this quote by Jane. You have to decide what difference you want to make. That was something I decided back in 2017 when I started picking up the camera. And in 2008, after meeting her, after she passed, she's left a big hole. But seeing the work that my colleagues are doing fills me with so much hope. So thank you guys for doing what you do. Please keep it up. And I hope the rest of the room will decide to join us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Peter, for those remarks, for highlighting the price of biodiversity loss, and also for making the point that every single one of us can decide to make a difference. You can watch Nakawan, the Soul of Perlis online at the YouTube channel of Roots and Shoots Malaysia, as well as a companion documentary on Wang Kelian. And of course, look out for the screening on Astro for the Merdeka and Malaysia Day months. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted that the National Climate Governance Summit this year also provides a platform for the Climate Governance Malaysia Hornbill Awards 2026. The CGM Hornbill Awards is a nature based recognition program spotlighting NGOs and community based organizations for environmental and conservation projects that have real impact. We're delighted to have Gamuda Berhad as the strategic lead sponsor of the Hornbill Awards 2026. And so I'm pleased to invite Ong Jilian, Group Chief Communications and ESG Officer from Gamuda, to the stage to deliver her keynote.
Hello. Okay, great. A very good afternoon to CGM members, award finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Serena, for actually inviting me. I remember a few months ago, one evening, you called me and said, "Hey, Gillian, do you want to be part of this Hornbill Award?" And I was actually in the Sami Pyramid car park, and I thought, how timely that you have asked me this. It is because Gamuda recently, we were given the unique privilege to be part of the LEAP report, which was launched just a month ago. It was done together with World Bank, Biofin, and what we wanted to highlight is most people would think, is Gamuda being an engineering and construction property group have to do with biodiversity? I got very inspired hearing what Peter said just now. What can the board do as a corporate company? What conscious effort do we have license to operate? I'm actually going a little bit off tangent from my speech because I think what Peter said just now made me realize that while we have spent a lot of money at engineering wise when we do feasibility studies, a lot of times I got to be very honest, biodiversity protection is something probably way down the list. It is always whether you can complete your project on time and on cost. As long as you fulfill your EIA requirements, your SIA, you're good to go. But I think as we see global demands as well as financial institutions, they're asking more and more of what's your nature risk? You're talking about nature credits, you're talking about carbon tax and everything. So how do we prioritize when it comes to, and I think just recently before lunch you had some ESG report where you talk about your S1 and S2. I think more and more conversations are there asking that how do you price in nature? And I have the privilege of, I'm not a biodiversity, I'm not a tree hugger, I don't even own a pet at home. But the last week when I had the privilege to be with Donovan and Pep, who were like giving me real life lessons on biodiversity, and it actually opened up my mind when I saw the kind of questions they asked, the angles they were coming from. And what struck me the most, it was all the proposals that came in, everybody wanted to do AI. Everybody wanted to do digitalization. And that resonates very close to me at a personal level. My team is here with me. It is because we know data is so important. As an engineering company, we do baseline studies. And it's a constant challenge that there is no consolidated, comprehensive biodiversity data that we have. And this is something I hope for all the participants. I speak to those who may not walk home today with an award, but please remember that your work counts on ground. Continue to persevere. And I plead, if it's possible, with AI and digitalization, to have all this data, because as Gamuda, as a Group 1 company, we have to price nature. I have machines to buy, I have conservation programs, and without data, I don't even know whether my conservation programs are actually working on ground. And so with today, I think this award is very unique because it actually bridges the corporate sector and the NGOs together with the community. I mean, to be very honest, I don't think as a corporate person, I will be able to be in any occasion where I find myself surrounded with so many NGOs who love trees and love animals, you know. So I hope as I close, moving forward, there'll be much more collaborations coming along in the very near future. Thank you.
Gillian, thank you very much for those remarks. And thank you, Gamuda, for supporting genuine biodiversity conservation efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to the exciting part of the afternoon. The CGM Hornbill Awards 2026 received dozens of applications, and the committee has shortlisted 5 finalists. These 5 finalists will each make a presentation before a panel of judges, followed by a Q&A. So they will be under strict time limits, 7 minutes for the presentation, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with the judges. So I've appointed myself as the unofficial timekeeper. You will have a clock in front, but when you hear a single bell, that means you have 6 minutes, you've done 6 minutes and you have 1 minute left. 2 bells means you're at the end of the 7 minutes, and a third 2 bells means that you're at the end of 3 minutes. So we'll see if we can keep it to the time of 10 minutes per presentation. With the timekeeping out of the way, I do want to acknowledge our judges. We have, of course, Ong Jilian, the Group Chief Communications and ESG Officer from Gamuda, whom we just heard from. We also have Perpetua George, Director for Sustainability and Climate Change and Nature Lead at PwC. We have Donovan Lewis, Head of Conservation Division at the Malaysian Nature Society. And of course, architect Dr. Serena Hijaz, council member of Climate Governance Malaysia and director of Hijaz Architects and Planners. So these are the judges that are deliberating on all the finalists. Let's begin with the presentations then. We're going to call the first finalist up. I'm delighted to invite the very first Hornbill Award finalist on stage. Please welcome Kanitra Naidu of the Persatuan Pelindung Harimau Malaysia, or RIMAU. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, judges, panelists. My name is Kanitra Naidu, and I am the General Manager of Persatuan Pelindung Harimau Malaysia, RIMAU. And I am absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to pitch our project. Smart Connect, strengthening technology-enabled biodiversity protection across Perak's priority tiger landscape. So before I begin, I would like to share a little bit about RIMAU. RIMAU was established in 2018 by concerned Malaysian citizens about the plight of the tiger, which is now critically endangered and where there's only 150 left in the wild. Next slide, please. We started our work at the Royal Balloon State Park, where we wanted to put more boots on the ground and to protect that area from poachers. So poaching is tigers' greatest threat. As some of you might be aware, tigers are in great demand for every part of their body. That includes their claws, their teeth, coat, skin, even whiskers, you name it. All right. Next slide, please. So one important principle of RIMAU is to work together with the local communities who live within the forest area. And we started off by employing 5 rangers from the Jahai community, which we called Menrak. Menrak means orang or people in Jahai language. So it literally means people's patrolling team. Next slide, please. RIMAU has grown. What once started off at the Royal Balloon State Park, we have now expanded to the Amanjaya and the Banding Forest Reserve, then down to Korbu Forest Reserve and Piah Forest Reserve. This year, we've expanded to the Bintang Hijau Forest Reserve. Next slide, please. The map you see with all the squiggly lines are actually the patrolling coverage. And our rangers, they carry out patrols using smart patrolling, which is a system that records everything during their patrols. Could be from human signs, could be animal signs. So everything has to be documented for further data management. And that also helps in monitoring and evaluating our conservation efforts, and also to improve the conservation management. Next slide, please. So these are some of those examples of what they see, our patrollers. These are all human signs. In this case, you can see some words written in Thai language, and then there's snare, bullet case, rubbish, tree being slashed. So all these locations are recorded, and they must be photographed as well. Everything they see. Next slide. These here are some animal signs. So you would see paw prints of tigers, wild boars, sun bears, and then there is nests, animal carcasses. That's a sign to kill, sign of kill, sorry. And again, everything must be documented and is documented. Next slide. So in the past, this is how we would do things using pen and paper. Our patrollers, they will have to write everything down that they see, and this can be tough though, because in our patrolling team, especially in Royal Balloon, majority were illiterates, so we had to teach them how to read and write before they could do this. It's a very manual system back in the day. Next slide, please. And the markings and the mappings of what is seen on the ground, we can only do it once they come back from patrolling. So all these signs, human signs, animal signs, all those inputs can only be into our database once they come back from patrols. And this can take weeks at times because of the manual system. All right. Next slide, please. So REMA believes that technology is key, and we are also the first organization to introduce smart using digital phones to our patrolling teams. Right? These are some examples of the devices that they use out in the field. Next slide, please. So and this is what the smart mobile app looks like. Everything that you see here, it comes within the app, where they are able to select what form of signs that that they had seen. Was it animal? Was it human activities? And whether they were direct, indirect, and what were the indirect evidence that they have seen. So it's a matter of selecting what is within the app, which makes it easier for our patrollers to record. And this data is then transferred once our patrollers come back from patrolling. All right, next, please. So the Smart Connect map, we have introduced some of the Smart Connect to our teams, and through Smart Connect, we are able to have real-time data management. So if there's any connection available, we would be able to extract real-time information. We have also been sponsored by SpaceX. We've been given a couple of mini Starlink for us to use, so we'd have connections. Next slide, please. So our proposal highlights a couple of objectives, which is to update and upgrade the Smart Connect across our landscapes that we work at, to improve the quality, consistency, and efficiency of the digital biodiversity, as well as the data that we have collected, to strengthen the digital capacity of our Orang Asli communities, and also to enhance conservation planning through faster analysis and also sharing of biodiversity information. And lastly, to strengthen the collaboration between us, RIMAU, with the Perak State Forestry Department and Perhilitan through integrated data management. Yeah, and we also align with the SDGs. All right, and how do we do it? It's in the next slide. Through rugged handheld Oukitel devices, and with a good desktop computer, including NAS, which is network attached storage, and with Smart Connect installation, including the setup, Smart Connect training for our patrollers, and lastly, through with project implementation. Next slide, please.
Kavitra, I'm afraid we are out of time, so I'll give you 10 seconds to wrap up before we
Sure.
turn over to the
Sure.
judges.
I just want to say that by saving tigers, we save so much more. Tigers are umbrella species, and by saving them, we actually save thousands more species. And also by protecting them, we're protecting our Malaysian national heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Judges, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kanitra. I think excellent presentation. One of the, I think, compelling, proposals that we've seen. A quick question to you, and this is focused on really continuity, and perhaps the potential for ramp up. The Malayan tiger is not just in Perak State, but it would be interesting to see if you could explain perhaps what Rimau's view is on how you would extend your current wildlife monitoring approach beyond just Perak State. Noting, of course, that the Malayan tiger is, it's in Pahang, it's in Johor, it's throughout even our eastern parts of Peninsular Malaysia. So be quite interesting to see whether Rimau has thought about where your next steps are with this approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Pavitra. So that's a very good question. In fact, it's something that we should look at the bigger picture of not just focusing on one state, but also Semenanjung as a whole, where it houses tigers. But also keep in mind, like initially when I mentioned that we started with Royal Belum State Park, the focus was to ensure that matters in a particular area, how small it's given, that it's managed properly. Today, as we speak, Perpetua, Royal Belum has got enough foot on grounds. The foot on ground based on 10 kilometers squared, we need one patroller at least. Today we have covered, Royal Belum is fully covered. So we want to ensure that wherever this project is being undertaken, we want to ensure the strength of it, that it's dealt with properly before we move elsewhere. But we are very much open to collaborating with other partners who would also like to, start up with Smart Connect. Yes. So we're very much open.
Following up from that, I think quite understandably you'd want to sort of focus on quality within a particular region. Noting that, in Peninsular Malaysia, we do have, I guess, sort of state concerns, and you're working very much with the forestry department in Perak. Would you be able to sort of talk about whether Rimau has had any follow-up conversations, for example, with other forest departments for within other states within the peninsula?
We have had, but most of our work, because it's very much Perak aligned, we do work very, very closely with the Perak Forestry Department. If I may mention, there are also other agencies that we work with, where we work on an HQ level, and then there is very Perak centric level. So I just want to remind you that it's more focus driven rather than bringing it on a broader platform at this moment.
Perfect timing. Oh, we are out of time though. I guess we are out of time. I think just to be fair to everyone else as well.
Yes, Donovan.
To the to mobilize in terms of whatever is the outcome from that you derive from this software and technology in terms of also to do the tracking, because the medium is going to be towards the Jahai and the Malay language. So how is that going to be possible in terms of the technology transferring that to a medium language? Yeah.
So as we speak, we have actually conducted smart training for our Temia Orang Asli group in Korbu, and this is very much user friendly, and also it's able to give us that basically the team is able to adapt to the software. And like I said, it's in Bahasa. We teach them how to read, write. Our patrollers, be it the Menrak patrollers, be it the Jahai community or the Temia, they can read and write, so that makes it easier for them to use.
We
All right. I really do have to call
Thank you.
it. Yes. Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Thank
that
you.
did not answer fully. Yeah. Thank you very
Thank
much
you,
for this
Kavitra Naidu.
opportunity.
Please, a big round for Kavitra and for Rimao and the wonderful work that they do to conserve tigers in Balum State Park. Let's move along to our next Hornbill Award finalist. In the interest of time, I will be giving a little bit extra time for both the presentation and Q&A, just so that everybody is on a level playing field. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Jolene Yap of the Langer Project Penang Hub.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jolene. I'm from Penang, and I can tell that some of you from Penang as well. And I'm a practice primatologist, and I would like to bring all of you back to 2016 when I first discovered my purpose in life. So this is actually the right palm of a dusky langer. Don't worry if you don't know what is a dusky langer. I'll show you the photo. And this dusky langer passed away. When I was a student back in 2016, I was studying the life cycle, life history, ecology of dusky langurs group in Penang. And then I was facing a very, very challenging scenario in my life where I had to handle my first roadkill incident of a dusky langer. And it wasn't a typical dusky langer. It was a study individual. His name is Tapiet. Tapiet means unique in Penang Hokkien. I'm a Hokkien from Penang. Tapiet was just 1.5 years old when he passed away, and he was hit by a car and observed by a resident, Kai resident. And then he called me, we rushed to the scene, and we handled Tapiet. And right now, Tapiet is in Tamarimba, Teluk Bahang, in the Eco Museum in there as a taxidermy specimen, serving the community as an educational material. So I'm representing an army of citizen scientists, residents in Penang, and we call ourselves Langer Project Penang Hub, or short form LPP. We are not an NGO, we are a private conservation enterprise because we wanted to be sustainable in the work that we do. So we focuses on two important things. First is community science and environmental education. And of course, most of our work are aligned with the SDGs, not only on life of lands, but also in terms of trying to pushing more creative, inclusive environmental education for the communities in Malaysia. This is Penang, but you can relate very well as well around your neighborhood, around your taman-taman. And you can see forest loss, habitat loss, but most importantly, like what Peter mentioned just now, habitat fragmentation. Patches of habitat green spaces are being isolated, are being built, and many lives are being neglected. And some of the issues that you may observe when you were driving, it could be from your left, poor waste management, or even people feeding wildlife and causing littering everywhere, roadkills and accidents, and even conflict arises from the ground, especially people and macaques. So in LPP, we are a very diverse group of citizen scientists, people and scientists working together, and we work with not only volunteers, but also community groups that live close to monkeys to help them to learn more about how to coexist with non-human primates. At the same time, we work alongside with the state government, any individuals who are interested in learning more about nature environment and the importance of co-sharing spaces with our wildlife residents. And we have three important pillars in our work. First, from your left, is to continue the capacity building in training more Malaysians to be more resilient so that we can have a more resilient Malaysia in terms of recognizing environmental issues so that we can prepare everyone to be a citizen scientist to contribute back to science, to the environment. Then the data that we have from the citizen science goes directly towards the installation of road canopy bridges we have in Penang, hopefully soon throughout Malaysia, at the same time to empower communities through environmental related educational programs. For information, in LPP, we have established 3 road canopy bridges, and these 3 bridges, they're very unique. They both serve a story that tells the tales of people and monkeys together. And you can learn more of these 3 bridges at our booth over there. But right now, I'd like to share with you some snippets of the camera trap footage that we got from each bridge. Can I play this? All right. Is it possible to play this video? All right. This is an infant dusky langur. His name is Suka. Suka means like in Bahasa Malaysia. And Suka was very terrified in crossing his first attempt on the canopy bridge in Teluk Bahang. But then, through the encouragement from Suka's sibling, Suka decided to cross and he made his first crossing. And after that, following up with his mom, which crossed after him. So through the observation on the camera traps, we're able to tell story of how resilient wildlife are in coping with the ever-changing landscapes. And how about this one over here? Let's see. Can the technician click play, please? Can you observe something weird? The tail is a short tail. The tail of this dusky langur actually broken due to a fight in a high-density residential area with other dusky langur. But then, as the leader of the group, the alpha male still leads the family to move across the canopy bridge that we install in Tanjung Bunga so that they can navigate their home range a little bit more wisely. So each bridge built on 3 foundations, and with winning the Hornbill Award will help us to enhance the work that we're already doing continually. First, citizen science, where we, for the past 12 months, has established a network of citizen scientists. And with the support from the award, we're able to enhance the numbers, do more fieldwork, hence establish more niches of community network on the ground in Penang. And second, maintenance of the road canopy bridge. What happens after we install? Where not only right now, up to date, 9,000 wildlife crossing has been recorded, but with the continuation project, we're able to observe more and establish a more solid case study for Malaysia. All right. And lastly, educational talks and rainforest program, where we hope to give back to the community by working with national schools, with community that are affected by monkeys, so that we can reach out to a larger audience base. And as the theme of this conference is all about building a more resilient Malaysia through nature-based solution, and we hope that Langur Project Penang can continue our humble work in Penang and hopefully soon able to expand out of Penang to different parts of Peninsular Malaysia. And this is one of the takeaway quotes that I hope everyone can try to remember, which is the way we act and behave affects each other. This comes in both ways between people and wildlife. And I hope that we all, as leaders in our industry, able to learn creative methods to promote coexistence in this shared space of ours. Thank you.
Well within time. Thank you very much, Jolene. I pass it over to the judges.
Thank you, Dr. Jolene, for the good presentation. You mentioned just now about community education. Can you share a little bit what kind of data that you've managed to get from the citizen science? Any interesting data? And from whatever set of data you have been getting the last few years, what is the new data that you hope to get for the next 2 years?
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Ong. I would like to just check again, is it on educational activities or citizen science activities?
Citizen science.
All right, so for our citizen science activities, we will usually use our army of citizen scientists to establish stakeholder reports. So all these stakeholder reports consist of different chapters, like for example, first, the monkey data, which consists of activities, home range, basic ecology and behavior data of the study groups that we study at the targeted neighborhood area, together with ethnography data, which is the people social science data, where we interview the residents that live at the targeted field sites about their thoughts and perception regarding their encountering with the monkeys. Like some people may like them, some people may not like them, some people may against the canopy bridge, some people they are willing to try on certain strategies like this. So we combine all this data. Of course, all these are very qualitative and quantitative as well, including quotes and sharing from the residents and different stakeholders, state government stakeholders, and we utilize them to pitch for permit application with JKR, even with the council and different agencies.
Judges, you have 1.5 minutes. All right.
what's the measured difference that you've been able to see in terms of reducing the roadkill and the community of the langurs?
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for the question. So let's talk about roadkills, yeah? Okay, so when we study the ecology of dusky langurs or the macaques at the targeted field sites, we will also study a thing called road ecology behavior. So we will calculate how often do they spend distribution hotspots by the road, how often do they cross the road. Like for allies crossing the first bridge, before the bridge installation, we recorded 8 roadkills within 6 months. Yeah, which include electrocution at that particular coordinates of bridge installation. So that's how we measure first, before and after comparison. And after installation, there were 0 roadkill up to today. And of course, that's only that targeted coordinates, right? But we still have to see what's happening around. Hence, citizen science is very important to have on-ground monitoring by collecting stories and observation from the residents, but also through on-ground monitoring by observing the movement of the monkeys and residents' perception. So, like Tanjung Bunga, second bridge field sites, we conduct ethnography before bridge installation on their perception towards dusky langur. I like them, I don't like them, what kind of methods I use to deter them, can I tolerate them on my rooftop? And after the bridge installation, we re-evaluate the assessment of ethnography 6 months after the installation was done. And it shows significantly drop in terms of complaints. Even the Dun office also came to us and mentioned that all complaints has dropped significantly from that particular neighborhood area, which is the origin of the complaint source. But this cannot be evaluate the success within 2-3 years, right? It needs to be done throughout the years, maybe up to a decade or so, because people dynamics with nature are changing in this ever-changing landscape. So I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, hi, Jolene. Well done on the presentation. My questions is a lot to do with penology in terms of the seasons and all that, which you see, I think, find where you are in the island state in Penang. So, which are the peak season when you find that there's the tourist influx of tourists that comes in as well, and also in terms of do you find the habit of uh, many tourists, or in fact local tourists or tourism operators feeding the monkeys? So this is my questions on human wildlife conflict, which we often face as well, the same dilemma here. So how do you counter this? And also, with all due respect, yes, we have a lot of fragmented green spaces all around, and likewise as well in Penang. So, in terms of establishing a connector, or in terms of pathway, the biodiversity, how do you see in terms of them moving one area to the other? But coming back to my first question, the penology. And also now there's a lot of studies also coming on the zoonotic aspect.
Donovan,
So,
time is running
Yeah.
out.
thank you. Yeah. So that's it.
Right, I
Thanks,
try to
Jolene.
keep this short. Okay, I'm glad that Donovan asked this question because phenology is actually a very interesting topic. Complaints arises when plant phenology when the fruiting season, flowering season around the neighborhood area actually enhancing, and also depends on the climate change, right? Localized climate change the fruiting season, flowering season of the certain plants. So residents they will have a very confusing time, and they will compare through like a very foggy memory, like last year before, through their experience with the changes of phenology of the plant. This is mainly on the dusky langurs, and it affects the visit frequency of the dusky langurs to their house. But for macaques at the recreational park, it affects not only for tourism activity. One thing we must always remember is Malaysia is a very cultural area, so it affects also from cultural practices. So I think cultural practices is something that we need to think about as conservationists and policymakers, and how action from the cultural events actually contribute towards a poor waste management as well as food provisioning activities of people towards wildlife.
All right. Thank you very much, Jolene. A round of applause for Dr. Jolene Yap and the Langer Project. We are going to move swiftly along to our third Hornbill Award finalist. I am pleased to invite to the stage Azwani Sahibu of Wetlands International, Malaysia. You have 8 minutes for your presentation, and judges, I am looking at you. There are 5 minutes on the clock for Q&A.
Hello. 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 Hi. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Azwani from Technical Officer from Wetlands International. And so I'll be presenting our proposal for the Hornbill Awards 2026 titled Mangrove Guardians, Skilling Building with Nature for Coastal Resilience at Tanjung Kapar. Just a brief introduction of Wetlands International. We are a non-for-profit organization dedicated to the conservation and protection of wetlands ecosystem, as the name suggests, because of their values in terms of the economic, the ecological, and even the social values as well. And we have 19 independent officers worldwide with one mission to inspire and mobilize the society to safeguard and restore the wetlands for people and nature. And for Malaysia office ourselves, our main focus work is mainly focusing on the mangroves restoration, including the urban wetlands, which is the lakes, rivers that can be found in urban setting, be it it's natural or constructed wetlands. And one of our community-based mangrove restoration that has been implemented is called Tanjung Kepah Mangrove Action Project. The short form is TKMAP. And what we have been implemented at this Tanjung Kepah is actually a nature-based solution that and this proposal is actually built on activity that helps to scale and sustain the community and ecological impacts. And so where and why Tanjung Kepah and what has been implemented there? Tanjung Kepah is located at Lekir, Manjung district, and this specific hinterlands has been experiencing serious erosion due to the strong waves and currents generated within the Straits of Malacca and Andaman Sea. So these strong waves and currents resulting to the imbalance of the natural sediment transport, which also impacting the mangroves area along the coastal of Tanjung Kepah, and the degradation of mangroves has been observed along 2 kilometers extending from Kampung Tanjung Kepah and Kampung Sungai Tiram, and also several planting efforts was conducted in the past for several times, but mainly all the efforts has been filled with the survival rates of the planted seedlings remain below below than 10%, even up even until zero, none of them will survive. And Tanjung Kepah also known as because of the abundance of shellfish resources, particularly the famous Kepah clam. That's where the Tanjung Kepah names derive from. But because of the mangrove habitat declines, it also impacting the productivity of the fisheries and also the shellfish, which also affecting the coastal community of this Tanjung Kepah. And sorry, I'll just move. So what we have been implemented at Tanjung Kepah is actually we address the root cause of the mangrove degradation, which is in this case is the serious erosion. So we install a 65 meters at the foreshore of Tanjung Kepah, which is around 60 to 70 meters away from the shoreline, and the structure itself is mainly made or constructed from the bamboo poles, and between these two rows of the bamboo is actually filled with the locally sourced tree branches that is wrapped around and then tied to the bamboo to prevent from spilling out during the high tides. And this bamboo structure, it has a permeability characteristic, unlike other conventional coastal barrier, for example, rock revetments and coastal bund. This permeability still allowing the water and sediment to pass through, and as the water coming from the from the sea and then passing through this structure, it kind of like slow down the wave intensity, and afterwards the sediment started to settle and accumulate behind it. And over 16 months after the installation, the monitoring results has been significant, because these structures alone are able to attenuate up to 58% of wave height. So imagine the incoming waves coming in 100% wave intensity, and then after passing through these structures, it reduces up to 58%. And this creates a calmer and sheltered condition for the mangroves behind it to regenerate. And sedimentation also was measured using the RTK beach profile and measurement poles, where we have recorded the sediment builds up to 2 centimeters on the landward side, which is behind the structure. And building with nature approach is not only about building the barriers itself, but it also involves the community empowerment to become the active guardians and continue these restoration efforts in the long term, even after the project has been officially ended after since last early of this year. And we have introduced like mangrove adoption program where the local community themselves being trained on how to collect the seedlings propagule and then and then sowing and then growing it in the nursery and planting it behind the structure. So the key success to the mangrove restoration is actually patient. We did not plant the seedlings right after the installation of the structure. We have to wait the structure to play its part first, which is attenuating the waves and also um, um, building up the sediments. Only after around 6 months, we started to plant the seedlings in smaller quantities at different sessions, just to kind of like see whether the area has been stable enough for the seedlings to regenerate. So remember I mentioned that earlier that the planted seedlings survival rate remains below 10%. Then after the installation of this structure, and the survival rate of the planted seedlings has increased to 60%. And then so this proposal is actually a built-up activity where it involves two objectives. The first one is to improve the functionality and effectiveness of the existing structure, which is the permeable bamboo structure, and the nursery itself, by replacing the damaged bamboo poles, both web screen and nursery, and also replenishing the filling materials with the tree branches, reinforce the rope connection, especially on the vertical and the horizontal component poles of the structure. Then the second objective is to strengthen the community stewardship through mangrove restoration by continuing what the local has been done since the start of the project, where we will be organizing 2 sessions of mangrove awareness program, targeting a total of 60 participants, planting 600 seedlings. And last one is the monitoring and reporting. And so this is basically what we are targeting from this project later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Azwadi. Judges, your 5 minutes
Okay.
starts now.
Yeah. I'm going to make short and sweet as well. How much now in terms of accumulating the resource from the site, in terms of the products of the wood beams, and as well in terms of mobilizing together with the local community, in how much of the participation from the local in terms of buying and source from the local in that area, that should the funds that be contributed, or how much is going to go for the locals and how much is going to mobilize this? Yeah.
It's actually I couldn't manage to present, but actually we are targeting 25 of the locals that is going to directly involve under these awards, from maintaining and repairing the structures, nurseries, and also the arrangement planting itself, because we are going to purchase the seedlings from the locals later on.
Okay. How's the impact in terms of the intertidal at this point in time?
In terms of what?
The intertidal, the impacts of the arus or the tide that goes in it, is it getting worse, better? Because in your proposal it didn't emphasize in terms of the gutter slope that you're facing within the shoreline. So that's one of my first questions as well. But what's the preparation that is being prepped up within the local community in Tanjong Kapar? Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the cosigns, like for example, the wave reduction that you are asking right now, because in in our assessment, the structure, when it in a pristine condition, it's able to reduce up until 58%. But now, because there is like wear and tear because of the incoming waves and whatnot, so the functionality of the structure definitely is decreasing. So that's why we are going to refilling the structure itself, just to make sure that we are getting the 50 at least the more than 50% of the wave reduction that we are going to target on these awards. And for the
Beneficiaries, yes, not
yes,
coming to benefit, yeah.
so the beneficiary would be the the 25 locals that I mentioned just now, which will be directly employed, and also we are going to purchase the.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, if that is all, thank you so much, Azwani. Can you please give a round of applause for Azwani and Wetlands International? We are now going to proceed to our third Hornbill Award finalist. Let's invite to the stage Carolyn Lau of the Free Tree Society, Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, I have a choice. Does this work? Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am very, very honored on behalf of Free Tree Society to be introducing our project to you today. It's 5 years in the making, and it has a lot of room to grow. We're all familiar with tradition. Oh, is this me? Yes. We're all familiar with traditional reforestation models that have treated forest fringe communities as passive observers, or maybe sometimes simply as labor, or sometimes just obstacles towards reforestation. Today, we are presenting a model that switches this around. Having gained free, prior, and informed consent from the local community, they actually put up their hand and said, "Can we have this project, please? And would you like to look at a site that we have possibly for it," which is the current site that we have now. So welcome to K Park, the Korbu Perak Arboretum and Rainforest Center, driven by Free Tree Society along with the Perak State Forestry Department and the Temya Orang Asli community of Jalong Tinggi. This initiative restores degraded rainforests and while empowering local indigenous leaders as long-term custodians of their land. Now, am I supposed to press this? Sorry, I'm not good with this. Can someone slip the slide for me? Oh, it's done. Oh, thank you. So, decades of logging have severely degraded the Korbu Forest Reserve. Yeah, its boulder-strewn valleys and gullies, once carved by flowing streams, now trickle only seasonally or have dried up completely. This degradation threatens not only our natural heritage, but local livelihoods as well. Now, facing economic displacement and lack of stable income, the Orang Asli of Jalong Tinggi are often forced to travel very far for low-wage work, weakening their cultural connections to the land. And a result of this, the land is not just degraded physically, but socially. K-Park was created to bridge this gap through transformative action on the ground, by connecting ecosystem conservation with community empowerment to deliver true lasting impact, and proving that environmental protection and community development can go hand in hand. So we go down to slide. Am I doing this right? Oh, there we go. Yes. So we have 3 core pillars in how we do our solution. Yeah, we have the Squad K-Park, which is a conservation team employing local men to establish and maintain the arboretum while monitoring biodiversity through camera trap technology. Then we have the women, micro nurseries, a women-led enterprise model where local women propagate native seedlings backed by guaranteed buyback mechanisms and external sales opportunities. And lastly, we mustn't forget the youth. We have the eco guides. We train them with official certifications, including Malim Gunung mountain guide credentials, to lead ecotourism and share traditional ecological knowledge with the visitors. So K-Park isn't just a proposal. It's a proven, results-driven model. During phase 2 of our project between 2024 and 2026, we planted over 1,760 native trees across our 5-hectare site. We surpassed our targets and have a survival rate of 93%. We introduced 103 native species, sufficient for the beginnings of an arboretum, with 55 of them being dipterocarps. Now, these are focused on representing Perak's forests. We are lowland riverine forests. Crucially, we dispersed over 250,000 ringgit directly to local IPLC beneficiaries via green salaries, vendor contracts, and seedling buybacks. And today, 3 women-led micro-nurseries generate independent income and certified youth guides actively lead ecotourism and outreach programs. So K-Park directly addresses the Sustainable Development Goals, 7 of them, SDGs 1, 8, and 11, which drives poverty reduction, decent work, and community resilience through green jobs. And with our micro nurseries, we advance SDG 5 by giving women economic rights and business training. And through ecosystem restoration, we drive SDG 13 and 15, expanding carbon sinks and protecting native plant genetics in one of Malaysia's most essential biodiversity hotspots. And we could not achieve any of the above without solid support. Partnerships, supportive partnerships, yeah, which is what SDG 17 is all about. So, this is K-Park Phase 3. Built on deep institutional trust between Free Tree Society, the state authorities, Jakwa, and the local community, the Perak State Forestry Department this year has formally confirmed an expansion, scaling K-Park from 5 to 47 hectares. Furthermore, the state will reclassify this land from plantation to a social forest. Paired with an MOU extension from 2000 up to 2041, this legal reclassification secures long-term commitment, much needed for this arboretum, and establishing K-Park as a permanent, self-sustaining model for indigenous-led rainforest preservation in Malaysia. Now, included in the expanded footprint is the Sungai Beremban and that waterfall that you see there called Lata Pante. It is a stunning sheer drop waterfall that draws significant interest. And so under K-Park, the local community will be trained and mentored to manage ecotourism around the waterfall, ensuring that the protection of the river, which serves as a primary source, ensuring the protection of the river, which is their primary source of water for 2 of the local villages. So they're in control. Yeah. Now, here we are. In the next 15 years, this is our plan. We intend to grow the Arboretum to achieve international accreditation. We will establish a social forest with and for local community needs, expand wildlife mapping, especially as we have endangered species on the site, including very displaced elephants. We intend to investigate carbon accreditation potentials, seeing that we are already measuring our trees' growth. And the end goal is to train the local community to transition management of K-Park and its associated ecotourism activities over to them in the last 5 years of the project. We are here today to humbly request for financial funding for the first 9 months of Phase 3, which will be used for foundational ground studies, mapping, tree inventory, stipends and green employment for the Orang Asli field assistants, and creating a master plan. Reporting deliverables will include comprehensive soil composition, water health, and high-resolution GIS layers for mapping, yeah? That's that. And so, planting trees is the easy part of any reforestation project. A true protection requires genuine respect, a respect rooted in the pride and ownership of the local communities who live alongside them. That pride becomes contagious to everyone who visits, be it the day trippers, the waterfall chasers, the researchers, or the students, yeah? And by embedding nature-based solutions at the heart of the community, we nurture not only a respect for nature, but the local stewardship vital to building what we all want, a resilient Malaysia, in the face of all this climate and biodiversity crisis. So K-Park is a reliable, replicable model for community-led conservation, but it's not a rubber stamp. It is adaptable and can grow to suit site conditions and needs. And there are very, very many opportunities for expansion, research, and corporate sponsorship in Phase 3 of this project. And you are all very, very, very welcome to join us on this. Please do. I'm going to leave you with the last slide, which is 8, because I don't know how much time I have left.
You have no more time left, I'm afraid.
Questions, please.
Hi, Carolyn. Thanks for the presentation. I know it's not in your deck, but in your proposal, you have a Phase 3 landscape master plan production.
That's going to be in that what I mentioned earlier, the master plan, the ground studies. Yes.
Yeah, but could you explain a little bit more, because in your plan was to consolidate all your scientific baseline data. Could you just run through like what's missing now at the moment of your data, and what you hope to supplement and close the
Okay,
gaps?
so what we have got, we've studied the 5 hectares, but we haven't started studying the 42 hectares. We don't know what's in there. We have to go in and know every single tree and species. We have to go in and find out what lives in there. And we have to know how the river runs, how many rivulets are dried up, how what it's a right now it's a bit of an open canvas. We haven't been into those areas yet. So the baseline studies that we need will be that. And because it's 42 hectares, we'll have to do it in 3 phases. And by the end of 9 months, we hope, well, we have to be earlier than that. We will have enough of all that data collected, tree inventory, soil, water, and whether there are any particular mother trees in there, and then the wildlife that we obviously can see through camera trapping. And then we'll be able to do a master plan, but also we will be working with the community to find out what they need, because this project has a social forestry skew. It's going to be, and we need to know what they need. I can't say they're going to eat cocoa for the rest of their lives. I have to, we have to work it out with them what their needs are and what is suitable for the site. I hope that answers your question. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, perhaps to add on, again, I don't know what it is with Perak. This is like the third proposal that is from Perak State. And well, if you want to talk about Utara states, then with the Penang one, it's all Utara states basically. So so just on that vein, I note you're sort of in the rough landscape as to where Rimau is.
Yes.
Just wondering whether you've thought about the whole GIS mapping, but also how you're doing your wildlife monitoring. Do you see some potentials within that methodology and approach potentially being aligned with, for example, what Rimau is doing?
Oh, definitely. Rimau has been helping us in a sense of learning what is in, because we can't just look at our 5 hectares originally. We got to know what's everywhere, and Rimau has been a great resource for that. We can, for sure, and we would love to be able to work. Yes, we definitely will need that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but right now it's a case of we do a land mapping. We're focused on trees. We're trying to create a forest or an area that is suitable for all wildlife, whatever is there, to be safe in, but also with a social forestry element. I mentioned earlier roaming elephants. It's something that we are challenged but excited to deal with because they have nowhere to go. So our project, as it grows, might have to skew to adapt to them. And it's so I can't give you specifics right now, but I can give you specifics for the first 9 months. Yes, I'm good with that. And I hope that answered your questions for the first 9 months. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, judges. Thank you very much to the Free Trees Society and Carolyn Lau. We're down to our final Hornbill Award finalist. Can I welcome to the stage Sui Peng Hyun, Southeast Asia Rainforest Research Partnership.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sui Ping. I'm from the Southeast Asia Rainforest Research Partnership, and today representing my organization here to present our proposal on the community forest guardians, empowering communities to deliver science-based nature positive forest stewardship in Malaysia. So we've heard in the last 2 days of all the commitments and all our determination in protecting wildlife, restoring degraded landscapes, and how basically all this in ways we can address environmental conditions and improve, or how do we overcome climate change. So so in this sense, that overcoming, so sometimes what the problems a lot of people face is we talk a lot about animals and everything, but then how about the forest condition? How do we actually measure or evaluate the current forest conditions? Before we can talk about managing forests, we actually need to have reliable ways. How do we actually measure the current condition of the forest? So a lot of us, especially from my NGO, a lot of our background is producing a lot of robust, scientifically validated data. However, sometimes the solutions can be more local, and more practical approaches can be used to address the same problems, such as understanding or how to monitor forest conditions. So next slide, please.
So here, before we talk about conserving species or addressing climate change, first and foremost, we need to understand forest condition. How do we evaluate it? So here, I'd like to share just a short clip of how can we recognize or identify what's a good forest, what's a bad forest for people to first understand forests. Yes, can we have play this clip? There's audio too. Yeah.
Forests support biodiversity, provide food and water, sustain livelihoods, and help to combat climate change. The quality of a forest affects its ability to perform these important functions. Forest quality can be degraded by intensive human activity. How can we recognise the quality of a forest? Very large trees are an important indicator of a good quality forest. These trees store huge amounts of carbon and provide homes for many different species. Good quality forests have a high, closed canopy. Low levels of ground cover vegetation mean you can see a long way. In disturbed forest, a more open canopy allows vines and weeds to grow. Tree seedlings and saplings indicate that the forest can regenerate. The size and shape of forests are important. Human activity fragments forest, creating small patches. Fragmented forests suffer from edge effects. Forest edges are hotter, drier, and vulnerable to disturbance. The smaller the patch, the more prone to degradation. Patches of a few hundred hectares can support substantial biodiversity, but bigger is better. And hundreds of thousands of hectares are needed to support many rare and endangered species. Connectivity of forest patches helps animals, seeds and pollen to disperse, supporting the forest's ability to regenerate. Isolated forest patches are prone to degradation. Animals are essential for forest health, but can be difficult to spot. In Southeast Asia, leeches are a good indicator of the presence of mammals in high-quality forest. Signs of hunting could indicate key mammals are missing from the forest. High-quality forests tend to be larger, connected, have large trees and a shady, closed canopy, and support lots of animals and plants. However, lower-quality forests remain important. With good management, their positive impacts can be maximised.
Okay, next slide. Okay. Yes. So after knowing or identifying the importance of recognizing a good quality forest, next slide, please. Yes. So who benefits the most with good forest quality? Good forest quality benefits all of us, but who directly benefits from good forest quality are the communities living within the forest. But the problem with a lot of communities living within the forest is they know when a forest is good quality, they know when the forest can provide for them, but how do you actually put this into something quantifiable evidence that they can provide for conservation action, for more practical solutions to manage their forest? So sometimes communities are doing reforestation, replanting work, but how do they actually demonstrate that this is improving their forest quality, or they are reporting encroachment, degradation? There is actually no robust, there are very few tools available out there for them to robustly show and provide evidence of their forest quality and condition. So one of the ways we propose is a simple phone application. Didn't open it here, but then you can always go to our booth to try out the app here. So it's called the Forest Integrity Assessment Toolkit. So basically, it's a phone app that you can use offline, and it consists of a list of questions, yes, no, presence, absence, that can be used by anyone, and specifically it's targeted at non-forestry professionals. So anyone can actually use the app and assess the quality of the forest. So here the aim would be for communities to assess and monitor changes in their forest quality over time. So this app can be used offline, so it's very practical for anyone in the field. And more importantly, we have it translated in local languages. It can be adapted to local conditions, for example, wetlands, for example, to coastal communities. And like I mentioned, you do not need to be a forestry expert to be able to evaluate the condition of your forest. And also currently a lot of ways to evaluate a forest quality or for carbon stock purposes is to have remote sensing, to have very, very high technical skills, a lot of cost involved in just getting an idea of how's the condition of the forest. While this is just a simple phone app, and more importantly, we've calibrated and done enough work on this app to calibrate it against robust scientific data to show that this is the scoring system correlates strongly with scientific outcomes of vegetation surveys and forest quality. Next slide, please. So this app has been developed actually since 2015. We've tried it with researchers, with also oil palm workers who have no prior knowledge on any forest assessments. And we've tried it with different groups of people. We've tried it in poor forests, good forests, in oil palm plantations. But then we ask ourselves, we've never really tried it much on communities. So can we apply the same approach of forest quality assessments using a simple app on communities? Next, please. So this is our proposed project to try in Kuamut and Kinabatangan, which is the famous Kinabatangan River in Sabah. So Kuamut area is about 7 to 9 hours by boat from anywhere accessible. Basically the Sukau area and whatnot. Yeah. So basically, if some of you are familiar with the Kuamut Conservation Rainforest Project, that is based in the Kuamut area. So within that area, we've been doing a lot of biodiversity, a lot of scientific studies have been going on. But then we were thinking we could use this FIA tool, this approach, to work with communities to also understand whether we can validate and basically compare it with what the scientific data is producing. Next. So this is actually my last slide. So
10 seconds.
So yeah, so the outputs we propose from this project is we'll create a FIA toolkit specific and tailored to communities that we have validated against scientific data available from the same site. And after that, it will also empower these communities to protect and take charge of ownership of their forest stewardship using validated and robust data. And then ultimately, we could adopt this to other areas such as CCAs, applications for OECMs, and also other communities. And within Klang Valley, it can also be applicable to places like Shalam Community Forest, anything for people to actually manage their own forest quality and monitor it over time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Swee Peng. Judges, over to you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Yeah, well done, Hui. I'm just going to sweet and simple as well. Now, from our experience, just working in terms of Global Forest Watch, in terms of Forest Watch app, you're going to target a community, and I'm going to come back to the first question which I posed to Rima in terms of the medium and such as well. Urban community, you got local communities, various districts, whether it's centric, whether it's breakdown to the demographics and all that. How are you going to streamline all this? And how are you going to explain? And I know that the application as well is not going to be, is going to capture it as well, even without internet access and all that. Now, the data, how are you going to interpret the data and what sort of data in terms of features and all that? And is this your pet project under SIP, or this is going to be shared in some ways in open source, like, yeah, something like the Global Forest Watch or the Forest Watch app, if you're familiarized with, yeah.
So because each individual project actually after, like I mentioned, it's offline, right? Once you collect the data, you can actually, when you get online, you upload this data and you can use a computer or a laptop to access this web database. But for each project, there's a login, a username and password specific to the project. So no one else can access this project because we respect data collection, data security, and privacy. So this is not going to be shared openly. It's not going to be an open platform because we have to respect the sensitivity of each community. And the good thing about this FIA, we call it the dashboard, basically the web base. You can actually, with a few clicks, you can generate plots and you can show trends over time. So it doesn't require, also no expertise required in that sense of reporting, creating scoring, and scoring over time and looking at trends over time. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to ask question because it's the only Utara Peninsula Malaysia project. And I'm Sabahan myself, so I have to ask the specific question lah. So it's a very well-known landscape. And as you said, the FIA methodology has been, in fact, even the SMART methodology has been used throughout the palm sector. So both methodologies, I think, do show that there is applicability and understandability from people who are not conservation trained, planters, but even community members. So my question is, given the similarities, and again, I was trying to poke just now with K Park, but also with the Rimau team, is really this thing about how can we align, I think, on some of the tools and approaches, because it sounds to me that there are avenues for alignment. So I just wondered whether SERP has thought about how you would potentially ramp this up in terms of the next phase, because if you're just talking about Kwamut, that's quite limited. But what are your plans, say, potentially with that extension, and do you foresee collaboratively working with other NGOs in this space?
Yeah, actually, there's quite a lot of potential to, we have to work back with our developers of this app and the licensing and whatnot, the documentation and whatnot. But there's actually a lot of potential to expand this app, because one of the options on this app is you can take photos of evidence. So we've tried to tell rangers and stuff, use that opportunity to take photos of evidence of encroachment, animal signs, so that can supplement, and that kind of sits in quite well with what the Smart Patrol does as well. So obviously, eventually, if everybody's going to come out an app for every purpose, we're going to have a normal smartphone is not going to be enough for the millions of apps that everything we need an app for. So eventually, it would be nice to work together to see how we can streamline some of these apps addressing similar things to provide also standardized reporting methods and documentations. And one thing, your next point about beyond Kwamut, I think it's very interesting because at SERP, we also have a project looking at OECMs. So we are planning to actually also introduce this to these community managed areas, especially sensitive areas, and use this app as a way to document and to match some of these criteria that they need to apply to be an OECM site.
Rounding up just to the end of that question, is that
very quickly, Dr.
Try to unify. It may become a source of data that poachers and others may look to. So as we sort of unify the data, there is a fear that that data becomes information that can be used as well. So I don't know what's the guards in those
So that's thank you for that comment. That's one of the obstacles why we've made sure now that it's individualized projects with individual passwords, and we have to come up with a data security and policy. And we're not there yet in terms of sharing data openly and whatnot, because it is subject to abuse. Open data, collaborative data is very good for advancing science and ecology and impacts locally, but there's also the flip side, the downside of it is people could abuse open source data. So yeah, we are aware of this.
Thank you very much, Sweeping from the Southeast Asia Rainforest Research. Please give her a warm round of applause. And that brings us to the end of the presentation segment of the CGM Hornbill Award 2026. Now, a 15-minute presentation is but a glimpse of the blood, sweat, and tears that these groups put into conservation efforts. So please, let's give them one more resounding round of applause. We're now going to invite the judges to huddle in a corner to make their decision on who the award should go to. And while the judges are deliberating, the audience also has a chance to vote, although there's no consequence to this vote. But there is a poll running on the Hoover app asking which presentation was your favorite. In the meantime, I would like to invite to the stage Jennifer Tien, Council Member at Climate Governance Malaysia, for a keynote to round up the Hornbill Award 2026.
Thank you, Shazana. Right. Hey, how's everybody doing? Wow, I don't know about you, but I'm personally so inspired and actually quite humbled, listening to all of these presentations. And I think what you have just heard are not only projects, right? They're also they are basically stories about how they use science, how they use technology, how they got people together, how they brought community together, and just the level of creativity is astonishing. So I think on that basis, let's just give the presenters again another round of appreciation. Yeah, thank you so much. So while our judges are away deliberating, so I just want to cover a few quick areas. They will take about 10 minutes or so. All right. So firstly, I want to just give you a bit of overview of what the Hornbill Award is all about. So some of you may have already heard about it. This is not the first time we're running this award. We haven't run this award since 2023, though. So we have spent the last couple of years, basically reviewing the framework of the award, and also some of the criteria against which we award and recognize the efforts. The award itself started in 2022. So this basically will be our third time running the award. Essentially, it's recognizing efforts behind conservation, very simply. Right. So this year, just to share with you the process, 70 organizations have been invited to participate in this to submit their projects for this award. So that's a lot, so that's 70. That's not actually, if you talk about organizations involved in conservation activities in Malaysia, it's much, much more than that. What we touched was only the iceberg itself, right? So and in that process, it also reminded us that there's a lot of effort, a lot of recognition that a lot of work is needed on the ground. And also in that, through the process, we also understood that there's also, while there's a lot of activity going on, what is needed is also a lot of resources. And the resources is not only in financing, usually, is also in terms of expertise, collaboration, not only from within Malaysia, but also across the region and internationally as well. And actually, when you listen to some of the projects, right, I think you've also picked up bits and pieces of how we are starting to scale up. So if you look at our theme this year, scaling impact, right? So the award is about rewarding impact, but what we also realize is that the impact need to be scaled up, right? So what you have heard with some of the projects this year is that people are already starting to reach out. I think Rimau has started to get support from SpaceX, I heard, right? So just snippets like that, yeah. So what we went through was engaging all the organizations to submit their project. We then went through the judging process. So there's been a very intense first round of judging. And what we went through here today was basically the second and the last round of judging. So just on scaling itself, right? So I think all of us understand the importance of conservation, right? So we heard about the mangrove work today. The mangrove work basically protects our coastline. Some of the ecosystem work that we heard about, will help to strengthen our climate resilience. We've also talked a lot about biodiversity, and biodiversity in the end supports our food security and livelihoods, and forests. All of the forest work that we talked about, it's not only it's not only important for what it is, but it also helps to regulate, a very important resource, water, for us. So all of that is very important. But on the matter of scaling up our impact. What I really want to share with you is a perspective on um, what do we need in terms of trying to bring our work to the next level. My background is, I've spent my whole career, almost my whole career in Mars Incorporated. Mars is a fast-moving consumer goods company, and I've left that behind now, and I do a lot of board work today. And one of the boards I'm on is SD Guthrie, and through my corporate background and with some of the board work that I do, particularly with SD Guthrie today, I get involved a lot with organizations like yourselves, and I made some observations about what it takes to scale up. Right? How do we bring our work from where we are to the next level? And my observation is this: in order for us to really make a huge impact, my observation is that there's the organization itself will need to be very nimble and very, very good in stakeholder management, right? So, and it's not only about government, but it's also about universities, it's about NGOs and universities and so on. Very, very nimble. People who are successful generally are extremely good in terms of stakeholder management. The second thing that I that sort of came out very strongly to me is the ability to form uncommon collaboration, right? So be able to partner yourself with someone that can really help you to step change where you are. And one of the areas where I think is a big gap for us today is actually the uncommon collaboration within the sectors. Within the sector itself, there's always a lot of competition, but there's probably not enough effort to work on pre-competitive issues today. And that's something I think if anybody can collaborate across the sector and work on pre-competitive issues, I think that's where they can raise their game to the next level. And I think finally, I think the what I notice about people who can bring organizations who can bring their game to the next level is being very, very choiceful. And this being very choiceful is very important because it helps you to focus on what matters in the short term, and actually helps you to also put aside effort on the long term as well, right? So bringing focusing and making this differentiation really matters, because early wins is very important. If we can deliver early wins, what it does is that it gives us credibility, and credibility then attracts partners. Partners then attracts funding. Funding will help us to scale up, and eventually, if you can scale up, that's where you can make the most impact, everlasting impact. So, on that note, I want to thank everybody again. I see the judges have been back with a decision, I hope. And on that note, thank you for listening, and I'm going to pass the time back to Shazana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. That was Jennifer Tian, Council Member at Climate Governance Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 5 amazing presentations on environmental conservation projects being carried out, covering a crucial biodiversity subjects: tigers, langurs, mangroves, tropical forests. All of these organizations are doing important, critical work on the ground that underpin the mechanics of our global economy and markets. I am reminded of what Datuk Tengku Marina said in her panel: if nature loses, we all lose. And while we can only have one main winner, I hope that all of us here today will find ways to support the projects we've seen today, as well as other projects like it. And with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Serena Hijaz of CGM and also Chong Jilian of Gamuda to announce the winner of the CGM Hornbill Awards 2026.
Okay, I thought we'll say a couple of words, just a short one. And just to say that it was a difficult decision. We had invited so many to participate. This is the most we've actually invited, and it was great to get the responses. And every one of you every one of you who actually submitted, and every one of you that got shortlisted, are really true, and we are humbled by the work that you actually do. So in this envelope, I'm going to pass it to Gillian. She is going to open it to see who the winner is, because it is based on two things. One, an initial assessment, and then, of course, on the interviews that was done, and of course, on the presentation. So over to you.
Do I read it out all or just the name?
You can read out as you go.
Okay. In recognition of its outstanding commitment to biodiversity conservation, innovative community engagement, and meaningful efforts to protect Malaysia's natural heritage, through science-based conservation, education, and collaboration with local communities, this organization has demonstrated exceptional biodiversity impact while fostering harmonious coexistence between people and wildlife. Congratulations to Langgar Project Penang, the recipient of the CGM Hornbill Awards 2026 Champion Award.
Congratulations. So, officially, we usually give this kind of big check sort of thing all across there, the words and all the rest of it. None of those, not going to waste paper. Paper uses more than an AI on a pad, but not an AI station. So congratulations. I think all of you have shown meaningful impact. And for us, it's the community of the planet, biodiversity, and people that we really need to work with. So congratulations. Oh, cry. You're going to make me cry. Congratulations.
Dr. Jolene, would you like to say a few words?
It's the first time for us to be in such conference, to be in the same room with all the industry leading leaders. And to be honest, for Hui Yi, my assistant, and I, it was quite fearful. But for these 2 days, yesterday and today, we got the chance to network with so many amazing like-minded individuals, and we learned so much from the new friends that we established. And the Hornbill Awards would definitely bring us go so far, because in our organization we only have 2 full-time staff and 1 part-timer, 3 interns, and 20 long-term citizen scientists who help us like for so many years. And please come to Penang, and we are very happy to show you the bridges, and I would guarantee that the bridges will still be up there as long we are still alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Dr. Jolene Yap and the Langgar Project. Can we invite all the finalists of the Hornbill Awards 2026 to the stage, as well as the judges, for a group photo? All finalists, welcome. Please give them another huge round of applause. Judges too, please. Please come on stage, judges, for a photo op.
Just all women together, yes.
All women, folks. Woo!
Ton de monde.
Well done to all the finalists of the CGM Hornbill Awards 2026. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the end of the program for day 2 of the NCGS 2026. Thank you very much for joining us until this end, and we hope that all of you have enjoyed the discussions, the presentations that we've seen today, as well as made connections with people that perhaps you would not have met. Now, before we adjourn for the day, I would like to invite council member of the CGM, Wong Seng Kee, on stage to deliver the closing remarks for day 2 of the NCGS. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying until the end of the plenary. I do have a couple of words I'd like to share, right, for today. Firstly, as we bring this plenary program to a close, I would like to leave you not with another recap of today's discussion, but with a reflection of what they collectively tell us. Throughout today, we explore topics that, at the first glance, may seem a bit disjointed, like from sustainability disclosure to carbon pricing to disaster resilience, biodiversity and conservation. But yet, they all point to the same underlying reality. Climate governance is no longer about responding to future risks. It's about making better decisions today. Good governance requires us to look beyond compliance, beyond reporting, and even beyond our own organizations. It asks us to consider the long-term resilience of our economy, our communities, and our natural environment. That is ultimately what climate governance is all about. Not simply managing risks, but stewarding the system that enables sustainable growth and shared prosperity. This afternoon, CGM Hornbill Awards remind us of another important lesson. While policy, regulations, and boardroom decisions are essential, meaningful change is also driven by individuals and organizations working tirelessly on the ground. Their dedication demonstrates they demonstrate that conservation is not the responsibility of one sector alone. It is a shared endeavor requiring collaboration between government, business, academia, civil society, and local communities. To all our finalists, congratulations on the remarkable work you do. And to this year's winner, LPP, really fantastic that work you do. Keep it up, the good work. Yeah. Your work inspired all of us and reinforced why this award was established, to recognize that and celebrate practical leadership in protecting Malaysia's natural heritage. On behalf of Climate Governance Malaysia, I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all our speakers, moderators, panelists, judges, and participants. Your willingness to share your expertise, challenge assumptions, and engage in thoughtful discussions have made today's conversation both meaningful and impactful. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to our sponsors and partners whose support has made this summit possible. In particular, we acknowledge our silver sponsor, Nestle Malaysia and SIMW Property, our bronze sponsors, the delegation of EU to Malaysia, S&P Global Energy, and the Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM. And not forgetting our strategic lead sponsor for the Hornbill Award, Gamuda Berhad. Thank you. Thank you for your confidence in CGM and in the importance of advancing climate governance in Malaysia. As today's plenary concludes, I hope the conversation we have had over these 2 days do not just end here. The true value of this summit will not be measured by the quality of the discussion alone, but by the action that inspired after we leave this conference hall. This is the purpose of the NCGS Impact Pledge. Many of you have already committed to a climate action, whether in your personal life, your household, your organization, your communities, or your boardroom. I encourage you to see that commitment not as an obligation, but as an opportunity to turn intention into meaningful progress. Real progress rarely begins with a grand gesture. More often, it starts with a deliberate decisions to ask a different questions in the boardroom, to champion a new initiative within an organization, to strengthen governance practices, or to build a partnership that creates lasting impact. In the months ahead, we invite you to share your progress with us. Tell us about the energy you have saved, the ways you have diverted, the initiative you have implemented, or the governance practices that you have strengthened. This contribute will help us build a collective picture on how NCGS has supported climate action beyond the summit itself, forming the basis of our NCGS impact reports. And for those of you continuing with us, our journey is far from over. Beginning tomorrow, NCGS 2026 continue with more than 30 workshops and master classes covering reporting and disclosure, nature and biodiversity, and climate resilience. These sessions are designed to equip us with practical knowledge, tools, and perspective needed to turn today's discussion into meaningful outcomes within your own organization and communities. On behalf of Climate Governance Malaysia, thank you once again for being part of the NCGS 2026. We wish you a pleasant evening, and we look forward to seeing your commitments and your actions to shape a more resilient and sustainable Malaysia. For those of you joining us over the coming days, we look forward to continuing this journey together. Safe travels, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sankey. And with that, thank you once again for attending day 2 of the NCGS. Before we end the day, please take a few moments to share your thoughts about the NCGS through our feedback survey. There will be a QR code that will come up on screen. Any feedback or comments that you have is very helpful for the organizers to improve the event further. Now, a reminder, as Sankey said, the NCGS doesn't end today. There are workshops and master classes that you can sign up for on the Hoover app. It's scheduled for the remainder of the week. They are free of charge, open to all to attend. Please do check out the schedule and attend if you can. We hope to see you again this week and beyond. Have a very good evening.
Hooray!